Half a month later, and the unprecedentedly splendid magical equipment exposition was still underway. The flying crystal race, in which Liao excelled, was played and replayed to hundreds of thousands of visitors every day on the giant light beam floating in the air. Discussions as to whether Mystic Skeleton was stronger than Tiger King or the other way around continued unabated on the Nexus 2. Many people insisted that Tiger King was the best MP crystal suit model whose specifications were far higher than any of its competitors. Liao's victory in the flying crystal race boiled down to his cheating. If the race were to be held one more time, the Tiger King battlesuit, driven by Zhuofeijing, would certainly beat it to ash. But more people believed that since one of the two crystal suits was 3 times as expensive as the other one, it would be too unfair to simply compare their specifications. Liao may have resorted to tricks in the final period of the flying crystal race. But before that, Mystic Skeleton and Tiger King had confronted each other face to face multiple times. It even blew Tiger King to the ground twice, which was evident enough of its toughness. After all, money-wise, 3 Mystic Skeleton battlesuit equaled 1 Tiger King battlesuit. What would the outcome be if 3 Mystic Skeleton battlesuits had fought the Tiger King battlesuit in the race just now? Every netizen, especially those who were interested in crystal suits, took part in the furious quarrels regarding these trending topics. But Liao, the center of the discussion, had vanished yet again from public attention. Right now, he was on an unmarked crystal airship which was flying to the base of the 5th Fleet of the Federal Army deep inside the mountains. Your refining department finally got its day. I'm told that you've received almost 100 orders of Mystic Skeleton battlesuit from major sects of the Federation in the past 10 days. Well. After all of them are refined and shipped out, the profit will be more than 10 billion. Such a big fortune! Ding Lingdang exclaimed joyfully in the spiritual crane messenger. Not that much. Liao counted his fingers as he was running the calculations. As you know, our refining department does not have a magical equipment factory. We can refine 3 to 5 pieces by ourselves. But the 100 orders are too much a workload for us and will have to be outsourced to eligible sections. Our profit will plunge because of that. Besides, to increase our sales, we quoted a low price for the 100 orders with a lot of complimentary post-sales service. Taking that into consideration, there's barely any profit now. But it's great that the brand is finally out. You're not in the school these days, but the refining department has been getting more and more attention. Every corner of the school is discussing the news about the refining department. I also heard that leaders of the school were planning to further increase the budget for the refining department to build it into a special major of our school. There was a floating mountain that was supposed to belong to the combat department upon refinement, but it is going to be transferred to the refining department after modification. Our dean old Xia nearly choked himself out of anger. Ding Lingdang smiled. Besides, you were quite bold in the flying crystal race. Many girls in the school regard you as their idol now. They know that we are very close to each other and you've been calling me sister. A few days ago, a lovely girl even came to me asking whether or not you had a girlfriend. Liao raised his eyebrow. Then what did you say to her? I was quite in a dilemma, since I'd never been in such a situation before. After pondering for a long time, Ding Lingdang said, as if it were nothing, I brought all of the girls that were interested in you to the front of a giant rock, blew the rock into pieces with a single punch, and told them that you are, in fact, my boyfriend and whoever hits on you will end like that rock. Okay. Liao scratched his head. It was truly as expected of a tyrannosaur. While they were talking, the crystal airship slowed down after a bump. Brightness shined in Liao's eyes. He stood up suddenly. I've arrived. Go for it. Be they crystal warships or star fortresses. Blow 'em to pieces. Ding Lingdang waved her fists and cheered for him. Liao smiled. He turned off the spiritual crane messenger and walked out of the cabin to the front deck. The scenery in front of him stopped him from breathing for a moment. In the middle of the lofty mountains, against the bloody sunset, dozens of ragged warships were floating in the air. They did not seem to be made of metal, but rather looked like pupas billions of times larger. Bones and flesh could be found through the holes on their surface, which was full of dreadful warts and scars. They were the remnants of the devil warships of the demon clan. Different from the crystal worship of the human beings, every devil worship was a gargantuan living creature and an ultimate biological weapon that came into being after thousands of years of crazy evolution. Such worship creatures possessed enormous brains whose computational ability was as good as the mainframe crystal processor of human beings. By telekinesis, they could be connected to the brain of the high-level demons who then could control them at will and make best use of their firepower. The devil warships had been wrecked by the Federal Army and towed to this airborne graveyard as a presentation of the might of human beings. Passing by the devil worship graveyard, there were dozens of crystal warships in the front that were equally dilapidated and full of rust. They were the retired warships of the Fifth Fleet of the Federal Army during the 500 years of bloody battles. Floating in the air, they were ineffaceable monuments. Behind the monuments were two steep mountains which pierced into the sky like two sharp swords. A narrow and thin valley lay between the two mountains. This place was named Monument Valley, which was where the Fifth Fleet of the Federal Army was stationed. The Fifth Fleet was one of the best troops in the Federal Army. Against the spectacular sunset, dozens of crystal warships were emitting blazing brilliance that was hundreds of meters long. But they were as agile as shuttles while they danced in the sky, knitting nets in sophisticated and unpredictable patterns. Above the Monument Valley, a titanic floating fortress the size of a small city was floating in the air. Countless armed shuttles were flying in and out, humming like busy bees. Enjoying the view in front of him, Li Yao's understanding of war machine grew much deeper. He felt very proud that he belonged to such a great species. However, when he realized that his opponent might be one of the crystal warships flying over his head, Li Yao's head immediately started aching. Crystal warships have been the main forces of the Federal Army all the time. Yuan Manchio walked to his side and watched the magnificent parade of the crystal warships for a while with her hands behind her back. Then she observed, for 500 years, the military has been focusing on warship technology and has developed countless formidable crystal warships. When a beast tide breaks out, the crystal warships will be deployed to extinguish it. As for high-level demons and the scattered demons hiding in forests, underground, or city ruins, they will be dealt with by cultivators whose individual combat ability is much higher. The military are in charge of clearing the sphere, while the cultivators are responsible for clearing the spot. That's how battles have been fought in the Star Glory Federation traditionally. Therefore, there are many warship advocates in the military who insist that railguns and warships can solve all our problems. If the problems can't be fixed, that's because the railguns and the warships are not large enough. Now that the military is planning to endorse standard crystal suits in the Federal Army, the resources of the warship advocates will, of course, be greatly diminished. The budget that goes to warships will shrink, too. So, it's easy to conceive how much pressure there will be. That's also exactly why this special bidding meeting is being held. Frankly speaking, this is more about the debate of war methodologies in the military and the quarrels between crystal suit advocates and warship advocates. In the bidding meeting, not only do we need to prove that the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is the best MP crystal suit model, we also need to prove that crystal suits boast irreplaceable advantages compared with crystal warships. How about it? Are you confident? According to the bidding rules provided by the military, exos of the crystal suits in the bidding meeting are not necessarily our own candidates. The military can arrange skilled and experienced exos to drive the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit for the final test. If you feel that there's too much pressure, we can still change you to someone else. Li Yao turned to the side and looked at Yuan Manchio. Then he smiled. Professor, that's a very strange way of encouragement. Yuan Manchio smiled, too. She handed over a jade slip to Li Yao. The military came by this morning, stating that they can arrange a super exo who has been wearing crystal suits for more than 30 years for the final test of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. But we declined it right then. All the participants of the Project Mystic Skeleton agreed unanimously that you will always be the priority exo for the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. We believe in you no matter what. This jade slip contains detailed documents regarding the final test. There is still some time before we land. You'd better take a look at it carefully. The test will be different from what we imagined. This time, the military is getting serious. Liao took over the jade slip and took a deep breath when he noticed that his nose had been clogged. This was going to be the final test. Passing the test, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit would be able to secure the big order of the military and become the standard crystal suit for thousands of soldiers of the Federal Army. Maybe it would even become the most manufactured crystal suit model. One day, thousands of soldiers and cultivators would congregate into an impregnable steel torrent, which would rage through the wormholes into the Blood Demon sector and crush everything inside into pieces. For the day to come sooner, not just one crystal warship, even if he were to be faced with the entire Fifth Fleet, he would still break out of the siege and tread over them all like a deadly vulture. Inside the cabin, Liao connected the jade slip to the mini-crystal processor, which immediately projected a vivid 3D warship model. Evening Glow was a medium crystal warship model refined 80 years ago by the Federal Army. It was 214 meters long and 36 meters wide. The main gun of the warship model, Heaven Splitters, after charging for half an hour, could fire spiritual energy as furious as a full-strength attack of a nascent soul-stage cultivator. The subcannons below the body of the warship model that were used to attack the targets on the ground had been upgraded to 12 TIE lightning railguns 5 years ago. Liao was no stranger to such heavy magical equipment. 2 years ago, on the train north to Wild Wave City, it was with a TIE lightning railgun that Liao managed to cope with the beast tide. One TIE lightning railgun had attracted enough thunderstorms to annihilate half of the ghost jellyfish beast tide. But right now, Liao was going to be faced with 12 of them. Other than that, 100 earth-shaking ordnance penetrators were installed on the Evening Glow warship. They were special explosive magical equipment that had a large drill in the front which allowed them to dig down the ground for dozens of meters before booming. They were extremely useful when used against demons who were good at stealth below the earth. This was only counting the magical equipment embedded in the warship. The scariest part of the Evening Glow warship was that it could accommodate 10 squads and up to 80 armed shuttles inside its large body. According to the files, the armed shuttles that the Evening Glow warship had on board right now was known as Vicious Bee. Compared with the Mystic Bird armed shuttle and the Crimson Flame armed shuttle, the Vicious Bee armed shuttle was neither distinguished for its speed nor for its firepower. However, there was a spacious cabin inside the Vicious Bee armed shuttle which could carry 5 small beast puppets. Once they were released, a 3-dimensional hunting network that both involved air forces and ground troops could be established immediately. One Evening Glow warship equal to a pair of Heaven Splitters, 12 TIE lightning railguns, 100 earth-shaking ordnance penetrators, 80 Vicious Bees, and 400 beast puppets. They were what Liao was going to face. The so-called final test was actually a sham battle. The place of the sham battle was set to the mountains near the station of the Fifth Fleet. Mystic Skeleton, Tiger King, Sword Torrent, and Mournful Mist would sneak into the mountains at midnight and hide themselves the way they wanted. An hour later, a fully armed Evening Glow warship would set off, search, and try to capture them. Of course, it might destroy them on the spot too. They would need to try to flee into the wilderness with the best of what they and their crystal suits could do. For MP crystal suit models were naturally no match for an Evening Glow. So their task was just to run away. The crystal suit that lasted till the end would most likely become the standard crystal suit of the military. Their performance in the sham battle would influence the attitude of the military too. If their performance was so outstanding that, say, one of the 4 crystal suits survived 24 hours without being captured or destroyed by the crystal warship, the military might actually be convinced and change their attitude. Maybe dozens of crystal suit legions would be established and every cultivator in the Federal Army would be equipped with a crystal suit. If their performance was terrible and they were all caught within several hours, the military definitely wouldn't put all the eggs into this basket. They might purchase a few hundred crystal suits as a signal of friendliness, but that would be all the military was going to do. Most of the military budget would still go to the refinement of crystal warships. The Evening Glow warship has been refined for the purpose of suppressing the strong demon beasts on and below the ground. TIE lightning railguns, earth-shaking ordnance penetrators, Vicious Bee armed shuttles, and beast puppets all boast superb air-to-ground attack capabilities. Not to mention the bombardment of Heaven Splitters, which can be as powerful as a strike from a nascent soul stage cultivator, every half an hour. Even with the cover of the mountainous territory, it is still an impossible mission to persist for more than 24 hours under the pursuit of an evening glow. Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is not a crystal suit good at stealth. Faced with such a challenge, Tiger King and Mournful Mist are in a much more advantageous position. What do I do? Liao took a deep breath. Invisible pressure wreathed and suffocated him like the water in the billowing star sea, which was 10 times heavier than usual. However, he liked the feeling. He liked the feeling when every last bit of potential inside his cells were squeezed out and his entire life and soul were blossoming and burning. Rubbing his hand, Liao picked out the detailed map of the battle zone and the exhaustive data regarding the Evening Glow warship from the Jade Slip. There were a few hours to go. He needed to memorize the direction of every stream in the battle zone and the location and function of every cabin on an Evening Glow warship. At 8 p.m., Ren Xingbei stood at the highest place in the control tower and stared at the horizon. Under the deep, dark night sky, the exhaust flames from the crystal warships dispersed into colorful mystic colors which looked like giant flying swords that tore the sky apart. Every night, Ren Xingbei would stand here quietly and enjoy the magnificent scenery. It was both relaxing and entertaining. Feeble as human beings may be, they could refine such a giant crystal warship in which they could cruise and conquer the cosmos. It was an out-and-out miracle. As the commander of the Fifth Fleet of the Federal Army, Lieutenant General Ren Xingbei was the toughest warship advocate and believed in nothing else other than railguns and warships. He had been asserting that crystal warships were the strongest magical equipment in the universe. The iron beasts which were flying slowly unleashed earth-shaking noises that shivered the glasses. Even they were thousands of meters away, with 3 layers of glass in between. Ren Xingbei still heard the roars of the power rune arrays inside the crystal warships. His own heart was also beating fast, like when he first met the crystal warship decades ago. His blood seemed to be boiling. Steel Torrent? This was the real Steel Torrent. Tonight, he was going to prove the point one more time. Right then, Shangguansu walked into the control tower slowly. The control tower of the base of the Fifth Fleet had been modified to serve as the commanding center of the sham battle. Ren Xingbei squinted and noticed the newcomer. Sparks erupted between the 2 gray-haired generals who had equally long experience in bloody wars, equally remarkable achievements, and equally tough personalities. 2 pairs of eyes clashed. An invisible blast seemed to be blowing the entire control tower into pieces. Crack! Crack! The 2 of them hugged each other without saying anything, but it was hard to tell from their gritted teeth and bulging eyes whether they were hugging or wrestling. The cracking noises of their bones seemed to be suggesting that they were mortal enemies rather than lifelong friends. 10 seconds later, the 2 of them released each other at the same time. With their face flushed and their backs itching in sweat, they stared at each other and laughed out aloud. Shangguan! Old Bay! The 2 of them hugged again. This time it was a sincere, welcoming hug. Shangguansu and Ren Xingbei were 2 influential officers of the military. They varied differently in their doctrines. One of them was a hardcore crystal suit advocate, while the other was an avid believer of railguns and warships. But they shared astonishingly similar backgrounds. They both had been ordinary soldiers in the beginning and earned their accomplishments and positions through bloody battles and hard work. When they were young, they had cooperated and saved each other's lives in the hell-like battlegrounds more times than anyone could count. They were the real Damon and Pythias. Although they disagreed with each other fundamentally on the future path of the Federal Army, their close relationship was not affected at all. Shangguan, how dare you convene a meeting regarding crystal suits in the territory of the Fifth Fleet and propose such a hilarious sham battle plan? Ask an Evening Glow warship to hunt down for MP crystal suits? Did you know that the soldiers of the Fifth Fleet were all seething in anger when they heard the plan? They thought that you, the crystal suit advocates, were simply too outrageous. Ren Xingbei glared at him. So, don't think I'll go easy on you because we've been friends for decades. Tonight, I shall show no mercy. The 4 crystal suits will not see the sunrise tomorrow. Shangguansu smiled. Old Bay, you are truly a stone in a latrine, which is both smelly and stubborn. Why do you despise crystal suits so much? The supercrystal suits worth billions driven by core formation state cultivators or nascent soul stage cultivators are of course as formidable as crystal warships. Ren Xingbei sniffed. However, how many such strong cultivators are there in the Federation? And how many such supercrystal suits can be produced? As for the 4 MP crystal suits that you are giving me to test today, their total worth is less than 1 billion. Besides, the 4 exos are merely refinement stage cultivators. And you think I would believe that they can run away from the bombardment of a crystal warship? Of course I don't. 10 hours should be more than enough for me to take them all down. That's exactly why we decided to do the sham battle with the 5th Fleet. Xianxia replied, his face unchanged. I know that although the strategy has been settled that crystal suits will serve as the main force and crystal warships will serve as supplements, many warship advocates in the military have kept complaining. Ren Xingbei interrupted him. Not complaining. Cursing and condemning is what you should call it. We were completely dumbfounded. But obedience is the top priority for soldiers. We have to grit our teeth and swallow the anger. Xianxia patted his old friend's shoulder. Hence this special bidding meeting. A core formation state cultivator in a supercrystal suit naturally boasts unparalleled combat ability. It won't be very persuasive. But if an ordinary cultivator no higher than the peak of the refinement stage wearing a MP crystal suit, whose value is less than 300 million, can survive the hunting of a crystal warship for 24 hours or even longer, it will be much more convincing for inflexible conservatives such as yourself. Won't it? 24 hours? Ren Xingbei grinned and extended all his fingers. 10 hours. If any one of them could survive for more than 10 hours, then I'll cut the crap once and for all. However, if all of them are taken down by my men within 10 hours, don't blame me if I report the outcome of this sham battle to the higher officials. I am planning to cut down a few of your crystal suit legions and use the budget to refine a few main force warships for the 5th Fleet. Xianxia smiled. It's a deal then. However, Old Bay, have you decided whom your representative will be? Ren Xingbei grinned and said, Ning Feng and his Tide Berserker. The warship has been under maintenance for 2 months because of serious damages from a previous mission and just returned from the dockyard. This sham battle is going to be a chance to check that Tide Berserker has fully recovered. Is that okay? Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. His smile turned deeper as he said, Old brother, you're not as contemptuous of crystal suits as you seem to be. Just to deal with 4 insignificant MP crystal suits, you have sent out your toughest warrior. Xianxia understood his old brother Ren Xingbei's personnel very clearly. Ning Feng, captain of Tide Berserker, was one of the youngest commanding officers of a crystal warship in the Federal Army. He was only 37 years old and a building foundation cultivator. But he also happened to be a warship connoisseur with a lot of potential. Warship connoisseur was a special career for admin-type cultivators who boasted magnificent soul power as well as superb computational, analytical, and collaborating capabilities. When they entered into the cockpit of a crystal warship and extended their telepathic thoughts into the mainframe crystal processor, their will would be transmitted to every corner of the warship by the enhancement of the crystal processor. The gargantuan steel beast would be at their disposal like their own arms and legs. There would be a huge difference between the combat ability of a crystal warship with a warship connoisseur and that of a crystal warship without one. A strong warship connoisseur could even control hundreds of railguns and thousands of power rune arrays on a crystal warship simultaneously and do perfect dodging and attacking movements. The warship seemed to be part of their body. The most complicated movements were as easy as the blinking of eyes for them. In the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, countless outstanding warship connoisseurs had emerged. The legendary warship connoisseurs who had arrived at the peak of cultivation could maneuver a star fortress that was even larger than a planet by themselves and fight the Demon Emperor with hundreds of thousands of railguns firing at the same time. Warship connoisseurs of the Star Glory Federation were of course far from their fabulous predecessors. But they had been playing a crucial part in the 500 years of bloody war against the Demon Clan. Take Ning Feng, for example. Although he was just at the building foundation stage, his strength would be as intimidating as that of a core formation stage cultivator when he entered Tide Berserker and joined with the warship. 3 months ago, the Fifth Fleet encountered a beast tide commanded by two demon kings. Ning Feng's Tide Berserker was the first to respond and lead the charge. Although it was seriously damaged, the beast tide was torn into two halves by its unstoppable thrust, which created a good opportunity for the siege and attack later. In the battle later, Ning Feng blew one of the two demon kings with Heaven Splitters, the main gun of the warship, into pieces, which made him a distinguished figure in the military. Picking such an ace captain to deal with 4 insignificant MP crystal suits, it seemed that Ren Xingbei regarded the sham battle as a summit confrontation between warship advocates and crystal suit advocates. 2. Lightnings and sparks were dancing in Shangguansu's eyes. The purpose of the sham battle as a bidding procedure was to show the power of crystal suits for warship advocates. If the candidate challenging the crystal suits was too weak, the warship advocates might not be persuaded by the outcome, and there was bound to be further quarrels in the future. But if a skilled captain such as Ning Feng came to examine the quality of the MP crystal suits, no one would have any doubts about the test's validity. But how far could the 4 MP crystal suits go? Suddenly, Liao's dangerous smile popped up in Shangguansu's brain. I can guess a thing or two about the tactics and limits about the other 3 crystal suits. However, Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Vulture Liao, where are your limits? At 9:05 p.m., cultivators of Deep Sea University, Star Nebula University and Grand Desolate War Institution, as well as the cultivators from the 3 major sword training sects walked into the command center. After they learned the details of the sham battle, especially when they knew that the crystal warship taking part in the battle would be Tide Berserker steered by Ning Feng, the faces of all the cultivators couldn't look more awful. Although they were competitors, they felt a subtle sense of camaraderie now. If all the 4 crystal suits were to be captured by the crystal warship within several hours, there wouldn't be a winner even if you were the last to be seized. The military hadn't revealed to them as to how many crystal suits they would purchase. If the performance of the test takers was too unsatisfactory and the military decided that they would only purchase a few hundred pieces, it would hardly be a victory for them. Then again, if one of the crystal suits was amazing enough to play hide-and-seek with the crystal warship for more than 10 hours, or even a day and a night, the potential of crystal suits would definitely be proved. Crystal suits would definitely be able to win more favor in the military, which would be a great help for the promotion of other MP crystal suit models, too. More importantly, for Sword Torrent and Mournful Mist, their designing purposes were different from Tiger Kings and Mystic Skeletons from their conception, which could be compared to the relationship between assault rifles and sniper rifles. Since their purposes were different, their competition with the other 2 crystal suits was not fierce. Their chances of winning were slim, but as long as they could do their best in the sham battle and leave a deep impression on the audience by showing their own specialties thoroughly, it would be enough. Supernova Jiang Shang and Yuan Manchio were still at loggerheads. However, when Ren Xingbei appeared in front of them, the flames in their eyes changed direction and aimed at the commander of the Fifth Fleet at the same time. The temperature inside the commanding center immediately rose by 20 degrees. Other than those in the commanding center, top military officers in the military bases all over the Star Glory Federation, as well as high-level cultivators from Deep Sea University, Star Nebula University, Grand Desolate War Institution, and all other important sects, were all paying close attention to the match, the ultimate confrontation between crystal suits and crystal warships. It was destined to be a sleepless night. At 10:11 p.m., in the station of the Fifth Fleet, Tide Berserker was doing last-minute checks before taking off. Captain Ning, let's show them who we are. These brats are too outrageous. Nothing but for MP crystal suits, and they want to swagger around and poop on our head. Brother Feng, we have every faith in you. You'll definitely capture all of them within 10 hours. Old Ning, I've bet old Xing and his lot that you will seize all the 4 running rabbits in less than 10 hours. I'm going to be in serious trouble if you fail me. Almost 100 soldiers of the Fifth Fleet, including captains, vice-captains, experienced mechanics and ordinary marines, surrounded an officer whose uniform was full of creases. The officer's hair was in such a mess that it seemed that it hadn't been washed for at least 3 months. His chin was bristly. His eyes were drowsy, as if he were in a constant trance. Even in such a thrilling atmosphere, he still yawned one time after another. He was Colonel Ningfeng, a warship connoisseur, one of the best captains in the military and the commanding officer of Tide Berserker. Faced with the excited soldiers of the Fifth Fleet, Ningfeng scratched his ear and smacked his lips. But without saying anything, he walked onto his warship lazily. The moment he went on the bridge of the warship, he seemed to turn into someone else. With a quiver, he was entirely awakened. His sleepy eyes just now were brimming with radiating vigor, like those of a cat which was hunting at night. In the Federal Army, Ningfeng had been given the nickname Drunk Cat. Even a demon king would have to run away like a rat when faced with the drunk cat. Inside the cockpit in the middle of the warship, there was a translucent controlling capsule in which Ningfeng lay in and closed his eyes. Crimson liquid flowed out from the bottom of the capsule and rose up rapidly, before it filled up the capsule and drowned him shortly. Right then, Ningfeng's eyes were opened suddenly, from which black brightness was beaming out, making his eyes as deep and vast as the night sky. With the enhancement of the mainframe crystal processor, his soul expanded to every corner of the warship. Countless information, data, and images surged into his mind. Every power rune array, every TIE lightning railgun, and every armed shuttle seemed to have turned into his limbs and teeth. The power rune arrays shivered briefly, blinking with the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath. He was no longer a trivial human being. He was Tide Berserker, a steel beast that was hundreds of meters long. Boom! 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 With a telepathic thought, the anti-gravity power rune arrays started functioning, roaring like a cascading waterfall. After a shiver, Tide Berserker took off amidst the applause of the soldiers below. Colorful brilliance was dancing around the warship, making it look like a ferocious dragon. 10 hours. Ningfeng squinted and scoffed. 5 hours, tops. The 4 rabbits will never be able to run out of my palm. At 11:45 p.m., a small carrier was staggering in the sky above the mountains. It was a thunderstorm weather. One could not even distinguish one's own fingers with the hand right in front of the eyes. Only when the lightning occurred could the steep hills and dark forests be seen. This was the biggest mountainous zone in the west of the Federation. Hills, cliffs, streams, caves, and underground rivers together constituted a complicated territory. The 50 square kilometers would the battleground for the match to come. For the sake of fairness, the military had arranged an artificial thunderstorm in the battleground. Thunder, lightning, and heavy rain would twist the spiritual waves from the crystal suits and block the detection of the crystal warship so that they could run away more easily. However, the thunderstorm would only last 5 hours. The weather would clear before dawn. Inside the carrier, the 4 exos had put on their crystal suits, each with a kit behind him which had a space of around 2 cubic meters. The kit was the latest transportation magical equipment developed by the military named Floating Supplier. It was carved with anti-gravity rune arrays and power rune arrays and was maneuvered by a mini crystal processor. It would fly closely behind a soldier in peacetime. When the soldier was engaged in a combat, the kit would dash away until it was safe to return. Floating Supplier was designed to be a replacement of marching backpacks. It would neither burden the soldiers when they were walking nor affect the agility of the soldiers when they were fighting. The military was planning to make it a piece of standard magical equipment for the Federal Army in the future. Today, the 4 exos were provided with 4 prototypes of such magical equipment in which they could store any supplies and magical equipment that they deemed necessary. At 11:59 p.m., the airdrop platform on the bottom of the carrier opened slowly. Raging wind immediately crashed into the cabin, growling and howling. Last-minute check. Prepare to land. The 4 crystal suits glittered, outlining 4 figures clearly in the darkness, which looked like solidified lights. Hey guys, don't be so aggressive. In the sham battle today, just because we are competitors does not mean we are not companions in a different form. Sha Yuqing, exo of the Sword Torrent battlesuit, smiled and said, "Our opponent is 1 crystal warship. Whoever attracts its attention will give the rest of us more opportunities to run away. Taking that into consideration, I hope we can all show what our crystal suits are capable of today and teach those zealots of railguns and warships a lesson on the awesomeness of the exos. Well said. Xianxia's words eased the intense atmosphere a little bit. Feng Kai, exo of the mournful mist battlesuit, added, Liao, you gave us all a big surprise in the flying crystal race half a month ago. I hope you can give an equally shocking surprise to the captain of the crystal warship today. Liao nodded his head and took a deep breath. He was walking to the airdrop platform when Zhuofei suddenly cut in front of him. The Tiger King battlesuit today had put on a layer of dense jungle camouflage. It looked inconspicuous, and all its deadly scent had been hidden in the gaps of the crystal suit. Standing next to it, Liao was the only one who could feel the dangerous aura that seemed to be a living thing. Liao, I'm rather curious. Faced with a crystal warship that is hundreds of meters long and has a main gun whose power equals to a full-strength strike of a nascent soul-stage cultivator, what cunning plans do you have in mind to deal with it? You can't even leave a trace on its surface, even if you are to play the self-destruction move again. Can you? Zhuofei paused after every word. He gritted his teeth as he said, Over the past half-month, I've spent every second crazily training. The half-month has been as long and miserable as 10 years for me, just because I need to prepare myself so that I can defeat you today. I hope your performance is even more splendid today. Don't be captured or killed by the crystal warship after only several hours. Because if you do, I will be very disappointed. A dull, synthesized voice suddenly echoed inside the cabin. The battle is now begun. Please finish your landing within 1 minute. Zhuofei opened his arms and jumped down. The Tiger King battlesuit rushed into the raging storm. It glimmered in the darkness, before it completely vanished inside the deep, dark forest. Liao was next. He waved at Xianxia and Feng Kai, and jumped out of the carrier. 2. Swoosh! Four stabilizer fins stuck out from the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Dazzling brightness surged out from the power rune arrays as it flew above the forests in the pouring rain. His floating supplier followed him closely, which contained all kinds of magical equipment and tools that Liao had prepared for his escape. But Zhuofei was right about one thing. No matter how formidable the enemy was, running away was never Liao's style. Even if the opponent was a crystal warship hundreds of meters long with a pair of heaven splitters and 12 Tai lightning railguns, Liao had never planned to just run away without counterattacking. Whoever wanted to capture him would have to pay a high price. Liao landed slowly on Sun Flame Summit, which was the highest mountain in the battle zone. Liao strained his eyes to look at the distance. The crystal cameras with super high resolution captured all the surroundings down and analyzed the features of the territories, before Liao compared them with the pre-input map inside the crystal processor. Liao's computational ability was brought to maximum. He began to evaluate the current situation. 3 light spots were shooting at the northwest fast, which were the other 3 crystal suits. By Liao's estimation, they were planning to hide in the rocky area, which was located in the northwest of the battle zone. Liao had studied the map before and was aware that the northwest corner of the battle zone was rugged and full of intersected underground caves, which made it a perfect shelter. However, Liao was not planning to go there. His opponent Ningfeng, an ace captain of the Federal Army known as Drunk Cat, would certainly concentrate much of his attention on the rocky area. There were many kinds of probe magical equipment on Tide Berserker that could explore the environment hundreds of meters under the ground easily. The 500 beast puppets were able to sneak underground and search the place too. Once his trace was discovered, the 100 earth-shaking ordnance penetrators would definitely not be funny. Since it was a sham battle, the power of all magical equipment was adjusted to 1/3 of their original. The heaven splitters were even adjusted to 1/10 of its original power. But still, Liao did not intend to know what it felt like to be hit by them. Once the underground cave in which one was hiding collapsed because of attacks from earth-shaking ordnance penetrators and heaven splitters, one might be buried inside with nowhere to run to and could only wait to be captured. Beep! The crystal camera soon discovered a place that fitted the features that he had inputted into the crystal processor previously. That was the battleground that Liao had selected after hours of thorough consideration. Liao took 2 steps back and then accelerated. He jumped down from the Sun Flame summit, which was thousands of meters high, and did not activate the power rune arrays until he almost kissed the ground. Colorful brilliance surged out from the back of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, pushing it to the southeast as fast as a laser. At this moment, there were 50 minutes before Tide Berserker was to arrive. 10 minutes later, Liao appeared in the southeast corner of the battle zone, which was also the place where the crystal warship would enter the battle zone. Compared with the rugged, rocky area in the northwest corner, the territory here was much flatter. There were only several mountains and cliffs which were not very high. The underground caves were shallow and short, too. However, the water system here was quite sophisticated. Several rivers and streams interconnected in this area. Because of the heavy rain, their water level had all soared. Their water current was much more turbulent than before. This is the place. Liao compared the actual territory with the map in his crystal processor. Then he opened his floating supplier, took out all kinds of magical equipment that were glittering inside, and started setting up some camouflage. At 0:58, Liao finished all the disguising work. At 1 o'clock sharp, the southeast night sky was torn apart by a resplendent brightness. Even the ear-splitting thunders could not suppress the roars from the crystal warship. Tide Berserker flew into the battle zone awe-inspiringly. At 1:02, Liao hid himself in a muddy pond below a cliff. He turned off all the power rune arrays on his crystal suit and his floating supplier, which made him no different than a black, iron lump that had been buried inside the mud for its entire life. He opened his eyes that were full of blood streaks and stared at the sky where rainwater was falling down upon his face like needles. At 1:05, Tide Berserker passed by the place where Liao was hiding against the dense clouds slowly. Maybe it was just his imagination, but Liao felt that the air around him was shaking violently, which made his heart beating faster and faster. A hostile steel beast hundreds of meters long flying above one's head unhurriedly. It was not a pressure that just anyone could withstand. Shwa! Shwa! Almost 10 ivory lights beamed out from the crystal warship. They were knitted into a light net which scanned through the mountains and forests from above. Liao knew that the mystic lights were meant to detect enemies, and once they found a target, it would be impossible for the target to run away. However, the thunderstorm weather was a major interference for the mystic lights. Not only were they much dimmer than they should be, they also became intermittent when lightning occurred. The supposedly impregnable dragnet was ripped open by the power of nature. Besides, the location that Liao had picked was not the best place to hide in inside the battle zone. Most of Ningfeng's attention had been fixed on the rocky area to the northwest. Therefore, after scanning the below roughly once, Tide Berserker moved on to the northwest without any hesitation. Who? Liao was greatly relieved. His fiercely beating heart was finally soothed. The most difficult part had passed. He had bought at least a few hours of time for himself. Before the weather was cleared up, it was hardly likely that the crystal warship would come back and search the place once again. He could hide in this place comfortably and wait until the crystal suits hiding in the northwest rocky area were captured or killed. Right then, Liao's eyelids bounced uncontrollably. Dangerous alarms rang inside his brain. 10 firefly-like light spots were released from Tide Berserker. They kept a similar distance between each other and were interwoven into a loose net which was marching at the place where he was hiding. Vicious bee-armed shuttles. Liao cursed silently. He licked his lips, only to notice that he had pierced them some time ago because of anxiety. Although the crystal warship had left the area, 10 vicious bee-armed shuttles, each carrying 5 beast puppets, which meant 50 beast puppets in total, had been deployed to continue searching. Liao didn't understand how he had given himself away. The battle zone was a fairly large place. It was impossible to send 10 vicious bee-armed shuttles to search every area in the zone. The place that he had been hiding in was definitely not one that deserved such attention. Or maybe he didn't leave any traces. It was just the instinct of an expert that made Ningfeng feel that there was something wrong with the area and prompted him to release the armed shuttles to continue searching. Hum! Hum! Vicious bee-armed shuttles, which looked like fat bees, were extremely large for armed shuttles because they needed to carry 5 beast puppets. Their power rune arrays were specially revised, too, in order to provide more impetus. As a result, there would be irritating humming noise when they were working. 3 vicious bee-armed shuttles passed by Liao's head. Spotlights from them were shooting the ground and nearly cut into the pond where Liao was hiding several times. Liao gritted his teeth and remained still. Right now, the crystal warship was not far away. Once he was exposed, it could immediately turn back and take him down. He didn't intend to become the first target to be locked onto. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. The vicious bee-armed shuttles had come and gone above Liao's head almost 5 times. But because of the interferences from lightning and storms, they were unable to utilize more probe magical equipment and could only resort to the intermittent mystic rays for scanning. So he was luckily undiscovered. The crystal warship had vanished into the northwest horizon. Even its exhaust flames were completely out of sight now. Right then, Walla! Walla! Liao heard weird clattering noises from the forest, which were utterly different from the noise of trees being shaken by wind. 10 vicious bee-armed shuttles were hovering in the sky nearby with their stomachs wide open, from which 50 beast puppets were flooding out. There were 3 different kinds of beast puppets on the vicious bee-armed shuttles. One of them was the mystic wolf, which Liao had come across before back in the refiner's registration examination. It was a high-speed, scout-type beast puppet. Although it had a lot of drawbacks such as the weakness of the spine, limited attack range of the crystal cannons on 2 sides of the body, etc., it would still be a formidable enemy when the number was up to, say, a wolf pack of dozens of mystic wolves. Another kind was the electric whip-teethed viper. This strangely named beast puppet was about 3 meters long. It did not have any limbs. Like a serpent, it was best at searching caves and crevices. Once they discovered an enemy, they would lash at the enemy like a whip. In the meantime, the needle-like teeth made of superalloy hiding inside their body would pierce into the enemy and bite them hard. Then, electric current of ultra-high voltage would be unleashed, which would paralyze or even kill the enemy instantly. As a whip full of sharp teeth and intense electricity, the electric whip-teethed viper was the most suitable beast puppet for jungle combat. The last kind was the shrieking bat. This kind of beast puppet was very small in size. They could roam in narrow gaps and small caves like mice. They could also open their wings, which were covered by membrane, and glide for a short distance. The most distinguished skill that it had was that it could utter a special kind of acoustic waves. The acoustic waves were soul attacks, which could make whomever heard it irked or even dizzy. On the other hand, the acoustic waves were a clever way of searching, too. Once they met an enemy who was releasing spiritual waves, they would bring special feedback signals to the shrieking bat. When the distance was short, they were much more useful than mystic lights. Vicious bee-armed shuttles, mystic wolves, electric whip-teethed vipers, and shrieking bats combined together made up an impenetrable dragnet which combed the forest time and time again. Gee! Gee! Several shrieking bats screamed, like iron nails scraping a metal board, as they jumped down from the trees that were more than 10 meters tall and glided in the wind and rain skillfully. Hiss! Hiss! In the grass, electric whip-teethed vipers were darting here and there. Their tongues protruded now and then, measuring the temperature of the air. The tongues of the electric whip-teethed vipers were refined out of special heavenly materials and earthly treasures with acute temperature-measuring rune arrays carved on them, which enabled them to detect creatures whose temperature was different from the surroundings. It was a piece of quite advanced probe magical equipment. Swoosh! 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 The mystic wolves were nodding their heads and wagging their tails. The crystal cannons on the 2 sides of their bodies were glittering, indicating that they'd been fully charged with spiritual energy and ready to be launched at any moment. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. Under the search of vicious bee-armed shuttles, mystic wolves, electric whip-teethed vipers, and shrieking bats, the smallest tree hollows and the most inconspicuous crevice had been dug open and scrutinized. It was impossible that they would ignore the pond where Liao had been hiding in. Liao remained absolutely still. He didn't even dare to blink his eyes. Staring at the vicious bee-armed shuttles flying to and fro in the sky, he calculated their speed, angle, and trajectory crazily inside his brain. He was waiting for something. Just when the searchers were only 100 meters away from him, the pond suddenly shivered. Broken ripples appeared on the surface of the muddy water. Two dull noises came from far away, as if two crystal bombs had exploded deep under the sea, which were blunt and very unsettling. Then, after a cracking sound, the hills tottered and the earth quaked, as if a lightning had struck inside one of the mountains over there. It has begun. Liao was refreshed. Tide Berserker finally opened fire. The first two dull noises were the sound of explosions of the earth-shaking ordnance penetrators deep under the ground. The louder noise that followed must be the roars from the heaven splitters. Despite their amazing attack ability, which could be as good as a nascent soul stage cultivator, it required half an hour before the heaven splitters were fully charged with spiritual energy, which meant that they could only be fired twice an hour. Now that the heaven splitters had been engaged, it was evident enough that the attacks were not reconnaissance by fire. Tide Berserker must have locked onto a target and had started the hunting game. It's my chance. The crystal warship has located at least one crystal suit and will be too occupied to bother with me before it captures or suppresses the crystal suit. Liao smiled and looked at the vicious bee-armed shuttles in the sky coldly. Now it's the time to let you know who the hunter is and who the prey is. At the commanding center of the Fifth Fleet, military officials, including Shangguan Su and Ren Xingbei, and representatives from the cultivation world, including Yuan Manxiu and Jiang Sheng, were gazing at the giant light beam which had been segmented into hundreds of smaller parts. Each part was displaying the real-time first-person images captured by the crystal cameras on the crystal warship, vicious bee-armed shuttles, mystic wolves, electric whip-teethed vipers, and shrieking bats. All of the audience on the spot were high-level cultivators who were capable enough to monitor the hundreds of pictures at the same time and sketch the overall situation on the battlefield inside their brain easily. However, there were not first-person pictures from the four crystal suits. It was because in order to transmit the real-time image signals, there would be feeble spiritual waves from the crystal suits, which were quite easy to be detected and thus would give the exos away. Therefore, the four crystal suits and the commanding center were not connected via the spiritual nexus. All the data would be stored in the main crystal processor of the crystal suits and analyzed later after the battle. That was to say, all the cultivators inside the commanding center were only able to side with the crystal warship and see what Ningfeng was seeing. They had no idea where the four crystal suits were hiding, or what they were doing at present, which added more suspense to the battle that was already intense and thrilling enough. Hundreds of pictures were blinking non-stop, mountains, forests, and rivers each replacing one another. Suddenly, one of the pictures started flashing violently. As if it were contagious, dozens of pictures nearby started glittering crazily. 2. After a short while, all the pictures were focused on the same crevice, where a blurred, but still very distinctive, figure had been outlined. The first crystal suit has been discovered. The Sword Torrent Battlesuit. Right now, only 2 hours, 27 minutes and 36 seconds had passed after the arrival of the crystal warship. Cultivators from the three sword training sects sighed and buried their heads in their hands helplessly at the same time. Cultivators from other organizations, on the other hand, looked at each other and were somewhat relieved. Shangguan's eyelids twitched. Although he did not say anything, his rolling Adam's apple was indicative enough of the uneasiness on his mind. The corner of Ren Xingbei's mouth was twitching, too. His eyes were completely bloodshot immediately. The rapidly shivering lips seemed to be suggesting that he was cursing someone silently. The Sword Torrent Battlesuit had been hiding in a cave which had been filled with rainwater because of the thunderstorm. It had decorated a thick layer of vines and weeds outside of the cave as camouflage, too. But Sha Yuqing was not aware that the seemingly perfect disguise in fact had given himself away easily. A large quantity of data regarding field vegetation had been stored in the control chip of the electric whip-teethed vipers and shrieking bats, which allowed them to roughly analyze whether a certain environment was natural or man-made. Although the result may not be very accurate, they could always perform more thorough searches on the suspicious areas. In this case, the different temperatures between the Sword Torrent Battlesuit and its surroundings were detected immediately. By their acoustic waves, the shrieking bats sensed that a giant metal object was using the waterlogged cave as a shelter, too. Within the next 0.1 seconds, the information that the beast puppets had gathered was transmitted to the vicious bee-armed shuttles. After another 0.1 seconds, The information had been delivered to the cockpit of the crystal warship. Ning Feng immediately issued a command. 12 flying swords darted out from 4 vicious bee-armed shuttles at the waterlogged cave. The Tai lightning railguns, which had been long prepared, were activated too. One lightning ball after another thrashed the cave magnificently. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 earth-shaking ordnance penetrators, driven by the power rune arrays, drilled into the cave at an amazingly high speed with colorful brightness behind them. When Ning Feng was quiet, the world was peaceful. But when Ning Feng took action, the world seemed to be overturned. It was not until this moment that Sha Yuqing realized he had made an unforgivable mistake. The cave that he'd been hiding in only had one entrance. It was a dead end inside. So, he could do nothing but roar and rush out against the lightning balls and the earth-shaking ordnance penetrators. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of flying swords were summoned out. They spun around his body and wove a tight sword net. Together with the spiritual shield, his defense ability was brought to maximum and shattered the 12 incoming, hostile flying swords into pieces. Then he charged at where the vicious bee-armed shuttles and beast puppets were densest. Sha Yuqing was hoping that he could march into the middle of enemies and use the enemies as his own cover, so that the crystal warship would hesitate to bombard its allies. However, it was like quenching thirst with poison. Once he was engaged with the vicious bee-armed shuttles and the beast puppets, it would be hardly possible to run away from them anyway. Boom! Boom! Lightning balls exploded one after another behind him. The hot air almost pushed him over, who looked like a butterfly in a heavy storm. Boom! Boom! 2 dull noises came from deep under the ground, as if the magma there was bursting out. They were the results of the 2 earth-shaking ordnance penetrators that had exploded deep inside the mountains. Their blast had crushed all the caves and crevices inside the mountain. Z! Z! A weird clattering noise almost scared Sha Yuqing out of wits. He knew that it was the sound when the heaven splitters were being launched. A moment later, an ivory light beam illuminated the dark night and turned it into broad daylight briefly. But the attack was not aiming at the sword torrent battlesuit, but at the other side of the mountain. Sha Yuqing was hardly back to himself when he realized something. A second crystal suit has been discovered. The second crystal suit to be discovered was the Mournful Mist battlesuit. The sword torrent battlesuit was to blame for the Mournful Mist battlesuit's misfortune. As a high-speed stealth crystal suit that was best at disguises, the Mournful Mist battlesuit had chosen an open cave which had 5 entrances in different directions as well as an underground river that was connected to the outside world. The Mournful Mist battlesuit hid deep inside the cave. The stealth ability that it entailed covered up all of the traces and cut off metal and spiritual reactions. Its temperature was lowered to exactly the same degree as the surroundings. Even the electric whip-teethed vipers and the shrieking bats came right front of the crystal suit. They might not be able to notice its existence. However, it was unluckily hiding in the same mountain as the sword torrent battlesuit was. After the 2 earth-shaking ordnance penetrators drilled into the underground and boomed, most of the caves inside the mountain collapsed, including the one that the Mournful Mist battlesuit had been hiding in. Seeing that the stalactites over his head were falling upon him and the cave he'd been hiding in were shaking violently, Feng Kai, Exo of the Mournful Mist battlesuit, had no choice but to open up his spiritual shield for defense. A shrieking bat that happened to be flying outside the cave immediately discovered him. Since there were not many vicious bee-armed shuttles nearby, there was a good chance that the Mournful Mist battlesuit could run away again. Therefore, without any hesitation, Ning Feng had launched the Heaven Splitters. At this moment, the crystal warship had been out for only 2 hours, 31 minutes and 59 seconds. Although it was only 1/10 of what's supposed to a full-strength strike of a nascent soul-stage cultivator, the attack of the Heaven Splitters still caused the entire mountain to tremble. A bright glow rose up to the sky like a volcano eruption. Thousands of sparks danced out of the giant tree of flames and dyed the foggy clouds into rosy dawn. A cage between the sky and the earth with nowhere to run to. Having no other choice, the 2 crystal suits had to do whatever they could. They dashed here and there and prepared for their last moves desperately. The sword torrent battlesuit seemed to be really drowned in a cascade of swords. Countless flying swords were drifting around the crystal suit, weaving a sword net that would mince everything it caught into pieces. The mournful mist battle suit, on the other hand, turned into 10 phantoms, which melted into the air simultaneously and turned into 10 vague waves transmitting to various directions. Ningfeng was not uneasy at all. Like the most skilled fisherman, he did not hurry to draw back the fishing line the moment a fierce fish bit the bait. Instead, he played with the fish slowly and patiently, waiting for his prey to be exhausted at some time. All the vicious bee-armed shuttles flew close to the 2 crystal suits and formed a dragnet that was neither too tight nor too loose. Their main purpose was not to destroy the 2 crystal suits, but to hinder them together with the beast puppets. They would lock onto the 2 crystal suits and limit their space of activity with their attacks. Then, the Tai lightning railguns and earth-shaking ordnance penetrators would finish the 2 of them once and for all. Under the calculation supported by Ningfeng's intimidating computational ability, every firing point on the crystal warship, every vicious bee-armed shuttle, and every beast puppet together constituted a delicate killing machine which crushed towards the 2 crystal suits slowly yet firmly. Bad luck. 2 crystal suits chose the same mountain to hide in and were snatched up by a single blow from the enemy at the same time. Inside the commanding center, cultivators from Star Nebula University looked horrible. Since stealth and disguise were the mournful mist battlesuit specialties, they had had high hopes for its performance and thought that it would at least be able to survive 10 hours. But as it turned out, their crystal suit had been discovered after such a short amount of time. Although the 2 crystal suits were fighting desperately and the mournful mist battlesuit was not entirely exposed yet, the crystal warship had besieged the entire area, with the beast puppets and dozens of vicious bee-armed shuttles obstructing every inch of space inside. Even a breeze wouldn't be able to get through. However skilled the Exos were, it was hardly possible to break out of such an invulnerable blockade. Shangguan, these MP crystal suits were indeed well-crafted. They've survived 3 minutes under the bombardment of the crystal warship without being captured. Honestly, it is already beyond my expectations. Ren Xingbei grinned. It had been less than 3 hours, and 2 crystal suits were already a sure catch. His cheeks finally reddened a little bit. The other officers of the Fifth Fleet were beaming with joy. Without the restriction of military rules, they would have burst out into laughter a long time ago. Shangguan Su's face was as solemn as usual. He remained still as if a statue. Suddenly, a cold brightness shined in his eyes, as he sensed something and turned his head to the few pictures on the left bottom corner of the light beam. The pictures there had been captured by the 10 vicious bee-armed shuttles that had been searching in the southeast area. Abrupt changes were happening in the pictures. In the depth of the forest, a gigantic fireball rose up slowly with ear-splitting noises. All the pictures shivered with the explosion. Twisted streaks appeared on them. Jamming magical equipment, everyone in the commanding center exclaimed. They immediately shifted their attention to this previously unremarkable area. At first, they did not understand why Ningfeng had deployed 10 vicious bee-armed shuttles to search the place. Now, they realized that Ningfeng's instincts were truly astonishing. Jamming magical equipment mostly released special metal powder after it exploded, which would corrupt the control chip of other magical equipment and impair it briefly. All the pictures were full of streaks and flakes. Actions of the vicious bee-armed shuttle and the beast puppets were immediately dragged down. Voila! One of the pictures captured the scene of a black, hideous crystal suit rising up from a muddy pond. The magical equipment that the crystal suit was holding in hand startled everyone. What is that? Taking a deep breath, Liao locked onto a vicious bee-armed shuttle that was charging at him with his burning soul. Its speed, angle, and trace had all been taken into consideration before he calculated the best direction of shooting. 2 crystal cannons had flipped up on his shoulder, ready to fire at any moment. The steel animal in his arms were roaring in a low voice out of bloodthirst. Triple-headed, heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun. It was Liao's self-made magical equipment for remote attacks. 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun was a common long-range attack magical equipment for crystal suits, armed shuttles, and crystal tanks. Heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun was a deadly weapon refined based on the common 6-barrel Vulcan machine guns, but with a wider caliber a longer barrel, and a more advanced and fully upgraded attack rune array. Generally speaking, only heavy crystal suits, siege artilleries, or crystal warships would have the heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun installed. But Liao felt that it was not good enough. He refined 3 heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine guns into one, and then nurtured it repetitively for several months by blood baptism. In the end, he finally crafted this triple-headed heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun which was directly linked with his blood and soul. Remote shooting had always been Liao's weakness. Now, with the furious firepower of the Super Vulcan machine gun, he could make up for his deficiency as much as possible. Boom! 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 After months of blood baptism, the Super Vulcan machine gun was almost part of his body now. With a telepathic thought, 3 lines of bullets darted out from the machine gun and formed a net of destruction together with the ferocious spiritual energy fired from the crystal cannons. The vicious B-armed shuttle never expected that Liao would dare to attack aggressively. Besides, the flight system of the shuttle had been under inference, which limited its dodging ability. Liao had been waiting for the perfect moment to shoot for too long to let it run away so easily. Pa! 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 Bullets and spiritual energy rained upon the spiritual shield of the vicious B-armed shuttle. Under the savage attack of the Super Vulcan machine gun, the spiritual shield of the shuttle broke up half a second later like an eggshell being hit by a giant hammer. The humming sound from the vicious B-armed shuttle was louder than ever. It turned around and tried to run away, only to be bitten by the haunting fiery snake behind. Several anti-gravity rune arrays and power rune arrays were blown to pieces immediately. The shuttle fell into the forest with a long exhaust flame. Many trees inside the forest crumpled. Black smoke billowed everywhere. This was the first vicious B-armed shuttle to be shot down since the beginning of the battle. As a result, Liao was completely exposed and had been locked onto by the enemies. Swoosh! 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 The remaining 9 vicious B-armed shuttles sent out flying swords which turned into dozens of colorful lasers in the pouring storm and charged at him with deafening noises. Liao bit his lips hard. The brilliance inside his eyes was even brighter than the lightning in the sky. The Super Vulcan machine gun roared non-stop. Almost 20 flying swords were blown to pieces before they were able to reach their target. The rest of the flying swords were interfered with by the bullets from the gun and missed their target, booming violently around him and splashing pebbles and mud to dozens of meters high. Liao didn't even bother to look back. He continued on firing like a crazy devil. 9 vicious B-armed shuttles dispersed smartly and drove the beast puppets to surround Liao from the flanks. 2 mystic wolves appeared above the waterfall over Liao's head. 3 electric whip-teethed vipers sneaked close under the soil quietly like earthworms. 2 shrieking bats were fluttering frantically in the sky, unleashing harsh acoustic waves that were meant to distract Liao's attention from his target. Chi! As the mystic wolves and the electric whip-teethed snake lunged at Liao at the same time, they were all caught by weird electric arcs that appeared in the air out of nowhere and shocked into dizziness. Liao had set up a circle of silk landmines. Such magical equipment was a metal thread that was even thinner than hair, which was barely distinguishable when floating in the air under the cover of dark night and raging storm. But with a telepathic thought, it could unleash high-voltage electric current momentarily. Even if it could not wreck the beast puppets instantly, they would still be paralyzed for a very short time. That was enough. Triple-headed heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun firing at fixed targets at a close distance was a complete one-sided slaughter. 1 second later, all of the beast puppets were blown into metal scraps that were smaller than fingernails. Liao put the Vulcan machine gun on his back hurriedly, jumped out and ran away. Hum! Hum! The other 9 vicious B-armed shuttles were too awed by his brutal behavior just now to come close. They hovered above his head and released more flying swords. Dozens of beast puppets flooded in from all directions. Controlling the mystic skeleton battlesuit, Liao performed small-scale dodging movements. After a series of dazzling actions, all the flying swords passed by him without hitting their target. The naturalness made it impossible to tell that it was the cheapest MP crystal suit in the Federation. In complete silence, Everyone in the command center held their breath and watched Liao's show. Ren Xingbei's relieved face was tightened once again. A mystic wolf flashed out from the bushes and charged at Liao while the crystal cannons on its body were firing non-stop. Liao kept the same speed without dodging. His spiritual shield took all the cannon fire, while his battle saber was unsheathed and cut the mystic wolf in half from head to tail. Hiss! Hiss! 2 electric whip-teethed vipers dashed out from darkness and tied his ankles insidiously. Although they were stomped into pieces the moment they were discovered, the high-voltage electric current that they unleashed before their death still decimated the power rune arrays on the legs of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Liao's speed plummeted immediately. The encirclement made up by vicious bee-armed shuttles and beast puppets drew closer and closer. Liao's body suddenly blinked, before it vanished into thin air. 3 mystic wolves rushed to the place where he disappeared, only to discover a hole behind a rock where dense moss had grown. Dozens of beast puppets immediately crammed into the cave and followed the traces of Liao closely. The 9 vicious bee-armed shuttles hovered in the high above, monitoring the changes in the thousands of square meters nearby. In the meantime, the information of the previous combat had been sent to Tide Berserker. The 3rd rabbit's teeth are rather sharp. Ning Feng smiled and triggered his telepathic thought. 2 Tai lightning railguns turned their directions and aimed at southeast. 4 fully charged earth-shaking ordnance penetrators were about to be launched, too. Boom! A big explosion erupted inside the cave that Liao had just entered. Furious flames surged out of the cave and rose up to the sky. Then the ground collapsed. The entrance part of the cave sank. The dozens of beast puppets were not prepared for this. Most of them had been blown to pieces on the spot. The rest of them were paralyzed and deeply buried under the ground. In the command center, one picture after another turned to black. The crystal bombs that Liao had installed in the entrance of the cave had finished a large batch of beast puppets very easily. As for himself, he had gone down a branch inside the cave and reached the other side of the mountain. This underground cave extended to all directions and had 7 exits in total, which was also why Liao had decided to set up traps here. On Tide Berserker, Ning Feng squinted. Dangerous brightness was shining in his eyes. For earth-shaking ordnance penetrators roared and rushed southeast almost at the speed of sound. Although it was at a subsonic speed, the dozens of kilometers of distance in between were still covered swiftly. Sha! 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 The earth-shaking ordnance penetrators revolved rapidly and drilled to the depth of the mountain. The sound of rocks crumbling and drill getting deep reached Liao's ears clearly, which made his head dizzy and his heart beating fast. He didn't expect for Ning Feng's counterattack to be as fast and precise. The routes and angles of the 4 earth-shaking ordnance penetrators had been carefully adjusted, so that they were caging him from all directions. Liao roared and accelerated. He sprinted down the narrow and rugged cave to the closest exit. His crystal suit hit rocks heavily, with sparks dancing non-stop. But Liao had no time to bother with that. Boom! 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 For dull explosions seemed to have taken place in the back of his head. Hot waves flooded in like a tsunami. The caves behind him collapsed one section after another. The blast finally reached and swallowed him. Liao felt as if a top expert in martial arts had kicked him in the back brutally. Despite the double protection from the crystal suit and the mustard suit, he still vomited blood. His spine was in such pain that he felt it had fractured. Ah! Liao's eyes bulged. He opened his mouth to clear his lung in case the blast would damage his inner organs. Finally, before the caves were completely ash, he rushed out of the exit. Poof! A large cluster of dust flowed out together with him. It looked as if the mountain had farted him out. The vicious bee-armed shuttles hovering in the sky immediately discovered him. 9 vicious bee-armed shuttles harassed him at a distance neither too far away nor too close. They sent out their flying swords while they transmitted the image to Tide Berserker. This time, Ning Feng added another 2 Tai lightning railguns. Together with the previous 2, 4 Tai lightning railguns in total were aimed at Liao simultaneously. Although they were dozens of kilometers away from each other, Liao felt that he was tangled by static electricity. His body was numb, His hair was standing up, and his fingernails were emitting cracking noises. Shwa! 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 For lightning balls flashed through the sky after dozens of kilometers and exploded near him one after another, like 4 purple, upside-down bowls that covered the forest, establishing 4 terrible forbidden zones of destruction. Ning Feng truly deserved his title as a formidable warship connoisseur. Although he was dozens of kilometers away, the first salvo he commanded had hit within 100 meters of the target. Liao didn't look at any of it. He brought his speed to maximum and zigzagged in the forest like a black laser. Flying swords, crystal cannons, Tai lightning railguns, all kinds of powerful magical equipment blasted colorful fireballs around him. The mountain was shaking. The forest was burning. Many a time, the cracking lightning balls nearly brushed past him. The scorching fireballs even covered him several times. But still, Liao waved his battle saber and slashed the fireballs into halves, treading a path of blood and fire. The gripping hunting and escaping silenced the entire command center. Cold sweat was appearing on everyone's forehead. Their eyes were stinging, but they were too focused to blink. At this moment, many people finally realized that Liao's victory in the flying crystal race half a month ago was not entirely based on luck, and that the mystic skeleton battlesuit was indeed a strong crystal suit that was reliable, trustworthy, and field-tested. Shangguan, is the exo of this crystal suit really a refinement stage cultivator? You didn't ask an ace exo in the building foundation stage to wear it, did you? Ren Xingbei frowned and glared at Shangguan-su. Shangguan-su's face remained unchanged. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea nice and easily. But Liao was not as comfortable as he seemed to be. If there were only the 9 vicious bee-armed shuttles chasing him, he would be confident enough to fly into the sky and blow them up one by one. However, the haunting Tai lightning railguns were his biggest threat. If they shot him precisely, the spiritual shield of the mystic skeleton battlesuit would be shattered immediately. His overall combat ability would be undermined by at least 30%. Moreover, inching ever closer, the Heaven Splitters would be fully charged after 10 minutes or so and ready to be launched once again. Liao knew that the Heaven Splitters had 2 attack modes. One of the 2 modes was to focus the spiritual energy on one point and pierce it. The other mode was suppressive fire. The spiritual energy would cover an area of around 1 square kilometers and demolish everything inside. If he could not get rid of his pursuers before the Heaven Splitters were fully charged, he would be screwed. Liao roared and accelerated to the peak of a mountain. 9 vicious bee-armed shuttles followed him closely. Lightning balls drilled into the ground behind him and exploded where his feet had been just a moment ago, making him feel that he was driving a boat on a savaging sea. Finally, Liao arrived at the peak of the mountain. In the front was a giant waterfall that was thousands of meters high. The dragon-like waterfall was brushing the rocks below with ear-splitting noises that were even louder than the thunders in the sky. Crack! A soul-stirring lighting dashed down from the sky. Over the cliff, dozens of black balls floating on the water suddenly exploded, releasing black fog as thick as glue which covered the hundreds of meters of area nearby. It's the black venom smoke. The vicious bee-armed shuttles pulled themselves up hurriedly. Black venom smoke grenade was a kind of magical equipment similar to ordinary smoke grenades, only much more dangerous and unpredictable. Not only would its smoke last much longer, it would corrupt other magical equipment to some extent too. Liao had selected this waterfall as part of his escape route long time ago. He had buried a lot of black venom smoke grenades here. Shwa! While the vision of the vicious bee-armed shuttles was blocked by the black venom smoke, Liao jumped off the cliff down to the turbulent river hundreds of meters below him. When the 9 vicious bee-armed shuttles finally broke out of the interferences of the black venom smoke, they no longer had visual on Liao. Ding! 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 The 9 vicious bee-armed shuttles immediately activated all the probe magical equipment on board. Soon, they discovered that deep down in the river almost 1,000 meters away, a metal object whose temperature was slightly higher than the river's temperature was sneaking forward at a high speed. The river was the trunk stream of the water system in the southeast corner of the battle zone. A few hundred meters ahead, there would be countless tributaries leading to various directions. On Tide Berserker, Ning Feng's face couldn't look more awful. Two hooks seemed to be flying out of his eyes to dozens of kilometers away and snatching up Liao from the depth of the river. Although he was a warship connoisseur, his computational ability was still limited. Just now, he focused much of his attention on controlling Tai lightning railguns and earth-shaking ordnance penetrators to attack Liao. Therefore, the pressure that he imposed on the Mournful Mist battlesuit and the Sword Torrent battlesuit was somewhat undermined. As a result, the two close-at-hand rabbits which had been surrounded a long time ago were still jumping naughtily, which seemed to be mocking him. Ning Feng immediately made up his mind. Fourth Vicious Bee Squad, continue searching the water system in the southeast corner and try to locate him. Remember not to come too close. The enemy has certain counterattack abilities. Don't let him shoot down a second armed shuttle. The pilot of the Vicious Bee armed shuttle that was down is not injured. Repair the vehicle immediately. Stand by if you cannot bring the damaged armed shuttle back to the sky. We have no further hands to spare at present. 7th Vicious Bee Squad, go to the southeast water system, too. Search every river and every stream. Remember, temperature and metal reaction can be disguised. Don't worry about the consumption of crystals. Use large-scale continuous reconnaissance by firing to drive him out of wherever the hell he's hiding right now. Other Vicious Bee Squads, follow me. Let's stick together and take down these two rabbits first. 4th Squad, copy that. 7th Squad, understood. The 9 Vicious Bee armed shuttles hovered in the sky for a moment, before they locked onto the blinking light spot on their probe magical equipment and chased after it. 5 minutes after they left, voila! A wet crystal suit crawled out of the raving waterfall. It was Liao. The moment he jumped off the waterfall, he forced himself back into the waterfall with a small-scale movement, grabbed the slippery stone behind the waterfall with all his 4 limbs, and turned off all the power rune arrays on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. If he were another Exo, it would have been impossible to resist the furious sweeping of the waterfall without the support of his crystal suit. Only a monster of such colossal strength as Liao with steel-like muscles and bones could grit his teeth through the pressure. Then he activated a piece of magical equipment that he had hidden previously below the waterfall. There was nothing special about this particular magical equipment. There were a few power rune arrays on it which could drive it anywhere under Liao's control. It had weak metal and temperature reactions too. It was some sort of shabby shadow for himself. He had refined several such shadows to be his secret weapons for his escape. This shadow, for example, had at least bought him an hour of time. However, he didn't intend to run away in the next hour. The reason why he set up so many fancy, delicate traps and exposed himself to the heavy bombardment from the crystal warship, whose Tai lightning railguns nearly gave him an electrocution, was not to hide in some gloomy corner trembling in anxiety. His natural instinct was to hunt, to attack. Liao smiled and licked the blood on his lips. Then he climbed up the waterfall and entered into the stealth mode before he marched back toward the forest where he had been hiding in the beginning. The Vicious Bee armed shuttle that he'd shot down had performed an emergency landing over there. 5 minutes later, Liao retrieved his floating supplier from the pond where he had been hiding in the beginning. Dense black smoke was flowing out of the Vicious Bee armed shuttle that he had shot down previously hundreds of meters away, which was as plain as daylight although the night was deep and dark. Liao held his breath and sneaked closer. His crystal camera with a super high resolution penetrated through bushes and branches and locked onto the burning hot shuttle without any trouble. There was also a human-shaped object working on the shuttle busily. It seemed that he was the pilot of the armed shuttle who was doing the maintenance job. Liao was very confident in his attack. He was certain that the power system of the Vicious Bee armed shuttle must have been blown to pieces. It would be hardly possible to repair the vehicle without brand new components as replacement. Liao opened his palms. A spider-like beast puppet crawled amongst the grass towards the pilot quietly. Inside the body of the spider, there was a reservoir in which powerful anesthetic was stored. By shooting it with high pressure, it could narcotize a target 3 to 5 meters away without skin contact with the victim. A moment later, Liao heard a dull grunt inside the forest. The pilot of the armed shuttle had fallen over. Liao whistled. He dashed among tree branches like a creamy monkey until he reached the shuttle. He opened the floating supplier and took out all kinds of brilliantly shining magical equipment and maintenance tools, ready to make it big. However, he heard a feeble moan nearby. The pilot of the armed shuttle, who seemed to be a lieutenant judging from his uniform, must be a cultivator, too. The powerful anesthetic that could put down an elephant only kept him asleep for half a minute. Liao raised his eyebrow. He took out a metal ring and put it on the neck of the lieutenant. With a cracking sound, the metal ring locked up. The lieutenant groaned. His limbs were out of his control, as if he had been paralyzed. But his eyes were glaring at Liao, from which confusion and fury were beaming out. This was the latest restraint magical equipment. By unleashing special bioelectricity, it could stimulate the central nervous system directly and lock the movements of the victim's limbs. Only the body parts above the victim's neck were free. It was terrifically useful for cultivators below the building foundation stage. Liao took out a metal scrap and pinned it on the Adam's apple of the lieutenant. Then he said coldly, "Although this is only a sham battle, I don't intend to show you any mercy. I have 1,000 ways to let you taste the most bitter pain in the world without leaving any injury or sequela to your body. Repeat after me if you don't want to suffer." Shuttle 405 reporting. Number 2, Number 5, and Number 7 anti-gravity rune arrays and the main power system are seriously damaged. The efficiency of spiritual energy transformation is on a continuous fall. The crystals are running out. Further flight or combat is not affordable. Requesting to return for full maintenance. Read now. The lieutenant was dazed for a moment. His eyeballs rolled crazily as he put on an extremely shocked expression. A moment later, he realized the situation he was in. His eyes were firm again. Then he gnashed his teeth and snarled, "Don't even think about it. Whatever you are planning to do, I will not cooperate." Liao sneered, "Don't presume that I will not do anything to you because this is a sham battle." The lieutenant laughed aloud. "Whether this is a sham battle or a real one, I am always ready to be sacrificed as a soldier of the Federal Army. Even if I were to fall into hands of demon beasts and about to torn into pieces, I would not be pushed around. You want to torture me? Then come on. I'll show you what a true soldier should look like. However, I suggest you hurry up. I'm not aware what tricks you've implemented to get rid of our men, but it won't be long before they realize what is actually going on. You want to waste your time on me? Very good. I'm always here." Liao stared at the lieutenant. Although the lieutenant was only a cultivator at the beginning of the refinement stage who had been confined by magical equipment, he stared back without any fear. Liao suddenly smiled. He took the metal scrap off the Adam's apple of the lieutenant and pinned it on his own. "That's very brave of you," Liao said. "Not so smart, though." The lieutenant was shocked. The one standing in front of him was talking in a tone and rhythm that were very similar to his. "This is Sound Simulator, latest magical equipment that was displayed on the Magical Equipment Exposition. It was still in the experimental phase, but I thought it was interesting and pulled some strings to get one. As long as it collects enough sound information, it can simulate everyone's voice. So, really, you shouldn't have talked so much." With the help of the sound simulator, Liao talked in the voice of the lieutenant. As the conversation proceeded, Liao's voice became more and more like the lieutenant's, until they were completely undistinguishable in the end. Liao patted the lieutenant's shoulder. Then he walked to the Vicious Bee armed shuttle. He paced around the shuttle, watching its shell which was riddled with holes and the power system which was burning in intense flames. He was deep in thought. The lieutenant was dazed for a long time, before he finally came back to himself and burst out in laughter. "Suppose you can simulate my voice, so what? This Vicious Bee armed shuttle was shot down by yourself. The power system has been mostly wrecked. It won't fly again without suitable replacements." "Correct." Liao put on a maintenance glove on his left hand, while the dagger as thin as a feather danced in his right hand. He picked up a huge amount of armed shuttle components from the floating supplier, including 4 small jet engine units. Taking a deep breath, Liao's brain was fully activated. His computational ability was brought to maximum. his soul entered the mysterious world of refining. In his vision, the shattered Vicious Bee armed shuttle was dismantled into the most fundamental components, which were spinning slowly under the night sky and gradually melted with the components that he brought. Half a minute later, dazzling brightness shined in Liao's eyes. His hands turned into a cluster of gray mist. After several screeches of metal, the armed shuttle was completely pulled to pieces. The repair of the power system and the anti-gravity rune arrays was not complicated. The real problem was how to fit himself into the cockpit of the Vicious Bee armed shuttle. The space of the cockpit of the armed shuttle was quite limited, which had already been replete with all kinds of magical equipment and operation panels. There was no way that he could cram in while he was wearing the crystal suit. Of course, he could place the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit in the roomy cabin, which was in the middle part of the Vicious Bee armed shuttle. The place was supposed to store 5 beast puppets, so it was more than enough to put one crystal suit inside. However, without the enhancement of the crystal suit, his reactions would be much slower. If the opponents were to suddenly attack him, there would be a good chance that he would have no time to put on the crystal suit. Liao had to consider the possibility that he might be found out halfway through his plan. So, he concentrated his attention on modifying the shuttle. At first, he quickly repaired 2 anti-gravity rune arrays, embedded new power units to the shuttle, and reconstructed the transmission tubes of spiritual energy. Then, he expanded the cockpit by ripping off the shell on 2 sides and tearing away the pilot's seat. Finally, he was able to enter the cockpit in his crystal suit. But, as a result, the center of gravity of the shuttle had been changed, because the front end of the shuttle was apparently too heavy with his crystal suit. However, there was no time for Liao to readjust the center of gravity now. He was preparing to make up for that with his professional skills. The Vicious Bee armed shuttle after full modification looked a little bit different from a real one. However, during the night of such a heavy storm, with most of the enemy's attention focused on the escaping crystal suits, they would barely notice the somewhat weird outlook of a friendly armed shuttle, right? The lieutenant was truly dumbfounded by Liao's astonishing maintenance skills. He had never seen anyone who could repair such a seriously damaged Vicious Bee armed shuttle within half an hour, let alone the modification of the cockpit afterward. When he noticed that there were so many armed shuttle components, even some power units, inside Liao's floating supplier, his firm eyes were suddenly put in a trance. The deepest dread flowed out from his heart and reached every corner of his body. He realized that this was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. Before the battle had taken place, his opponent had decided that he would shoot down a Vicious Bee armed shuttle, repair it, and drive it into the crystal warship in disguise. What are you planning to do?" the lieutenant stammered. "What am I planning to do?" Liao waved his swollen, chapped hands where hot air was still rising up and said casually, "To capture a crystal warship, of course." At 4:47 a.m., the darkest moment before dawn, Ning Feng's face was tranquil as ever on board the Tide Berserker, but his heart was truly relieved. The toughness of the MP crystal suits was beyond his expectation. Not only did the crystal suit hiding in the southeast water system launch an amazing counterattack, the 2 crystal suits that he had locked onto since the very beginning, knowing there was no way that they could get away, fought back desperately with amazing abilities too, which cost him almost 100 beast puppets and 5 Vicious Bee armed shuttles. However, everything was finally back on track now. 3 minutes ago, the mournful mist battlesuit was hit by the heaven splitters in the front. The command center had determined it to be exploded. As for the sword torrent battlesuit, after it used up all the flying swords and shot down 3 Vicious Bee armed shuttles, he was able to capture it alive. It had been less than 4 hours since his arrival, and 2 crystal suits were already suppressed by him. Very soon, the weather would be clear again. The detection mystic rays would perform at full strength. Even an ant would not be able to get away from their searching. 405 has tried to repair 3 power rune arrays. But there's still something wrong with the anti-gravity rune arrays and the main power system. Spiritual energy is leaking. Crystals are running out, requesting to return for major maintenance. Right then, the captain of the 4th Vicious Bee Squad sent out a request. There were 2 fully equipped workshops on the Tide Berserker designed for the maintenance of armed shuttles and beast puppets. Many damaged, vicious armed shuttles in the previous fights had flown back to the crystal warship with black smoke trailing behind them. Therefore, the request did not even go to Captain Ningfeng. It was passed by the vice-captain who was in charge of the squad teams. Home return granted. 405. Please enter the mothership through the 6th deck. The thunderstorm that had been raging throughout the entire night finally came to an end. The heavily pouring rain became intermittent. 2 crystal suits were tied up from head to toe by electromagnetic shackles and sucked into the crystal warship by anti-gravity, mystical lights. The sun was about to rise. There were cheers all over the warship. The nerves of all the solders on board, which had been tightened all night, were finally relieved a little bit before dawn. Right then, a ragged, vicious, armed shuttle flew towards Tide Berserker staggeringly. It seemed that the shuttle had just passed a thick, floating stone belt. Its shell was full of hollows and bumps, as well as all kinds of holes which couldn't look more terrible. There was intense black smoke wafting up from its body. Its exhaust flame was extremely pale. While it was flying, cracking sounds were echoing non-stop. Now and then, a power rune array or an anti-gravity rune array seemed to explode, unleashing colorful sparks. The speed of the shuttle was extremely low, like an old man who had 1 foot in the grave. It seemed that, if the shuttle sped up a little bit, it would break up in midair at any time. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. It finally came close to the crystal warship and reached the spiritual shield of the crystal warship. Beep! It passed the authentication of the IFFS-1. The spiritual shield did not block the shuttle, nor did it attack the shuttle. But in the cockpit of Tide Berserker, Ningfeng, who was soaking in crimson liquid, suddenly felt such an intense palpitation that his heart seemed to be being pricked by needles. He felt that a flying sword out of nowhere had pierced into his heart. Not good. Ningfeng lost his tranquility. His instincts told him that something must be wrong. This instinct was based on more than 10 years of experience in bloody, slaughterhouse-like battlefields, as well as his natural gift. Back when he first entered the battle zone, he'd had a fuzzy, strange feeling. That was why he released 10 vicious, armed shuttles to search the area even though there was nothing suspicious in his sight. But right now, the feeling of danger was hundreds of times more intense. Someone wants to kill me. Inside the capsule where Ningfeng was lying, countless bubbles popped up from the red liquid. His head was burningly hot. Every brain cell was overloading. Thousands of pictures unfolded in front of his eyes simultaneously, as he was searching for any anomaly on and around the crystal warship. Crack! Right then, a lightning that resembled a raging dragon tore the sky apart, illuminating the night as if it were daylight. It was probably the swan song of the dying thunderstorm. Illuminated by the lightning, Shuttle 405, which was flying slowly towards the crystal warship concealed in dirty smoke, seemed to have grown scales and claws in Ningfeng's vision. For a moment, Ningfeng's heart was as cold as a hard rock. Veins were bulging from his temples to his entire face. There was no time for him to inform the soldiers on board. With an expansion of his soul, his telepathic thoughts reached every corner of the warship and took over all the weapon and alarm systems temporarily. Then he cut into the communication network and bellowed, "405, this is 001. Stop where you are and stand by. Wait to be towed back. Everyone on board, change your IFFS from automatic mode to manual mode and lock onto 405. I repeat, lock onto 405. All vicious armed shuttles. Surround 405 right now and prepare to attack. Close the 6th deck immediately. Activate the barriers and lock it up." The series of commands brought the anxious atmosphere on Tide Berserker to a new height. After half a second of dead silence, all soldiers started carrying out the orders crazily. However, Shuttle 405, after a tiny bump, burst out even more exhaust flame. It accelerated instead of slowing down and drew closer to the crystal warship. 405 failed to halt. Number 2 power units have exploded. Impossible to slow down. Requesting to be picked up by barricade net and towed back. A voice that was familiar to everyone came from the communicate channel. Ningfeng smiled and said, "405, please Please maintain your current trajectory. Barricade net is to be released in 2.7 seconds. Before he finished his sentence, his telepathic thought had cut in the control chip of 2 TIE lightning railguns and fired. 2 electromagnetic lightning balls were thrusted at Shuttle 405. Everyone on board, aim at 405 and fire. For a moment, Tide Berserker seemed to turn into a hedgehog with lights and flames as its thorns. Countless lights, flames, and lasers twisted into blossoming flowers which transformed the dark night sky before dawn as bright as midday. The sudden change raised a round of exclamations in the commanding center. Shangguan Su and Ren Xingbei, as 2 seasoned warriors, seemed to have realized something. Their faces were more solemn than ever, if not somewhat angry. Other officers were still deep in thought, pondering the reason. The cultivators were even more baffled by the situation. Why would Ning Feng attack a friendly armed shuttle which was already on the verge of destruction so furiously? But the next second, their bafflement was replaced by bewilderment. All the light beams displayed the same incredible scene. Exhaust flames that were 10 times brighter than common Vicious Bee armed shuttles burst out from Shuttle 405, which had been more dead than alive a moment ago at the same time with Ning Feng's command. The speed and agility of the vehicle were 10 times higher than before, too. TIE lightning railguns, crystal cannons, flying swords, all together constituted an impenetrable dragnet. But the Vicious Bee armed shuttle seemed to have turned into a water droplet which was zigzagging skillfully in the gaps of the net and dashing forward. The unimaginable sharp turns and weird routes made everyone have the same illusion. It was not a fat, clumsy Vicious Bee armed shuttle flying in front of their eyes, but a super shuttle which had been born for the purpose of breaking the speed limit. Who's flying the shuttle? Everybody in the commanding center was looking at each other in astonishment, realizing that an abrupt change had taken place. Starting from this moment, the sham battle veered off the preset track to a new direction that none of them had anticipated. Who? On Shuttle 405, despite the double protection from the crystal suit and the mustard suit, Liao's face was still utterly twisted. The movements beyond the limits of the shuttle and human body had imposed more than 50 times gravity on him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was suffering from hallucinations. He wanted to scream in joy, but what came out of his mouth was only a heavy breath. Every drop of his blood was boiling. Every cell was shouting. All his hair turned into soft feathers. He seemed to have turned into a burning phoenix. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of flying swords brushed past the shuttle. The aura of the swords ripped more holes on the shuttle, which was already riddled with holes. Boom! Crack! One electromagnetic lightning ball after another exploded nearby. Although they did not hit him directly, the purple electric arcs still squeezed into the cockpit and pierced into his body through the gaps on the crystal suit, making him grimace in pain. But his soul was like a fire that had oil added on. He was more excited than ever. We can do this. We can definitely reach our destination, Liao roared. His hands turned into a gray blur as he smashed the operation panels of the armed shuttle and performed dazzling, high-speed dodging movements one after another. Crack, crack, crack. The Vicious Bee armed shuttle was not born for speed. Although it had been modified by him, the continuous extreme movements were still too much for it. The noises of fatigue crack were ringing non-stop like the moans of skeletons. It was the omen that the shuttle was going to break up in the sky. Another 4 TIE lightning railguns that had been silent previously now locked onto him and fired at the same time. 4 electromagnetic lightning balls collided with each other and burst out into a splendid lightning storm which blocked the space in front of the shuttle. Come on! Liao's eyes were entirely occupied by the lightning storm. 2 intense waves surged out simultaneously from the soul condensing pendant and the deepest depths of his brain, which flowed all over his body through his veins and nerves, interweaving, before they protruded from his back where they formed 2 bright gold wings ferociously flapping in the sky. Boom! The Vicious Bee armed shuttle crashed into the lightning storm and exploded, turning into a blossoming lotus of blood and fire. In the middle of the lotus, an intimidating figure jumped out like a phoenix that had just been reborn. Brilliant flames of spiritual energy were dancing around Liao. Under the enhancement of the crystal suit, they were 10 times more dazzling than usual. The two bright gold wings that were almost 10 meters long made him look like a mighty god who had come to Earth. Break now! His batter saber was surrounded by furious spiritual energy, too, which extended the brightness of his saber to more than 5 meters away. He activated the thunderous tornado saber art to maximum as he pushed himself forward. 2 hurricanes seemed to have crashed. The lightning storm was ripped open. Swoosh! The mystic skeleton battlesuit accelerated suddenly through the lightning storm and was arriving at the crystal warship. Another 3 electromagnetic lightning balls were coming at him in a triangle. More Tai lightning railguns and crystal cannons were readjusting their angles quickly to lock onto him again. Dozens of vicious be-armed shuttles were all flying at him without fear, as if they were ready to perish together with him. The incoming savage attacks turned into a series of data and lines inside Liao's brain. Since the crystal suit was far more agile than the armed shuttle, he was 70% sure that he could avoid the 3 lighting balls in the lead. However, the consistency of his sprint would be interrupted. More Tai lightning railguns and flying swords would be able to lock onto him again. The second wave of attack would be too dense for him to come close to the crystal warship ever again. Victory or failure shall be decided now. Mystic skeleton battlesuit. Keep it up! Liao gritted his teeth. The soul-condensing pendant seemed to be melting into his flesh and blood like liquid metal. Feeling the cheers of countless professors and senior brothers, Liao's soul expanded to maximum. The bright gold wings folded in around him and covered his body. His spiritual shield was also brought to maximum. He was going to take the blow from the 3 electromagnetic lightning balls. Ka! 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 Before the 3 electromagnetic lightning balls reached their destination, the mystic skeleton battlesuit suddenly started revolving and turned into a crazy drill, crawling through the tiny gap between them. Boom! Crack! 3 electromagnetic lightning balls passed by Liao without hitting him, and then exploded almost 100 meters away behind him. The electric arcs spluttered like gold snakes and caught up with him quickly, tearing his spiritual shield into pieces. The mystic skeleton battlesuit was tied by 10,000 vipers made of electric arcs. Every rune array on the suit was cracking. Black smoke was popping up from every gap of the suit. But it was still sprinting. There were only 200 meters away from the 6th deck now. Liao had entered into the blind side of the Tai lightning railguns. More than 10 electromagnetic lightning balls exploded far away from Liao. But the raging electric arcs were not able to catch him anymore. The flying swords and crystal cannons were the only weapons that could hit him now. But for Liao and the mystic skeleton battlesuit, they were too sturdy to be blocked by such insignificant attacks, not even for several seconds. The gate on the 6th deck closed. The barriers on the entrance were fully activated. CA. 2 crystal cannons flipped up on Liao's shoulders, ready to attack. The triple-headed heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun had been picked up and aimed at the gate, which was locked up. Break now! Break now! Break now! Crimson, azure, and emerald bullets were shooting out in 3 lines from the Vulcan machine gun. They were the bullets that Liao had specially chosen to dig open the solid shell of a crystal warship. The crimson line was the flame bullets. Special explosion rune arrays had been carved on the bullets. Unstable fiery crystals were stored inside the bullets. The azure line was the frost bullets, which had frost rune arrays on the surface and liquid crystals of an extremely low temperature inside them. Once they hit anything, they would freeze everything nearby, including the air. One of them was scorching while the other was frigid. When the 2 kinds of bullets hit the same point, even the most tensile metal would be as weak as glass because of thermal expansion and contraction. The emerald line was corrosive bullets. High-intensity corrosive liquid, which was synthesized by simulating the subtle constituents of the body liquid of 5 different demon beasts, had been stored inside the bullets. The moment such bullets hit their target, the corrosive liquid would be transformed into supercorrosive mist by the pulverization rune arrays on the surface of the bullets and corrupt the target from outside to inside. Under the savage of the 3 different kinds of bullets, The defense rune arrays outside the sixth gate were immediately devastated. The gate itself, although half a meter thick, was brimming with holes and full of rust now. Then, two man-made suns rose up from Liao's shoulders, whose glaring brilliance swallowed the mystic skeleton battlesuit entirely. After two ear-splitting noises, the brilliance spurted out, blowing the gate which had already been on the verge of destruction into pieces mercilessly. These were not ordinary crystal cannon attacks, but two critical strikes that were based on the furious spiritual energy from the crystal reactor which had been accumulating for a long time. The two attacks consumed almost half of the spiritual energy contained in the crystal reactor. Because of the overloading of spiritual energy, the two crystal cannons dangled from his shoulders like oversoaked, swollen noodles after firing for only one time. The shoulders of the mystic skeleton battlesuit were torn to pieces because of the counterforce. Liao even felt like his arms had been ripped off too. But, luckily, the sixth deck was finally open now. Liao roared and tossed away the crystal cannons on his shoulders and the Vulcan machine gun. He dashed forward with nothing but a battle saber at the top of his speed into Tide Berserker. The sixth deck was in chaos. Most of the Vicious Bee arm shuttles had been sent out. There were only 4 inside the sixth cabin. 2 of them had been damaged in previous combat and were waiting to be repaired. Besides, the space inside the cabin was very limited, which was not suitable for Vicious Bee arm shuttles to act. The 2 intact Vicious Bee arm shuttles released their beast puppets hurriedly and tried to take off. But one of the pilots was so anxious that his shuttle hit the ceiling before crashing into the other shuttle. The 2 shuttles fell to the ground uncontrollably. The soldiers near the deck all picked up their storm bolters and resisted in vain. Most of the soldiers were ordinary people. Several officers were cultivators, but only at the beginning phase of the refinement stage. Right now, Liao was close to the peak of the refinement stage. With the enhancement of the crystal suit, he could fight a building foundation stage cultivator face-to-face. Now that he had infiltrated the warship, he was like a hungry tiger in a sheep farm. The Marines on board were no match for him at all. Chi! Chi! The moment Liao got aboard on the sixth deck, he released the last few black venom smoke grenades he had. A few seconds later, the entire deck was enveloped by dark fog. Inside the dark fog, which was too thick for anyone to see anything, moans of soldiers, screams of beast puppets, and clattering noise of spiritual shields echoed non-stop. 5 minutes later, the dark fog dispersed. The place was in an utter mess, but Liao had vanished. The commanding center was filled with dead silence, like a graveyard in the cold winter when the bodies of both the living and the dead had been frozen. Before the beginning of the sham battle, everybody had thought that the theme of the sham battle was hide and seek. Strong as the Tiger King battlesuit may be, it would still have to flee like a mouse into the wilderness under the threat of the Heaven Splitters and 12 Tai lightning railguns. Some had guessed that Liao might do some crazy things. Since he was adept at jungle hunting and guerrilla warfare, he might set up a few traps inside the forest, circle around with the hunter and destroy dozens of Vicious Bee armed shuttles and hundreds of beast puppets. This was the best that anyone could imagine. Even Yuan Manchio had never expected that Liao would be so bold as to hijack a Vicious Bee armed shuttle and pierce into the crystal warship with it. The guy is too crazy. How can a Vicious Bee armed shuttle be so agile? It is even more agile than a super shuttle. The performance of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is indeed impressive. After so many attacks, including explosions of 3 electromagnetic lightning balls only 100 meters away, it was still functioning normally without being torn to pieces by the blast. Whispers gathered and grew louder and louder, until everyone in the commanding center was shouting at each other in disbelief. In the heated discussion, Shangguan Su glanced at his old friend unemotionally. This is not included in the plan of the sham battle. If the battle goes on, the crystal warship might be seriously damaged. Shall we aboard it? Ren Xingbei turned his neck aside slowly, as if it had been rusted. Brightness was beaming out of his eyes like bullets, as he said, one word after another. No, I believe in Ningfeng. However, Shangguan, where did you find such a monster? Inside the cockpit of Tide Berserker, Ningfeng's eyes were not sloppy like a drunk cat anymore but bulging wider than anyone else on his warship. His brow was furrowed so much that a third eye seemed to be gazing at the front. The drunk cat had turned into a ferocious tiger. Don't presume that you can turn the crystal warship upside down even if you're inside it right now. This is my territory, where I am the king. The biggest weakness of crystal warships had always been the astonishingly weak internal defense. Once a strong enemy breached its strong exterior, they would be in a passive position. It was also the reason why the military had been reluctant to send crystal warships into the dark desolate domain and fight the strong demons at a closer distance. However, as one of the best captains of the Fifth Fleet, Ningfeng had long prepared contingency plans for hostile infiltration. There was an assault team of 300 soldiers on Tide Berserker, including 20 battle-type cultivators armed with powerful melee magical equipment. Usually, they would be sent out for airborne operations and assault tasks. In the case of an emergence, they would be deployed to defend the warship. Such an assault team may not be enough to stop a cultivator at the high level of the refinement stage who was wearing a crystal suit. But together with 100 electric whip-teethed vipers, there would be no risk at all. Taking the blow of the attacks of Tai lightning railguns and so many flying swords, your spiritual shield has already broken completely. Your crystal suit itself must have been seriously damaged, too, which means your combat ability is at a low point right now. You are biting the bullet and running out of your momentum. This is my warship. Crystal cameras and probe magical equipment are everywhere. Wherever you're hiding right now, you will be discovered by me in no time. With so many soldiers and beast puppets, you will be flattened to death if they each step on you once. Countless thoughts were swirling in Ningfeng's brain. One order after another was issued neatly and systematically. The assault team and the beast puppets gathered in the middle of the warship. All the crystal cameras and probe magical equipment were scanning every pathway nonstop. But half a minute later, Ningfeng still failed to detect the crystal suit. He must have snuck into the ventilating ducts or the maintenance ducts, since the gargantuan crystal warship had been designed to be engaged in complicated environments where venomous or corrosive mist might be prevailing. A closed structure had been employed in most of the crystal warships with an advanced air circulation system made of sophisticated ventilation ducts, which enabled them to fight in the exosphere. Although crystal cameras had been installed to such ducts, too, the number of them was much smaller than outside. They were not enough to monitor every corner inside ducts. Besides, to maneuver such a large crystal warship, thousands of spiritual energy tubes were scattered on the crystal warship. For the sake of easier maintenance and heat dissipation, the diameters of these tubes were often larger than 2 meters. Few cameras could cover them as well. Where is he going? Ningfeng's head was very clear. The strength of Tide Berserker depended on the Heaven Splitters and the Tai lightning railguns. There were not many strong experts among the Marines. The only building foundation cultivator on board was himself. But he was an admin-type cultivator who was not good at combat. It would be difficult for him to beat an experienced battle-type cultivator at the peak of the refinement stage. Faced with such a formidable enemy, 3 to 5 low-level refinement stage cultivators would be committing suicide if they were to challenge him. Ningfeng would not divide his forces and let them be crushed by Liao one by one. The assault team and beast puppets had to stick together and suppress the enemy with an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Purpose? What is the purpose of this guy? With nothing but a ragged crystal suit and a broken saber, how can he destroy such a giant crystal warship? Cold sweat was appearing on Ningfeng's forehead. The cunningness of the intruder was beyond his expectation. He knew that the intruder must have made a deadly plan, and he only had one chance to send the assault team and beast puppets to the right place to stop him. The information on the intruder, which he skimmed over the previous afternoon, popped up in Ningfeng's brain. Vulture Liao grew up in the most dangerous magical equipment graveyard, cruel and brutal, adept at stealth, ambushing, and assassination. Also an excellent refiner who has been particularly interested in explosive magical equipment and interlinked bombing traps. In the Devil Flood Dragon Island with the decapitation strategy in the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, he gathered 10 Hellfire Lightnings and In the refiner's registration examination, in the flying crystal race of the magical equipment exposition not long ago, he feigned his self-destruction. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew what this fanatic bomber wanted to do now. Vulture Liao, you want to sneak into the cockpit and play the decapitation move on me, don't you? Then come on and try. With a telepathic thought, 10 electric whip-teeth vipers crawled into the ventilation ducts and maintenance ducts between the 6th deck and the cockpit. In the meantime, the perception range of the probe magical equipment near the cockpit was heightened to their maximum. Such probe magical equipment was supposed to monitor whether or not the crystal warship was functioning normally. Although it could not transmit image signals, it could monitor subtle temperature changes and special waves from metal objects very precisely. No more than half a minute later, Ning Feng discovered that a metal object whose temperature was slightly higher than the surroundings was moving fast in the ventilation duct from the 6th deck to the cockpit. Gotcha! Ning Feng sniffed. He was going to summon the assault team to besiege the ventilation duct, when he had a palpitation and his instincts alarmed him one more time. The intruder seemed to have exposed himself too easily. Considering that the enemy had gone through all the trouble sneaking into the warship, there was no reason why he wouldn't cover the basic heat contrast and metal reaction. Such a straightforward plan was like he was purposefully revealing himself. Pondering for a moment, Ning Feng's telepathic thoughts flooded to the back of the warship, where he activated the alarm system around the engine compartment to maximum. Soon, he discovered another metal object which was moving at a high speed with a temperature slightly higher than the environment in the maintenance duct in the rear of the warship. Is his target the engine compartment? The engine compartment provides spiritual energy for all the power rune arrays and anti-gravity rune arrays on Tide Berserker. A lot of crystals are stored inside. In light of the style of this fanatic bomber, he might be selling me a dummy. It appears like he is sneaking to the cockpit for a decapitation operation, but in fact, he is going to the engine compartment secretly. As a refiner, he might have already prepared certain special explosive magical equipment that can detonate all the crystals inside the engine compartment. If he occupies the engine compartment and coerces me using the bombs he sets up there, claiming that he will die together with the crystal warship, I will be defeated. However, the cockpit, the engine compartment. 2 metal objects were moving at the 2 locations respectively fast. Which one of the 2 is real? If the one going to the engine compartment is his disguise and his real target is still the cockpit, what do I do? The time was limited. It was impossible to check the situation in the front and in the rear simultaneously unless he was to divide the assault team and the beast puppets into 2 squads. However, faced with such a formidable enemy as Vulture Liao, Ning Feng had no confidence that half an assault team would be enough to take him down. After careful consideration, Ning Feng made a risky decision. He decided to send 70% of the assault team and puppet beasts to the engine compartment at the rear of the warship and assemble the remaining 30% to the cockpit to protect himself. The decision did not calm himself down. Instead, he felt his heart was heavier and heavier, as if he had stepped off onto nothing and fell into an abyss. For some reason, he felt that he had neglected something. After a shiver, Ning Feng quickly started replaying the footage that the vicious bee shuttles had captured just now. The video was shot the moment before Liao broke into the warship. Zoom in, and zoom in. When the picture was enlarged by 17 times, Ning Feng found that there were 2 giant metal balls hanging on the waist of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, which were full of power rune arrays and flame spouts. The files that he had read about the mystic skeleton battlesuit did not mention any of such things. He did not see any function of the 2 pieces of magical equipment in the previous fight, either. From an aerodynamic point of view, there shouldn't have been 2 such metal balls on a crystal suit in the first place. What was that? My enemy has played such a trick before. By hiding a piece of magical equipment that can emit heat and metal reaction below the waterfall, he allured the chasers after him away. The 2 balls must be the same thing. They're his shadows. Which means, the 2 metal objects that are moving at the cockpit and the engine compartment are both fakes. Ning Feng's hair was all pricking. Although he had seen through his enemy's disguise, he did not feel at ease at all, because he hadn't found out where exactly Vulture Liao's destination was yet. On a crystal warship, besides the cockpit and the engine compartment, what critical target can be destroyed by a crystal suit in a very short time? He has only one chance, and he definitely wouldn't act recklessly. It's not like he can just split my warship in his suit alone. Split? Heaven splitters! Had he not been confined inside the capsule, he would have jumped to his feet already. The attack of the Heaven Splitters could be as powerful as a strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Their energy consumption was, of course, enormous. Therefore, below the Heaven Splitters, a large chamber had been set up where supercompressed crystals were stored. Such crystals were meant for demolishing and destruction. They were much more furious and unstable than the crystals inside the engine compartments. Setting off such a crystal chamber was 100 times more convenient than setting off the engine compartment, but the damage would be no less. The Heaven Splitters were above the middle of the warship. Once its crystal chamber was set off, the entire warship might be split into two halves from the middle. To this moment, the command center remained silent without interfering with this sham battle. But Ning Feng was well aware that thousands of eyes were fixed on Tide Berserker at present. If his enemy really sneaked into the crystal chamber of the Heaven Splitters and set up explosive magical equipment there, the command center would definitely call the sham battle to an end. When that happened, he would meet an unprecedented failure. Shut off the ventilation ducts from number 394 to number 423. Shut off the ventilation ducts from number 224 to number 278. Assault team, go to the Heaven Splitters right now. Pay close attention to the ducts near the crystal chamber. Electric whip-teethed vipers, search the ducts that I shut off just now and leave no stone unturned. All vicious be-armed shuttles, retrieve the beast puppets on the ground and reinforce Tide Berserker. One command after another was issued. In the meantime, Ning Feng did not forget to deploy 10 electric whip-teethed vipers to trace the two metal signals that had been discovered in the beginning. Although he was pretty sure that they were his enemy's decoys, what if his enemy had stored something dangerous inside them? Right now, Ning Feng had regarded Vulture Liao as the most sly and sordid opponent he had ever met. He even felt that he was facing a cunning demon beast instead of a human being. Soon, abnormal spiritual waves came from the maintenance ducts leading to the Heaven Splitters. Someone had blown up the gate locking the ducts, which had released a lot of light and heat. In the moment of the explosion, a crystal camera in a turn of the ducts clearly captured burning flames and a blurred figure inside the flames. After analysis and comparison by his crystal processor, it was the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Finally, you're here. At this moment, Ning Feng felt like crying out in joy. Although this was only a sham battle, he had been more anxious in this battle than any other battle that he had fought before. His enemy seemed to have realized that his plan had been seen through and started breaking through the maintenance ducts faster. But the maintenance ducts were narrow and zigzagged with a lot of branches like a labyrinth. So the enemy's pace was rather slow. The assault team and the beast puppets had gathered around the Heaven Splitters in advance. All the electric whip-teethed vipers crawled into the ducts. News came from the ducts at the front and the rear, too. Electric whip-teethed vipers there captured two pieces of ball-shaped magical equipment, which were exactly the items that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had been carrying on its waist when it broke in. They were the sources of heat abnormality and metal reactions that the probe magical equipment had detected. However, when the electric whip-teethed vipers tied them up, the two shadows suddenly exploded. Dense smoke and furious flames burst out. Their round bellies had been filled with smoke grenades and napalm bombs. Smoke and heat flowed through the ventilation ducts to every corner on the warship. For a moment, black smoke and venomous gas spread to every cabin. But the game was over. The fancy tricks were not of much use to reverse the situation now. Ning Feng commanded the fire control team to enter the ventilation ducts to put out the fire. Then he focused his attention on the assault team who were getting closer and closer to the real target. 5 minutes later, an electric whip-teethed viper discovered the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which was hiding behind a large cluster of messy spiritual energy tubes. The combat was much easier than he had expected. Dozens of electric whip-teethed vipers lunged at their target at the same time and unleashed high-voltage electric arcs which immediately tangled the intruder. In a narrow duct that was only 2 meters wide, the crystal suit was more of a burden than a help. Strong as his enemy may be, his enemy couldn't even stand straight inside the duct, let alone deal with so many electric whip-teethed vipers simultaneously. Besides, almost 100 soldiers of the assault team were keeping a close watch outside the duct with their storm bolters at hand. Should there be any abrupt changes, they could blow the entire duct into pieces. The brutal fight to break into the crystal warship consumed much of the spiritual energy of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. The after effect of taking the attacks from 3 TIE lightning railguns the hard way finally burst out. The mystic skeleton battlesuit did not resist. It was tied up without being able to move at all. It was not until 4 soldiers imposed electromagnetic shackles on his enemy, and he saw the full image of the mystic skeleton battlesuit through a crystal camera on an electric whip-teethed viper, that Ningfeng was greatly relieved and lost all his strength in the capsule inside the cockpit. He had finally captured the 3rd crystal suit. Vulture Liao was indeed a formidable opponent. Was he really a sophomore student? Incredible. Fire control team, put out the fire on the warship as soon as possible. Damage accounting team, report the losses of the warship right now. We'll have a half-hour rest. There's still the last crystal suit on the run. Let's work harder and try to seize him before sunrise. The moment he let those words out, Ningfeng felt that there was something wrong. He raised his head and saw bloody sunlight beaming into the cockpit through the window. The floor seemed to be burning in mysterious flames. The sun had been up for a long time. With a self-mocking smile, Ningfeng continued, "Check whether or not the exo of the mystic skeleton battlesuit is injured and send him to the med bay immediately if he is. But don't loosen the shackles on him. Assault team, stay alert. The guy might still have other evil plans." The mystic skeleton battlesuit, which had lost all of its momentum, was still very solid. The joints between each piece of the place armor stuck close to each other. The assault team tried several times, but they failed to open the crystal suit by force. Luckily, by the scanning of probe magical equipment, they found that the exo inside the crystal suit had stable breathing and heart rate. He was just in a coma. Presumably, the previous high-intensity combats had drained not only the mystic skeleton battlesuit but also the exo, who, like a cracked bow, had been stretched beyond his limit. Faced with such an opponent who fought until the last moment, Ningfeng sighed in respect. Since the physical condition of the exo was not too bad, Ningfeng asked the assault team to carry him to the workshop where there were delicate tools that could dismantle the crystal suit and dig him out. In the meantime, the electromagnetic shackles were of course still on. Ningfeng wouldn't leave out details like that. Right then, "Chi!" A loud shriek burst out from the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Then, a cluster of black fog as dense and thick as ink flooded into the cabin and swallowed more than half of the assault team. The pathway they were in was quite narrow. The assault team had nowhere to run at all. Even the soldiers furthest away from the mystic skeleton battlesuit could do nothing but watch the black fog surge closer like an unstoppable tide. However, the weird smoke did no damage to them, which only dyed them black. It didn't have any unusual smell, either. After a moment, almost 100 black men blinked their eyes in confusion, whose teeth were whiter than ever because of the contrast. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. The scene was transmitted to Ningfeng's brain by the crystal camera on the soldiers' helmets. However, one crystal camera after another broke down after being contaminated by the black fog. The number of pictures inside Ningfeng's brain was continuously reducing. At the same time, more devastating news was reported by the fire control team. One of the firefighters had been knocked out and hidden in a tool room inside the maintenance duct. His uniform had been taken off. Ningfeng was immediately alarmed. He focused his attention on the ventilating duct over his head. In the beginning, Vulture Liao had placed a decoy in the ventilating duct, which had exploded when it approached the cockpit and released a lot of flames and smoke. Therefore, 3 minutes ago, Ningfeng didn't pay much attention to several firefighters who went into the ventilating duct to put out the fire. But right now, after he gathered all the information and calculated all the possibilities crazily, he suddenly realized, boom! The exit of the ventilating duct above the cockpit was blown to pieces by large fireball. A man that was wearing silver firefighter uniform and a closed helmet whose ruby glass blocked his undistinguishable face jumped down from the exit like a crazy devil and appeared in the middle of the cockpit. Before he reached the ground, dozens of round thunderpalms had been tossed away by him, which were rolling to every corner of the cockpit. Cockpit was the brain for a crystal warship. Most of the important officers and warship operators congregated here. Of course, there were a lot of cultivators among them, but most of them were admin-type cultivators. Some of them were creation-type and research-type cultivators. There were several battle-type cultivators as guards here. However, they did have any way to deal with the rolling thunderpalms other than to gaze at them in bewilderment. The thunderpalms did not detonate, but they were already a deadly surprise to the officers on Tide Berserker. Sela! The firefighter uniform was torn into shreds which were dancing in a storm of terror like thousands of silver butterflies. Liao was wearing a tactical vest where another dozens of thunderpalms were hanging, with a battle saber in his left hand, a burning axe in his right hand, and a storm bolter on his back. He appeared in front of Ningfeng, as if he had been possessed by a devil. He glanced around coldly, and then turned his eyes back to Ningfeng. Liao smiled, his sharp teeth glaring. He said, "Had the last wave of thunderpalms exploded, more than half of the officers and operators here would have been injured and killed instantly. The cockpit would have been in a mess. The operation panels would have been hardly likely to function anymore. Shall we continue?" Ningfeng gritted his teeth. The crimson liquid was quickly extracted. The capsule opened slowly. He stood straight and glared at Liao with bloody eyes as he said coldly, "I thought this was a sham battle to test the performance of crystal suits." "Indeed it is," Liao replied. "The fact that the mystic skeleton battlesuit could rip open the shell of your crystal warship against the salvo of 12 Tai lightning railguns and so many vicious B-armed shuttles is evident enough of its toughness already. However, a moment ago it played an even more important role. If you've read my files, you should know that I've added a set of detonator magical equipment near the crystal reactor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Over the past half-month, I've made a series of improvements. Not only is the explosion much more powerful now, the detonator can also be remotely controlled or set on a timer. After I got out of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and knocked out a soldier, I stuffed him inside the mystic skeleton battlesuit and set a timer to detonate the crystal suit in 5 minutes. Of course, this is only a sham battle and I was not using real bombs. Therefore, your assault team has only been blackened. That's all. If this were a real battle, I believe your assault team would have been annihilated already. At least the elites in it. The battle-type cultivators would have suffered most. By my estimation, out of precaution, you must have asked the strongest experts to surround the mystic skeleton battlesuit, didn't you? If you don't believe me, you and everyone in the command center can study the detonator magical equipment I refined together and check whether or not the explosion that it triggers is powerful enough to demolish a few hundred soldiers nearby. Ningfeng was speechless for a long time, before he opened his mouth again with a hoarse voice. The 2 shadows of you were your first decoy. They were also in charge of igniting the fire so that the fire control team would be deployed. As long as you were in firefighter's clothing, no one would bother to look at you even if you're openly moving about inside a ventilating duct. The mystic skeleton battlesuit was your second decoy. You lured the assault team to the heaven splitters with your crystal suit, which you then triggered and crushed the entire assault team. When everyone's attention was focused on the authentic mystic skeleton battlesuit near the heaven splitters, you crawled through the ventilating duct to the cockpit without raising any suspicions. But there is one point that I don't understand. Why were you so certain that the cockpit would not be guarded? What would you have done if I had stationed dozens of electric whip-teethed vipers and soldiers from the assault team here? It was not very likely. After all, the crystal chamber below the heaven splitters is too important, and you couldn't bear the consequences if it was occupied by me. Therefore, you definitely would send most of your soldiers there. Liao continued. It wouldn't matter whether or not the cockpit was heavily guarded. Most of the cultivators on board should have been killed by the self-explosion of the mystic skeleton battlesuit already. How many soldiers can you spare to protect the cockpit? But let's say you are well protected by the guards and I have no opportunity to assassinate you. At least I can activate all the thunderpalms I have, which will lead to major chaos and blow many officers and operators here up. The control systems of the warship would be wrecked. It's unlikely that your warship would still function normally. Then, I would run away while everything was messy. Without my crystal suit, I'm still a battle-type cultivator at the high level of the refinement stage. I don't think ordinary Marines can stop me when everything is in disarray. Then, I would sneak into the survival cabin and launch a lifeboat, pretending that I'd fled out of the warship. After that, I would sneak into the med bay. While I was flying the Vicious Bee armed shuttle to Tide Berserker, I saw that 2 crystal suits were being sucked into your warship by anti-gravity mystic colors. One of them was not seriously damaged. I assumed that you captured him alive. So, I would search the med bay for the uninjured Exo and rescue him. That way, 2 saboteurs will sabotage your warship together. By any luck, we'd even be able to find his crystal suit which was stored by you. I believe that in such chaos, you wouldn't have many soldiers to keep an eye on his crystal suit. After that, I would make an unexpected return again. This time not at the cockpit but at the Heaven Splitters. As long as I occupied the crystal chamber of the Heaven Splitters, I would have, in effect, taken over the entire warship. Of course, there are always unanticipated changes. The plans can be adjusted according to the actual situation at any moment. The cockpit, the crystal chamber of the Heaven Splitters, the engine compartment, and even the anti-gravity system are all my targets. If I had no other choice, I could destroy the anti-gravity system of your warship and force it to land so that I can run away. Without the fire support of your warship in the sky, I don't think that your soldiers and beast puppets are capable enough of hunting a cultivator at the high level of the refinement stage in a jungle. All in all, the one thing that worried me most was your assault team. Therefore, my top priority is not to destroy the cockpit, nor the Heaven Splitters, nor the engine compartment, but to try everything I can to eliminate your assault team. As long as the assault team is eliminated, I'd be able to take the initiative of the battle, and I would be much more comfortable regardless of whether I decide to persist on fighting or simply run away. The plans that I proposed just now are not just wild imaginations. The success rate is at least 50%. So, I think the sham battle should be concluded now. Do you concur? All the officers and operators in the cockpit were speechless. The command center of the Fifth Fleet was mired in an indescribable silence, too. Ning Feng seemed to have thought of something, but his rebuttal was overruled by himself before he opened his mouth. He crashed down like an empty bag and sighed, before muttering unwillingly, "I concur." Zhuofeijing was hiding in the depths of a dense forest. Countless blurred colors were replacing one another on the surface of the Tiger King battlesuit. The stealth camouflage that was continuously changing melded him with the forest. The concealment rune array extended an invisible spiritual cover which blocked all the temperature changes and metal reactions. Unless a mystic color hit him in the face, Zhuofeijing was confident that he could escape the scanning of any probe magical equipment. This was the 3rd shelter that he chose. He had set up another 8 shelters that were exactly the same as this one. He had also selected 5 interlinked underground caves that extended into various directions. There were 2 underground rivers through which he could go miles away without being noticed. In all the shelters and underground caves, he had set up serial traps to tackle the beast puppets. Many pieces of surface-to-air magical equipment had also been deployed, which could shoot down the Vicious Bee armed shuttles with his telepathic thoughts. From midnight to right now, Zhuofeijing had been busy working without a moment of rest for 5 hours before he was able to complete such a large battleground for guerrilla warfare. He was waiting for the crystal warship patiently, like the most skilled hunter who was lurking in the darkness, seeing the brutal prey coming close to the long-prepared traps one step after another. He would wash away the disgrace from the flying crystal race half a month ago with the most eye-catching battle ever, so that everyone would know who had been wearing the best crystal suit. Prolonged explosions echoed in the distance. Tide Berserker stayed in the horizon for a long time. Judging from the fierce engagement, more than one crystal suit had been detected. Maybe the other crystal suits had all been suppressed. But had Liao really been captured? Zhuofeijing felt irritated the moment he thought of the vulture who had been wearing the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Just wait for it. Last time you were lucky. This time, I will crush over you with overwhelming capability. Right then, noises came from the communication channel. Zhuofeijing was stunned. For better disguising, the communication channel had been kept in the silent mode, so that the crystal warship would not detect the spiritual waves from it. Now that the communication was reopened, it only meant one thing. The sham battle was over. As he expected, Supernova Xianxia's tired voice was the one to speak. Feijing, come on out. It's over. Zhuofeijing was dazed. Then he exclaimed in joy. The battle's over? Have the other 3 crystal suits all been suppressed? The communication channel was silent for such a long time that Zhuofeijing thought the communication had been cut off. But then Supernova Xianxia said softly, no. Tide Berserker has lost combat capability. What? Zhuofeijing was dumbfounded. His facial muscles were twitching so violently that there was no telling what his expression was. Supernova Xianxia sighed and explained. A crystal suit hijacked a vicious bee-armed shuttle and sneaked into the crystal warship, pretending that he was a pilot. Then he broke into the cockpit and performed the decapitation strategy. According to the calculation of the commanding center, there was a 61% likelihood that he would have successfully assassinated Ningfeng, captain and the highest commanding officer of the crystal warship. Even if the assassination failed, there was still a 93% likelihood that he would have demolished most of the officers and operators, destroyed the operation panels, and deprived the crystal warship of combat capability. Therefore, the sham battle is over. You can get out now. Zhuofeijing was rendered speechless. Somebody seemed to have tossed a bowl of hot water on his face, where all kinds of countenances were replacing one another. After a moment, he gnashed his teeth and said, one word after another, it was Li Yao, wasn't it? Zhang Sheng replied, yes, Vulture Li Yao. Right then, a red sun rose up from the valley, finally getting rid of the arms of the horizon. It tore the gloomy clouds apart with thousands of rays of light and charged at the boundless sky. As if a cold front of -100 degrees Celsius had just passed, the air in the commanding center was entirely frozen. Everyone was solidified by the invisible frigid wind, not even able to blink their eyes. But deep down their heart, a volcano was erupting. Astonishment, confusion, anger, shame, and appreciation were all bursting out. Complicated emotions were flowing in their hearts like magma. It was not unprecedented for a crystal warship to be broken into by the enemy. Otherwise, the Federal Army would have marched into the dark desolate domain a long time ago instead of stationing themselves in the southernmost grand desolate plateau. However, throughout history, the enemies who had broken in and destroyed crystal warships were all at the level of demon kings or even higher. Never had anyone imagined that a cultivator at the high level of refinement stage, plus the cheapest MP crystal suit of the Federation, which had been considered by some people to be nothing more than a pile of garbage, would be able to conquer such a 300-meter steel beast which was armed with a pair of heaven splitters and 12 Tai lightning railguns. Every part of the light beam was playing the video clips of the mystic skeleton battlesuits fighting. In the beginning, it blew a vicious bee-armed shuttle into pieces within half a second with a triple-headed heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun. Then, it broke through the crossfire of 12 Tai lightning railguns, innumerable flying swords, and countless crystal cannons, before it breached the shell of the warship with half of the spiritual energy contained in its crystal reactor. Eventually, with a time bomb, the assault team, which consisted the strongest soldiers on board, was eliminated. The scenes were seared into everyone's brains and wouldn't be forgotten for a long time. Their impression grew deeper still after the refiners and the bomb experts of the military studied the detonation system of the mystic skeleton battlesuit carefully and came to a conclusion. According to the analysis of the professionals, the detonation system, even if made up by ordinary crystals, could still trigger an explosion that could affect at least 10 cabins nearby because the intense blast from the explosion was restrained in the limited space. Since the assault team was too crowded back then, they might have been blown to pieces with no survivors at all. As for the cultivators inside the assault team, they were closest to the crystal suit and would have suffered from the blast the most. It wouldn't help even if they had opened their spiritual shields in time. The analysis report changed everyone's expressions. Their burning eyes aimed at the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Congratulations! After a long time, a cultivator from Star Nebula University applauded Yuan Manshio first. Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is indeed an excellent MP crystal suit model, which can enable the craziest exo to achieve the most incredible accomplishment. Cultivators from the 3 major sword training sects, after a long sigh, offered their compliments to the Grand Desolate War Institution too. But the delegates from Deep Sea University stood in absolute silence, as if they were being suppressed by an ocean weighing tons. Before the Tiger King battlesuit was able to demonstrate its full strength, the crazy Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had ended the sham battle with his insane actions. It was truly vexing. Everyone turned their furious and indignant gazes to Supernova Xianxia. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia walked to Yuan Manshio and said solemnly, "Senior Sister Yuan, I was wrong. At the wake of Professor Xianxia, I declared that the Project Mystic Skeleton would never succeed. But the reality has proven my declaration to be more than wrong. The Project Mystic Skeleton has succeeded. Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is a very competent MP crystal suit model. One must admit his wrongdoings. I sincerely apologize to Senior Sister Yuan, to Professor Xianxia, and to all the staff and students of the Refining Department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. When you meet Li Yao, please forward my apologies to him, too. I once said that he would achieve nothing in the Refining Department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. But as it turns out, he has grown into an exceptional refiner. The detonation system that he designed and refined is one of the best pieces of explosive magical equipment I've ever seen. However, MP Crystal Suit is only one kind of magical equipment. This victory means that the Refining Department of Grand Desolate War Institution stands equal to the Refining Department of Deep Sea University now. If you really want to beat us, please bring out new, stronger magical equipment. I'm looking forward, very much, to compete with Senior Sister Yuan and outstanding young men, such as Li Yao in the marvelous world of magical equipment. In front of the blinking light beam, Ren Xingbei stood still and straight, like a crashed warship which had completely lost momentum. Shangguanzi patted his shoulder and said, "Old Bei, don't let it bother you too much. You should know that it's hardly likely that a crystal warship would charge at the enemy line alone. Crystal warships are always in formation. Once the enemy approaches, several, or even dozens of crystal warships will shoot together and blow the potential intruder to pieces. Therefore, it's impossible that such a thing would ever happen in a real battle. Stop brooding on it." Ren Xingbei glanced at him and sniffed. "Shangguan, we've been friends for decades, and we've suffered much more brutal failures together than this. Do I look like someone who can't bear the consequences of a failure? He paused for a long time. Then he waved his hand and said in annoyance, "All right, forget it. Let's check this lad who has just created a miracle. Vulture Li Yao? Interesting." At the medical center of the Fifth Fleet, Li Yao was soaking in the dark green recovery liquids. His body was bobbing up and down, his eyes closed. The wounds and injuries on his body were too many to count. There was not 1 inch of his skin that was intact. His muscles were dry, his arteries were bulging, and he looked as thin as a skeleton now. He had used up all his spirit, determination, and physical strength in the previous battle. He suffered most from the attacks of the Tai lightning railguns and countless flying swords when he was breaking into Tide Berserker. Although his body had been built up by the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique, it was still seriously damaged. According to the doctors, the severity of the wounds almost equal to him being crashed into by a full-speed, charging crystal warship. Art of the Swallowing Whale activate. Li Yao opened his mouth and started drinking the recovery liquids. The pores all over his body were also unlocked, absorbing the nutrients contained in the nutrition liquids crazily to repair the drained and damaged veins and nerves. The concentration of the recovery liquids is dropping fast. The strength of his bones, muscles, and arteries is improving fast. His heartbeat and breathing are stable now, too. He's absorbed enough recovery liquids for 3 people to use over a day and a night in only 10 minutes. Such an absorption rate is far beyond the ability of ordinary refinement stage cultivators. The cultivators from the Grand Desolate War Institution are indeed formidable. The crazily bouncing figures and the quickly recovering body amazed the doctors and nurses of the Fifth Fleet. After absorbing 20 standard units of nutrition liquids, Liao finished his preliminary treatment. His body's injuries were mostly recovered now. But when he got out of his ward, he was surprised to see that, instead of the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution, 2 lieutenant generals as well as a lot of officers whose attitudes were far from friendly were waiting for him. The officers of the Fifth Fleet were eyeing Liao half angrily and half cautiously, as if he were a high-level demon beast which had disguised itself as a human being. Liao's heart was beating like a drum after he learnt of the identities of the 2 lieutenant generals. For heaven's sake, it was the commanding officer of the Fifth Fleet. Definitely one of the highest officers and toughest warriors in the military. The Fifth Fleet was the best fleet of the Star Glory Federation where countless war heroes had emerged from. Back when Liao was a little boy, he had watched avidly clips of the Fifth Fleet's bloody battles on the ragged light beam projector of his. Never had he expected that he would successfully infiltrate a warship of the Fifth Fleet one day and perform the decapitation strategy. Life was truly amazing. Currently, Liao was no longer the ordinary young man that he had been before he went to college 2 years ago. After life-and-death battles and training sessions, his soul was as solid as a super-alloy now. Under the glaring eyes of 2 lieutenant generals and so many unfriendly officers, he was still able to stand straight and stay calm. His calmness somewhat surprised the 2 lieutenant generals. Ren Xingbei stared at him for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Liao, your performance today was really an eye-opener. What's your opinion about this battle? Do you think that once crystal suits can be mass-produced, or the abilities of the high-end crystal suits can be greatly improved, the crystal warships should serve as secondary forces, or simply retire once and for all?" The sharp question made Liao's eyes twitched. He shook his head as he said, "I don't think there is any weapon that can secure the victory of a war by itself, not even the crystal suit, even though it is known as the king of magical equipment. In the battle just now, the critical part of my intrusion was that I fooled the spiritual shield of the crystal warship with a modified Vicious Bee armed shuttle before I sprinted to the blind side of the Tai lightning railguns. That's why I could successfully land on the warship. But in a real battlefield, the spiritual shield of a warship will definitely not be deceived so easily. As long as authentication strategies such as passwords or biological detection are employed, it will be as easy as pie to find out whether the pilot is a human being or a demon. There's no way that the enemy would get aboard in disguise. Suppose the enemy successfully enters the spiritual shield in disguise. In reality, dozens of warships will team together for a battle instead of a lone warship going on a mission by itself like in the sham battle, which means their blind side is very limited. Once the enemy is recognized, they will be faced with 100 or even more Tai lightning railguns instead of just 12 of them. Compared with crystal suits, crystal warships have their own irreplaceable advantages. For example, when faced with an overwhelming beast tide exclusively made of low-level demon beasts, cultivators would be helpless even if they are wearing crystal suits. They can only kill a few demon beasts before their souls are burnt up. But a crystal warship can annihilate the demon beasts dozens of kilometers away unhurriedly with the heaven splitters and Tai lightning railguns. An ordinary soldier can launch deadly attacks and kill dozens of demon beasts just by pressing a button. He might even have time for a cup of tea during that. Therefore, although I did break into Tide Berserker today, I don't think that crystal suits alone are enough to win a war. There are many things that crystal warships can do that crystal suits can't. Besides, in my opinion, crystal suits and crystal warships are perfect partners for each other. The invention of MP crystal suits will not reduce the significance of crystal warships. Instead, crystal warships will be all the more important in the future. Oh, officers of the Fifth Fleet nodded at Liao's words approvingly. The last sentence, on the other hand, particularly aroused Ren Xingbei's interest. He pursued, "How so?" Liao explained carefully, "In the history, The fleets of the Federal Army are always deployed behind the northern defense line and are not willing to break into the dark, desolate domain. It is partly because the climate in the dark, desolate domain is extremely harsh. In the case of a spiritual tide, crystal warships may be wrecked, and soldiers may be killed. It is also partly because there are a lot of strong demons inside the dark, desolate domain. Since the internal defense of crystal warships is too weak, some of them might break into a crystal warship and sabotage the warship like I did this time. It would be a terrible disaster. Ren Xingbei acknowledged frankly. Correct. It is universally known that the Federal Army is in charge of defense while the cultivators are in charge of attack. That's mainly because there are too many ordinary soldiers in the military. Even on a crystal warship, most of the Marines are still ordinary people. So, it would be a major headache if strong demons broke into the warship. Liao continued. Just like this time, there are only dozens of battle-type cultivators on Tide Berserker, who are no higher than the middle level of the refinement stage. A few demon generals sneaking onto the crystal warship is enough to cause serious trouble. However, what if the dozens of cultivators are all wearing crystal suits? Wouldn't the internal defense of the warship be greatly strengthened? Ren Xingbei was dazed. Then he fell into deep thought. Liao smiled. The reason why Marines are not armed with crystal suits is because crystal suits are too expensive. The cost of one crystal suit alone equals the cost of more than 10 Vicious Bee arm shuttles with all the beast puppets that they carry. But if the crystal suit in question is the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, your expenses will be significantly reduced. Dozens of sets of such crystal suits are not unaffordable as long you make up your mind. That way, the internal defense of crystal warships will be significantly improved. The crystal warships will be able to take part in the aggressive missions, won't they? On the other hand, although crystal suits boast a lot of advantages, they are very precise magical equipment after all. The odds that they're damaged in a battlefield can be quite stunning. Besides, there is one prevailing problem bothering all the MP crystal suits, which is that their working time is too short. They are all short-legged and can only carry out missions in a fairly small range. So, they're also in dire need of a crystal warship which can serve as their base for maintenance and supply. Therefore, in my opinion, even if the MP crystal suits are to be promoted in the entire Federal Army, crystal warships will definitely not serve as secondary forces. Future crystal warships will probably serve as a platform with 3 functions: Legion's projection, remote firepower support, and maintenance and supply. That way, crystal warships will be really engaged in the attack missions. This time, Ren Xingbei was truly shocked. He gazed at Liao for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Liao, did you come up with the theories you said just now by yourself?" Liao blushed. He shook his head rapidly and said, "No. They are the collective work of the Project Mystic Skeleton team and the experienced staff and students of the Combat Department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Project Mystic Skeleton is the golden project of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Everyone is hoping that the military can purchase more Mystic Skeleton battlesuits. We often hold meetings to discuss the crystal suit tactics and how they can collaborate with other units. Besides the ground forces, all the fleets are our potential clients, too. We're hoping to sell a crystal suit to the commanding officer yourself. Of course, we need to study how crystal suits and crystal warships can cooperate in a battle." Ren Xingbei couldn't help but smiled. Of the 9 elite universities, the Grand Desolate War Institution was closest to the military except the first military academy of the Federation. The 2 parties often had joint missions. Graduates of the Combat Department and Medical Department of the Grand Desolate War Institution most often went to the Federal Army, too. As for the graduates of the Refining Department, they were not welcomed elsewhere because they were brought up with grassroots refining ideologies. Therefore, they often chose to work as military refiners. Since the Grand Desolate War Institution and the military were deeply connected with each other, it was not unusual that they could present such insights with their collective wisdom. Mr. Liao, I have to say that both you and your Mystic Skeleton battlesuit have left a deep impression on me. I will consider your suggestion seriously. Maybe one day crystal warships of the 5th Fleet will be loaded with Mystic Skeleton battlesuits. Warships and crystal suits will fight side by side against a common foe. After giving the promise, Ren Xingbei and officers of the Fifth Fleet left. Li Yao and Shangguan Su, the other lieutenant general, were left alone. Shangguan Su was much friendlier to him. He had been the toughest advocate of crystal suits in the military. Li Yao's performance today was truly marvelous. After the process and outcome of the sham battle were reported to the higher officials, he might be granted enough funds to establish another 10 crystal suit legions. He observed Li Yao with a smile while he pondered about the young man who had risen up like a fiend star. Li Yao was studying his title, too. Commanding Officer of Special Forces Center, Director of Unrestricted Warfare Research Center? Unrestricted warfare? What's that? Seeing through the confusion on his face, Shangguan Su smiled and explained, unrestricted warfare means attacking the enemy in every way possible by ignoring all the rules and exceeding all limits. It is also known as asymmetric warfare. Just now, you fought a gargantuan crystal warship with a small crystal suit. It is one form of asymmetric warfare. The decapitation strategy that you employed is the most typical method in the unrestricted warfare. The wars between the Federal Army and the Beast Tides fall into the category of regular warfare. But the battles between cultivators and high-level demons, especially those higher than building foundation stage and demon general, cannot be bound by the methodologies of regular warfare. All the shackles confining our imagination must be broken into pieces. For example, will the demon clan teleport a demon king, or even a demon emperor, through mini wormholes to the front of the Speaker of Parliaments and decapitate him? Will the demon clan release so many wave jamming bugs, which can malfunction the spiritual nexus, that the entire network will be wrecked and the economic and social order of the Star Glory Federation are in disarray? Have some strong demons sneaked into the Heaven's Origin sector pretending to be human beings and even become high officials in the federal government? What limitless approaches can we undertake to infiltrate, unsettle, and attack the blood demon sector? Is it possible to mask a human being so that he can sneak into the blood demon sector? These are all research fields of unrestricted warfare. Don't think I'm exaggerating to scare you. In fact, the things I mentioned just now have happened before, are happening, and will happen again. Li Yao was shocked. Were there really strong demons who had assassinated the Speaker of Parliaments through mini wormholes? Were there countless demon spies living as human beings, some of whom even gained important positions in the federal government? Unrestricted warfare sounded much thrilling than a head-on battle. Seeing Li Yao's interested face, Shangguan Su smiled and said, Mr. Li Yao, I've carefully studied your files. I didn't expect that such a young man like yourself would have so many experiences. You are even a Federation's first-class disabled serviceman. So you are more than qualified for my offer. Have you ever considered rejoining the military and working in the Unrestricted Warfare Research Center? Li Yao was dazed. He didn't anticipate that a lieutenant general would come and try to recruit a college student in person. Pondering for a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. The Grand Desolate War Institution went by the credit system. Any student would be eligible to graduate as long as they earned enough credits. Li Yao had earned 40,000 credits in the freshman year. Now that Project Mystic Skeleton had triumphed as the only student in the project team and the test pilot of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, he had earned astronomical credits which were more than enough for him to graduate. However, he felt that it would be a shame to graduate right now. He was planning to redeem some of his credits for a few courses from the combat department. Considering the amount of his credits, he could easily pick up a course taught by a core formation cultivator. Yuan Manchio had talked with him about his future career after graduation, too. The leaders of the school were sincerely hoping that he could stay at school after graduation, and if he did, his benefits would equal to those of Ding Lingdong's. However, the Heaven's Origin sector was too large a place to be missed out. In his heart, Li Yao was planning to travel around for a few years and gain more experience before returning to the Grand Desolate War Institution and starting to work. As for joining the military, if it was an ordinary troop stationing behind a defense line waiting for the emergence of beast tides, Li Yao was of course not willing to. But joining the Unrestricted Warfare Research Center and fighting the strong demons in an indiscernible battleground? It sounded very interesting. Liao hesitated. Xianxia glanced at him and said casually, "It's an important decision and I can give you more time to think about it. Even if you are willing to, it's not easy to join the Unrestricted Warfare Research Center. There will be all kinds of tests that you need to pass. However, if you decide not to return to the military, your capability in refining and your eye-opening ideas are truly valuable nonetheless. The Unrestricted Warfare Research Center is often in need of bizarre magical equipment. Sometimes it doesn't have to be powerful but requires creativity or even insane imagination. If we come across a problem concerning magical equipment, we might contact you, or we might ask you to refine magical equipment for the Unrestricted Warfare Research Center. Is that okay with you?" Liao nodded his head quickly. "Of course it is, as long as you don't blame me for my lack of experience." Xianxia smiled. "Your lack of experience is precisely why I want you. The ways of refining of the experienced refiners are all fixed and easy to be seen through by the strong demons who can make up counteracting plans effortlessly. In comparison, it's quite possible that beginners like you can refine some magical equipment that is beyond the expectation of the strong demons. But the main purpose of my visit today is not to invite you to join the military." As he was speaking, Xianxia took out a glitteringly silver card from his pocket and handed it over solemnly. "Mr. Liao, please keep the card. When you're free, you can explore it with your telepathic thoughts. This is an invitation as well as a test." Liao was truly stunned. He was too familiar with the card. A year ago, Long Wenhui, vice president of 100 Saber Alliance and a core formation cultivator, had offered him the exact same card to him, telling him that the card came from an organization hundreds of times stronger than the 100 Saber Alliance. On the surface of the card were written 4 words, which were, "When stars are shining." It seemed as thin as the edge of his saber, but it actually employed a space-folding technique named hiding a world in a mustard seed, and sealed an enormous 3-dimensional labyrinth inside of it. After he finished his training sessions every day, Liao would extend his spiritual threads into the labyrinth and explore its destiny. But after almost an entire year, he had never touched the boundary of the labyrinth yet. As a result, his spiritual threads were much thicker and longer, and his spiritual root was far more tensile than those of other common refinement stage cultivators. He didn't expect that Xianxia would give him an identical card. Did it mean that General Xianxia was also a member of this mysterious organization? Xianxia was too smart to ignore Liao's bewilderment. He realized what was going on and smiled. "Huh? Judging from your face, you've been given the quasi-membership card of Occult Orbs Fellowship, haven't you? Makes sense. How could an excellent young man such as yourself, who has made extraordinary achievements in the Grand Desolate War Institution, be overlooked by strong cultivators? I wasn't thinking about it thoroughly. Haha. Since you're already a quasi-member of Occult Orbs Fellowship, try your best to cultivate and break into the building foundation stage so that you will be a true member of Occult Orbs Fellowship. We'll fight side by side and conquer the cosmos." Liao couldn't help but ask, "General Xianxia, what kind of organization is this so-called Occult Orbs Fellowship? The cultivator who gave me the quasi-membership card only told me that it is an influential organization that is stronger than any sect and didn't give me any more information. Can you tell a bit more about Occult Orbs Fellowship?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and replied frankly, "All right, Occult Orbs Fellowship is not an illegal organization anyway. As the Blood Demon sector draws close, more and more secrets will be revealed to the world, including those about Occult Orbs Fellowship. It doesn't matter if I tell you something about it in advance." "Liao, during your cultivation, you must have been into many world fragments already, haven't you?" Liao nodded, to which Xianxia smiled. "But the world fragments that you entered are not large in size. Their diameters are no larger than 500 kilometers. The environments there are exotic, and there are not many relics in them, at least not many significant ones that you find interesting, are there?" Liao nodded his head again. There were some relics both in Penghai's small grayfield and in Ding Lingdong's billowing star sea. But they'd melted into the natural environment long ago and did not have anything special. Xianxia said, "As I expected, the world fragments that have been released to the public and are known by low-level cultivators are the world fragments at the bottom level. As a matter of fact, we've discovered more world fragments than you can imagine. They are much more powerful and dangerous. Liao was breathing heavily. More powerful? More dangerous. Xianxia nodded. What is a world fragment? As its name suggests, a world fragment is a fragment of a world which was torn apart during the brutal, bloody wars over the past 40,000 years by inconceivable forces and weapons. Are you curious about why the world fragments you came across have no trace of such wars? In fact, among all the world fragments, many were the ancient battlefields of those wars. There are mainly three kinds of ancient battlefields. Firstly, the world fragments created during the civil wars of the Demon Clan in the era of the Demon Beast Empire. In the 30,000-year-long Great Dark Age, the Saint Blood demons ruling over the Demon Beast Empire changed for more than 10 times. Every change of dynasties means blood and vengeance. Many demons were mortal enemies. For them, killing their own kind was no less difficult than killing human beings. Therefore, a lot of fragmented ancient battlefields we have now can be traced back to that time. Secondly, the ancient battlefields created 10,000 years ago in the Renaissance War of human beings between the Star Sea Imperium and the Demon Beast Empire when the Supreme Emperor rose up. The horror of such ancient battlefields is beyond the description of any words. Thirdly, the ancient battlefields created during the Armageddon Rebellion when the Blood God was possessed by the invading demons and transformed into Mad Armageddon. The Armageddon Rebellion destroyed the Star Sea Imperium. The human world was scattered again. The heaven's origin sector ended up as a lone world floating in the edge of the cosmos. Such battlefields are also too cruel and brutal to be elaborated on, too. Other than the ancient battlefields, some world fragments were created on purpose. Of such world fragments, some are the cemeteries or the havens of legendary cultivators. Some are the research centers of mysterious projects. Some are the last bases of other species, forces and troops. Some are even the relics of the prehistoric civilizations from billions of years ago before the human civilization came into being. Liao, can you understand the value of such world fragments? Liao was deep in thought. The longer he pondered, the brighter his eyes became. The advanced world fragments were thousands of times more valuable than ordinary world fragments. Xianxia nodded his head and said, "It seems that you've got it. If a world fragment is an ancient battlefield, dead bodies of ancient soldiers, as well as their magical equipment, weapons, and rune arrays, are possible to be retrieved. If a world fragment is the cemetery or the haven of a legendary cultivator, it will be even better. It's very likely that his lifelong collections are stored inside. If a world fragment is the research center of certain mysterious projects, or the last base of certain ancient forces, we may even get a complete cultivation system out of it. Moreover, some world fragments are not of much value per se, but they are not entirely cut off from the mother world. We can use those world fragments as platforms to enter into another world. You should be aware of the significance of the world fragments for human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector right now. The Star Glory Federation barely had any advantage 500 years ago and could only wait to be attacked passively. But 500 years later, a brilliant cultivation civilization has flourished. We're even starting to refine starships, ready to break the limit of the Heaven's Origin sector and cruise in the universe. Is it possible to learn all the technologies without inheriting knowledge of the past? Definitely not. Many parts of our cultivation system, cultivation arts, and magical equipment technologies are rooted in the discoveries in the world fragments. The world fragments that contain the relics of the civilizations over the past 40,000 years are called as occult orbs. Occult orbs are both mysterious and valuable. Countless treasures are buried inside occult orbs waiting for the valiant warriors to conquer. Liao finally understood everything. Occult Orbs Fellowship is an organization that explores and develops occult orbs? Correct. Xianxia stopped smiling and looked at Liao with a solemn expression. The occult orbs are of paramount importance to the human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector. However, the immeasurable value of the treasures hidden in them is enough to incite the greed of any organization or person, which might lead to a civil war among cultivators. Therefore, 392 years ago, All the sects of the cultivation world and representatives of the ordinary people gathered together and established Occult Orbs Fellowship with strict rules. Occult Orbs Fellowship is the top organization beyond all sects and forces in the cultivation world of the Heaven's Origin sector. It has two missions. Firstly, explore and conquer occult orbs to absorb and digest the cultivation system, cultivation arts, and magical equipment technology buried in them. By making best use of them, the cultivation civilization of the Heaven's Origin sector will strive for a better future. Secondly, ensure that the secret arts and treasures retrieved from the occult orbs do not become the property of a certain sect or person but are used for the greatest happiness of the greatest number of people. All the cultivators and ordinary people should benefit from the occult orbs. Xianxia paused for a moment with a grave face. His voice sounded hoarse too. The two rules were established by the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector at the cost of thousands of people's blood. Hundreds of years ago, when the human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector first started exploring the occult orbs on a large scale, the Federation nearly collapsed because of the looting of the secret treasures. The flourishing and doom of Red Dragon Legion had a lot to do with the occult orbs, too. So, we decided not to reveal all the information of the occult orbs to the public. Even many cultivators knew little about them. Occult orbs, secret treasures, ancient arts. They can be catalysts to push our civilization forward, and they can also be tinder that burns our civilization to the ground. Liao knew exactly what Xianxia was talking about. Legends about treasures were the most alluring stories among human beings all the time. However, every legend of a treasure had always been concerned with bloody fights. Liao could imagine how his predecessors were grasped by desire and greed and ended up being killing machines after they entered the occult orbs and discovered powerful secret treasures. It might not be a bad idea to let Occult Orbs Fellowship stay on the top of everything. Xianxia sighed and continued. It's exactly because the occult orbs are so addictive that Occult Orbs Fellowship has a very high standard for its members. But it's not the sole reason why Occult Orbs Fellowship is unwilling to set the occult orbs to the public and permit all the cultivators and even ordinary people to explore and excavate them. There are another two reasons. Firstly, it is very difficult to send someone into an occult orb. Different from ordinary world fragments, occult orbs often have enormous barriers or blockades. Some of them are far from the Heaven's Origin sector, with countless turbulent spiritual tides in between. To teleport a cultivator to an occult orb and bring them back safely, the cost can be astronomical. For the occult orb furthest away from us with the strongest barriers, the cost to teleport someone into it is enough to build up a crystal warship. Because of the huge cost, it's understandable that we can't teleport a random cultivator to the occult orbs easily. Liao nodded his head. It was quite acceptable. The same rule applied to the selection of astronauts. Since the journey was too expensive, it was not very likely that an ordinary person would be picked as a candidate. Xianxia continued. Secondly, the occult orbs are full of perils with a very high death rate. Common cultivators would merely be committing suicide if they were to enter them. Liao asked in surprise, "What are the dangers in the occult orbs?" Xianxia explained, "There are 3 dangers in the occult orbs. The first danger is that the natural laws the occult orbs abide by can be on the opposite of those in the Heaven's Origin sector. The gravity of some occult orbs is dozens of times more powerful than here. Some randomly switch from a frigid hell of minus a few hundred degrees to a blistering furnace of thousands of degrees. Some have strongly corrosive raging wind which can tear your flesh and blood off your bones effortlessly. Some look peaceful, but there are mysterious soul swirls on them which will consume you and lock you in the most horrible nightmare forever once you step inside. These are just the differences of natural laws, which are easier to cope with. But as I mentioned just now, many occult orbs are ancient battlefields from bloody wars over the past 40,000 years. Naturally, a lot of magical equipment, rune arrays, and weapons have been left on them. Such items might still be in an active state even though tens of thousands of years have passed. If one enters an ancient battlefield recklessly, the ancient magical equipment may take them for its enemy and annihilate them in no time. If the occult orb in question is the ancient research center of secret arts, or the cemetery of a legendary cultivator, or the last shelter of some ancient forces, there will be even more barriers, snares, and traps. Even the most cautious explorer risks stepping into one of them. And if so, not only will his body be blown to pieces, his soul might also be ripped apart. He will be doomed forever with no way to turn back. But the two dangers above are not the most frightening ones. The scariest danger is the risk of meeting other species who are exploring the occult orbs just like us. Besides demons and demonic cultivators, human cultivators from other worlds must be paid close attention to. Under the savage of harsh environment and the temptation of powerful secret treasures, even blood brothers may turn against each other. Cultivators from other worlds might be the brutalist enemies. Liao was somewhat shocked. He blurted out, "There are other species in the occult orbs?" Xianxia nodded. Occult orbs are the legacies of all civilizations over the past 40,000 years. Of course, all the species in the cosmos are interested in them. You should know that the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are very close to each other from the four-dimensional point of view. We're twins, and a dual world system. The development level of the two civilizations are very close. Therefore, the occult orbs that we find are mostly in the Blood Demon sector's eyesight too. Besides, many occult orbs are the remnants of battlefields of the Blood Demon sector after more than 10 times of alternation of dynasties, or the tombs of the strong demons. There are many secret arts in the Blood Demon sector that allow them to detect, discover, and reach those occult orbs. Therefore, it's perfectly normal that you come across strong demons in the occult orbs. Liao was surprised. Then what do we do if we meet experts of the demon clan in the occult orbs? Xianxia smiled in response. We do what we must. Should we come across demons or demonic cultivators, just kill them all. It is also the biggest battleground between the Blood Demon sector and us. Whoever discovers more occult orbs and retrieves more secret treasures, secret arts and cultivation systems will be more likely to evolve into a stronger civilization and win the war between the two sectors. But it's a pity when it comes to the human beings from other worlds. Over the hundreds of years of exploration, we've met humans from other worlds a couple of times. But every single time we failed to trust each other. Even if we were forced to cooperate under the outside pressure, we always went against each other after the secret treasures were dug out. The human civilizations of different worlds have never truly cooperated so far. It seems that not every human civilization values the ethics of human beings, nor do they want to enlighten the cosmos with the wisdom of human beings. Maybe, during the thousands of years of bloody battles after the Armageddon Rebellion, such human civilizations have developed a whole different set of survival strategies. Liao thought for a moment and asked, "Does the quasi-membership card mean that I'm a candidate of Occult Orbs Fellowship now, and that I will become an eligible member to enter the Occult Orbs to retrieve secret treasures and inherit the ancient knowledge after I break into the building foundation stage?" Xianxia said, "Correct. Sometimes, when the actual situation of an occult orb or the purpose of a mission dictates, Occult Orbs Fellowship will invite non-member cultivators to the world fragment. That's because the natural laws of the occult orbs can be really weird. In some occult orbs, all the magical equipment will lose functionality because of the barriers on them. In such cases, we'll invite strong body practitioners to explore them barehanded. In some other occult orbs, it requires music to crack the barriers enclosing them. This will be the time when culture-type cultivators get useful. However, such non-member cultivators are only allowed to enter certain kinds of occult orbs. For the sake of their own safety, we do not recommend them to explore more occult orbs. Only after one passes the tests of the Occult Orbs card and becomes an official member of Occult Orbs Fellowship can one cruise among stars freely and explore the myths of occult orbs. By the way, Occult Orbs cards are themselves secret treasures excavated from occult orbs. I believe you've discovered the mysteries of it. Liao's eyes were beaming in eagerness. He clenched his fists and said, "After I break into the building foundation stage and unveil the mysteries regarding the Occult Orbs card, I will be permitted to join Occult Orbs Fellowship?" Xianxia nodded. Cracking the mysteries of the Occult Orbs card is just a beginning. After you join Occult Orbs Fellowship, you'll be allowed to enter some low-level occult orbs where you can travel or cultivate. Your cultivation speed when you're inside of them will be more than 10 times higher than outside. However, I need to remind you that even the occult orbs at the bottom level still entails all kinds of hazards that may have been overlooked or not fully resolved yet. You may encounter strong demons and demonic cultivators at any time. So, it eventually depends on you whether or not to enter the occult orbs. Liao licked his lips. Flames seemed to be bursting out of his eyes, and he muttered, "Ancient battlefields of the past 40,000 years? Cemeteries and research centers of legendary cultivators? You bet I'm interested in visiting such places." Xianxia squinted and put on a mysterious smile. "If you really think so, please try harder to cultivate in the coming year, Liao. Gauged in the standard of the Heaven's Origin sector, you are an outstanding, or even exceptional, cultivator of the younger generation. However, the essence of the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector lies not in the Heaven's Origin sector, but in the occult orbs. Many geniuses who are naturally gifted in cultivating have been sent to occult orbs fellowship to educate. Their parents are often high-level cultivators. They are born with unparalleled, powerful veins and nerves. Some of them even boast mutated spiritual roots that are entirely different from those of the ordinary cultivators. Not only are they talented, they are also nurtured by all kinds of secret arts and treasures. When they are 3 to 5 years old, they'll be teleported to some special occult orbs and grow up in the challenging environment there. They are the super elites brought up by cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector for the purpose of exploring more occult orbs, known as children of the occult orbs. When you are lucky or unlucky enough to encounter a child of the occult orbs, you will know that the brilliant, extraordinary experts that you've met before are merely mediocre cultivators. His words fully triggered Liao's competitiveness. Super elites, children of the occult orbs? Strong cultivators as parents with unparalleled veins and nerves? Nurtured by secret arts and treasures since young? Growing up in special occult orbs? Interesting. Very interesting. Even though a lieutenant general of the Federal Army was standing in front of him, Liao did not suppress his defiance at all. As a result, in Xianxia's vision, a brutal vulture seemed to be taking shape in Liao's shadow, which opened its dark gold wings wreathed in black fog and sprang to the sky in a heaven-splitting shriek. Xianxia smiled. He had met several children of the occult orbs before. Growing up in an enclosed environment, the geniuses were all haughty and eccentric. They dwelled in their own world and considered themselves to be the hopes of the Heaven's Origin sector. Cultivators of the outside world were nothing but jokes for them. If this vulture Liao were to encounter a child of the occult orbs one day, what kind of dazzling sparkles would burst out? While he was thinking, Xianxia added, "This is everything that I can tell you right now. Anyway, try harder to cultivate, Liao. Threats of the blood demon sector are drawing closer and closer. It is only a matter of time before the two worlds finally collide." Put in the words of the ancient cultivation world, this is the time when dragons and tigers leave their caves and fight in winds and clouds. According to the theories of the modern cultivation world, a collision of two worlds will raise intimidating spiritual tides. Many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that have been buried underground for their entire lives will be exposed to the public. The cultivation speed of cultivators who are drowned in the surging spiritual tides will be hundreds of times higher than normal. In a time of tranquility, no matter how gifted and fortunate a cultivator is, it requires dozens of years or even hundreds of years for him to break into the building foundation stage and the core formation stage. But in a magnificent era of iron and blood such as right now, with enough courage, one may be able to rise from an insignificant refinement stage cultivator to be a world-shaking core formation cultivator within 10 years' time with any luck. The same logic applies for the human beings in the Heaven's Origin sector as a whole. After 500 years of rapid development, we've created a brilliant cultivation civilization which nearly drained all the resources in the Heaven's Origin sector. Still, we are confined to the lone island in the edge of the Sea of Stars, failing to establish a great route to the center of the cosmos. If it goes on like this, we may still be unable to find a destination for our civilization when all the spiritual energy in the Heaven's Origin sector is exhausted. Our civilization will culminate in the brilliant peak and slowly decay in the barren pebble that we are standing on right now. The war with the Blood Demon sector is our last chance. If we fail, there will be no need to say anything. Human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector will end in doom after 500 years of struggling. However, if we defeat the Blood Demon sector, we'll be able to combine the resources of the two sectors and, maybe, make a leap to the center of the cosmos. The rising dragon of the 9 stars flag will fly in the middle of the sea of stars. Cultivators are the battle sabers of the human civilization. The destiny of the human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector lies in our hands. Whether we end up in the stomach of demon beasts or beyond billions of stars, slashing our way forward depends on our endeavor. Hearing his words, Liao was breathing heavily. His throat felt completely dry. Xianxia finished his speech. He patted Liao's shoulder and walked out. When he was almost out of the door, Liao suddenly asked, General Xianxia, can you tell me if there is any secret art in the occult orbs that can restore phantom entities to ghosts with self-awareness? Xianxia stopped. He pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not that I know of. However, the occult orbs that we've explored so far are only a tiny portion of all the occult orbs out there. There are many occult orbs that we detected but did not dare set foot in because of the perils they entailed. Some of such occult orbs are closely related to ghosts, souls, and the like. The sea of stars is boundless. Billions of civilizations have billions of different technologies and arts. Who knows how many secrets have been buried among them? Everything you want to know lies in the depths of the cosmos. Try your best to unveil them. As he was talking, Xianxia walked out of the door. Liao sighed gravely. He touched the soul-condensing pendant on his neck. The phantom entities inside were emitting much stronger waves than before. They were like the fireflies at dusk who were releasing greenish brightness in a bloody mist. Every now and then, Liao could even perceive some of their thoughts, but moments like that were as brief as lightning. The professors and senior brothers of the refining department were feeling proud of the success of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. However, it was not enough. Occult orbs. I'm definitely going there. Taking a deep breath, Liao strode out of the room. The moment he stepped out of the door, he met every one of the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution. The meticulous, serious-looking professors and experts were all smiling with their mouths wide open like kids who had just won a football match. Professor! Liao grinned uncontrollably. He was going to hug Xianxia when she and the rest of the project team crowded forward, lifted him up and threw him to the air. We won! Refining Department of the Grand Desolate War Institution has won. 3 days later, the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution who had returned with honors held a victory party of the highest standard in the campus. Although the military hadn't announced how many Mystic Skeleton battlesuit would be purchased, according to sources, the sham battle had significantly improved the influence of the crystal suit advocates in the military. In the meantime, warship advocates had also started studying how to attack aggressively in collaboration with crystal suits when a crystal suit legion was on board. Every clue indicated that the number purchased would be more than expected. Maybe it would exceed 5,000 and even reach 10,000. After the presentation at the Magical Equipment Exposition and the sham battle, the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution quickly rose to fame. All of the grassroots refiners got their day. The share prices of the sects that had been sponsoring the refining department had witnessed rapid growth, too. As a result, more sponsors joined in. 20 years of hard work finally produced the sweetest fruit in the world. Everyone dropped their manners and turned the victory party into a gathering of alcoholics. Even Xianxia was drinking the delicious wine which was made of drunk god vines. Her face was wet. There was no telling if it was wine or her tears. It was not even 10 p.m. yet, and Liao was already wasted. Ding Lingdang snatched his collar and pulled him to her place. I never knew that you are so bad at drinking. 3 cups of wine made of drunk god vines and you're drunk like this. Ding Lingdang said caringly and frowned. However, Liao, whose eyes had been drowsy because of overdrinking a moment ago, was blinking soberly and looked at her in a smile. Ding Lingdang's eyes bulged. You pretended to be drunk? Liao smiled. I'm indeed a little drunk, but not seriously. There have been enough celebrations with everyone over the past days. Right now, I want to celebrate with you alone. Ding Lingdong's breath stopped for a moment. She suddenly felt her head was dizzy even though she didn't drink much. Liao lay down with her smooth, flawless leg as his pillow comfortably and picked up her hand. Then he said, "Do you know the biggest significance of the Project Mystic Skeleton for me?" Ding Lingdang was a little confused. She shook her head. Liao said solemnly, "I know you've been feeling guilty that you hamstrung my growth, and that if it weren't for you, I would have chosen the refining department of Deep Sea University and grown into a successful refiner much more easily. But because I met you, I picked the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. As it turned out, a terrible accident took place on the very first day of my college life. The entire refining department was almost ruined. My dream of becoming a refiner suffered a tremendous setback. You must have thought you were responsible for my misfortunes, right? But right now, Project Mystic Skeleton has succeeded. Refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution regained its fame in the world of refiners. I've even defeated several guys of the Novum Steli personally. For me, the biggest significance of all this is to rip apart the shadow in your heart and stop you from feeling guilty ever again. 2 years ago, you made a right choice, and so did I." Ding Lingdang was dazed. Her eyes were filled with ripples, like a lake which had been stirred by spring breeze. They stopped talking. Their eyes intertwined like 4 little snakes. Quietness took over the place. It was a night with great moonlight. Right now, actions indeed spoke louder than words. 3 minutes later, "Wait! Are you kidding me? What the hell are you doing? Stop your hand. And your mouth. Give me 2 minutes." Liao almost gritted his teeth to pieces. He forced himself out of Ding Lingdong's octopus-like entanglement by inhuman determination, and, taking a deep breath to soothe himself, rushed out of the door as fast as he could. Liao's speed was brought to maximum. He had never run as fast before in his entire life. Even when he encountered 2 demon generals in the Thunderous Sound Mountain, or when he was competing with 20 crystal suits in the Flying Crystal Race, he had not been this fast. After only 27 seconds, Liao stopped in front of the vending machine beside the gate of the neighborhood. The vending machine of the Grand Desolate War Institution was clearly much more advanced than that in the underground ghost market of Floating Spear City. There was even a pudgy critter on the top of it as a shopping guide. "What kind of civil magical equipment do you want, mister?" The pudgy critter flew to the air and asked joyfully. Liao didn't answer. He glanced through the closet and soon found the item that he was looking for. However, there were so many kinds of it that his eyes were dazzled. Seeing Liao's eyes, which were exploding at any moment, and the burning desire in his body, the pudgy critter analyzed him demand automatically. "Why don't you try this one? This is the lightest, thinnest model in the entire Federation that is refined out of the intestinal membrane of 9-section lanternfish, with 49 working procedures. More importantly, it is luminous. As for this model, although it is refined out of natural rubber, it has more than 10 tiny bladders in which almost 100 supertine rune arrays are stored. The rune arrays can trigger hot and cold feelings at the same time. Perfect skydiving experience guaranteed. This is an ultra-solid model specially designed for cultivators, especially battle-type cultivators. It is 10 times more stable and tensile than ordinary models. Even if you fail to control yourself at the critical moment and exert your full strength, it will still remain intact. "Which model do you want, mister?" Veins were bulging in Liao's forehead as he exclaimed, "Okay, I'll have 1 box of each." 1 minute and 49 seconds later, he returned to Ding Lingdong's home. His shoes had been grinded out of shape. The invisible flames of hunger and irritation from Ding Lingdang seemed to be burning the entire house to the ground. The aura of the 2 of them crashed in the middle of the air with cracking sounds. Skulls of the demon beasts which had been placed on the desks, closets, and walls were all shivering. Liao strode to the control rune arrays of the building and activated the muting rune array to maximum. Whatever noises inside the room would not be heard by the outside world. Liao seemed to have turned into a deadly animal. He was going to lunge at Ding Lingdang, when she made a leap forward and knocked him to the ground. The two of them melded together like two clusters of magma. Let's do it. Half a year later, hundreds of meters below the sea level in the middle of the thick and heavy water of the billowing Star Sea, Liao extended his arms with his eyes half closed. He was not wearing any clothes, nor was he activating his spiritual energy. He was merely resisting the deadly pressure from the seawater with the iron muscles and bones built up by the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique. Suddenly, his half-closed eyes opened widely. Brightness beamed out of his eyes through hundreds of meters of dark seawater to the sky like a laser. Soaring into heaven in one leap, his soul-igniting law was fully triggered. The pores all over Liao's body were opened up fully. A huge amount of spiritual energy was unleashed, which stirred up thousands of bubbles deep down in the sea. Third level of the refinement stage. Fifth level of the refinement stage. Seventh level of the refinement stage. Liao's strength was rising crazily. His spiritual energy was condensed into an impregnable barrier around him, which pushed the seawater around him away 1 inch after another. A lot of bubbles popped up in the surface of the sea which had been peaceful previously. Then they turned into continuous spoondrift, until they evolved into surging tides in the end. One water pillar after another erupted and exploded into giant swirls, like the crazy devils who had opened their bloody mouth wide. An undersea volcano seemed to be waking up in roars. 11th level of the refinement stage. 12th level of the refinement stage. 13th level of the refinement stage. The spiritual energy floating around Liao had expanded to maximum, forming a round zone 10 meters in diameter. All the seawater inside the zone had been pushed out. There was not a single drop of liquid. Liao's body was dried, too. His skin was whitened to the extent that it seemed to be made of jade. His messy long hair was emitting feeble brightness, which was spluttering in the air although there was no wind. Boom! 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 The undercurrent hit the shell of spiritual energy heavily. The round zone was full of hollows and bumps. For a moment it collapsed inwardly. In the next moment it held back the pressure and returned to normal, sometimes even expanding slightly. Liao gritted his teeth. Every vein and every nerve inside his body were convulsing as if they were living things. Like dragons deep buried in his flesh and blood, they transmitted his strength into the deepest depths of his brain unstoppably. A slowly revolving swirl was formed in the middle of his two eyebrows. Hoo! Thunderous roars echoed in Liao's throat, as the swirl between his eyebrows suddenly protruded. An inconceivably brutal force was exerted out of his body. It was the most powerful spiritual energy beyond the 13th level of the refinement stage, as well as the ultimate spiritual gas that any cultivator could shape. Peak of the refinement stage. On the surface of the sea, seawater was boiling. The tides solidified into all kinds of fierce beasts before they crashed with each other, broke up, and returned to the sea. Deep down in the sea, the round zone around Liao was shaped by him into a giant figure of more than 10 meters tall, with a face, limbs, and everything. It looked identical to himself, with not even the tiniest detail being left out. He seemed to have expanded several times in that moment. Walla! 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 Following Liao's movements, the formidable giant of spiritual energy started boxing in the bottom of the billowing Star Sea. Although it was 13 forces of war beasts, the simplest martial art of all, it was still intimidating enough in the bottom of the billowing Star Sea where undercurrents prevailed, as if it were going to cut the world fragment into two halves. The longer he continued, the crazier he became. After a single punch, a wave of almost 1,000 meters wide was blown outward and didn't disperse for a long time. After finishing the 13 forces of war beasts, Liao felt that he couldn't be more comfortable. With a telepathic thought, the giant of spiritual energy suddenly collapsed and turned into a large bird, which triggered a tsunami under the sea with a flap of wings. 10 seconds later, it flew out of the surface of the seawater from the hundreds of meter deep bottom to the sky, followed by sea spray that was dozens of meters high. Liao stood in the air hundreds of meters to the ground. Countless feelings were rolling over in his heart as he stared at the sea which didn't go quiet after a long time. Over the past 6 months, The school has offered me a lot of resources to help me cultivate. I've bought a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, strengthening drugs, and cultivation appliances myself. After days and nights of fighting and training with Ding Lingdang gruesomely, I've finally reached the peak of the refinement stage with perfect control over spiritual gas now. Right now, I'll need a eureka moment to understand the transformation of spiritual energy from the gas state to the liquid state. When the spiritual energy in my body is condensed to such an extent that spiritual liquid is flowing all over, I will successfully break into the building foundation stage. Liao landed on the island in the middle of the billowing star sea slowly. The island had been rocky and rugged with all kinds of stones. It was the training ground for Liao and Ding Lingdang. 2 years ago, when Liao first entered the billowing star sea, he had been terribly beaten by Ding Lingdang in this place. After 2 years of hard training and countless bloody battles, all the stones on the island had been crushed and flattened. The place, which used to be full of rocks, was now entirely empty, except for the hollows from punching and stomping and the spider net-like cracks that were everywhere. They were the traces of their fierce battles. Liao at present was no longer the rookie that Ding Lingdang could finish in less than 1 minute. With the understanding of spiritual gas at the peak of the refinement stage and the sturdy body built up by the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique, he was not completely on the losing side even faced with such a combat maniac at the building foundation stage like Ding Lingdang. Over the past month, the battles between them often lasted more than 10 minutes. Then they would start another battle. In such battles, it often took more than 30, sometimes even 50 minutes before they were over. But today Ding Lingdang was not present. Recently, she often left the grand desolate war institution mysteriously without telling anyone where she was going to. When Liao asked her, she said that she would tell him everything after he entered the building foundation stage. The two of them were both crazy about training, which often required outdoor traveling and exploration. Therefore, Liao didn't ask much and simply trained by himself in the billowing star sea. It was a good opportunity for him to test his secret weapons and new tactics anyway. With a telepathic thought, 2 shrieks rang far away. From the corner of the island, 2 lasers, one black and the other silver, darted to him and spun around him like 2 unstoppable hurricanes. The black laser was, of course, the flying sword Black Wing. Right now, Liao was no longer the cash-strapped scavenger but, more or less, a rich guy. He spent a fortune on a huge amount of crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures for Black Wing to eat. Black Wing was not picky at all. It had an appetite for the most eccentric heavenly materials and earthly treasures as long as there was abundant spiritual energy in them. Over the past half a year, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that it absorbed were even more than those consumed by Liao during his cultivation. Its speed and range of spiritual threads had significantly improved, too. It could perform all kinds of incredible movements when it was moving at supersonic speed. However, the deficiency that it couldn't be used to attack remained. Liao studied for a long time trying to figure out why, but to no avail. He still had to consider Black Wing as the best shield and the most trustworthy means of escape. Attacks could be carried out by the silver laser. The laser was, no less, Neltharion, the warship model of the Starsea Imperium that he retrieved from his Cosmos Ring. After Project Mystic Skeleton was completed, Liao finally had enough time to explore the mysteries of Neltharion. Neltharion was not a toy for fun. It required complicated procedures to operate. Liao had estimated that it was a piece of training magical equipment in the Starsea Imperium that had been used to train warship captains for the Imperial fleets. Once he sank part of his soul into it, his consciousness would be split into 2 halves. The half that maneuvered Neltharion was faced with an extremely sophisticated control menu. In the beginning, Liao didn't know where to start at all. He could barely fly Neltharion for half a minute without crashing the wall or the ground. Learning how to steer the warship model was also a soul-burning process. Without the solid soul that had been cleansed by Oyezi, his spirit would have been drained after only several seconds after he entered it. Following half a year of exploration, he was finally able to maneuver Neltharion in a range of no more than 100 meters. He had also discovered 2 great advantages of Neltharion. Firstly, stealth. Neltharion boasted special stealth ability. Once it was activated, Neltharion would vanish from this world, yet it could still observe this world from where it was in a way that he couldn't comprehend. Liao had tested it in front of Ding Lingdang several times. Ding Lingdang had never noticed anything wrong, which was evident that such stealth was beyond the recognition of building foundation stage cultivators. There were several core formation stage cultivators in the Grand Desolate War institution. Liao had flown Neltharion to 300 meters away from them, and they had no reactions to it whatsoever either. But Liao did not dare to go any closer. The observation in stealth meant that he had an invisible and indestructible crystal camera in a battleground. It would be a huge advantage. Secondly, collision. Just like any crystal warship, Neltharion had a spiritual shield as defense, which was extremely steady. Although it was not as fast as Blackwing, the damage of its collision was no less intimidating. With a telepathic thought, it could crash into the enemy from an unimaginable angle. Together with its stealth ability, it would be an inconspicuous yet deadly weapon. Blackwing and Neltharion, a black light and a silver one, with the former in charge of defense and the latter responsible for attack. Considering that he was already at the peak of the refinement stage, Liao was confident in fighting 3 to 5 demon generals at the same time when he met them. His trump cards were more than those two. Shua! Liao exited the billowing star sea and returned to Ding Lingdong's bedroom. The teleportation array to the billowing star sea had been modified. It was larger and more complicated with an additional operation panel now. Liao quickly typed on the operation panel. The light beam beside him blinked. The destination on it changed from Billow Star Sea to Diminutive Dust Domain. The Diminutive Dust Domain was a world fragment he bought for himself and also where his personal Fiend Star refining workshop was located. Liao stood on the teleportation array again. Brilliant brightness spurted out. He was consumed and brought to the Diminutive Dust Domain. It was a super-mini world fragment with a diameter of no more than 1 kilometer. The natural laws here were identical to those of the Heaven's Origin sector, except for the large swirl in the blue sky which would absorb all the dust and particles in the air, so that the place would be turned into a natural cleanroom. It was a perfect place for refining. Liao had built it into a quaint refining workshop in the traditional ways of the 100 Smelting clan. In the middle of the refining workshop was an advanced refining furnace which was Vulcan 3, the latest model that Empyrean Terminus sect developed 1 year ago. The fact this particular model had been named after the god of fire was evident enough of Empyrean Terminus sect's ambition and confidence. Around Vulcan 3, the iron mat, heater, and polishing pool were distributed according to the traditional styles of 100 Smelting clan, together with a few other refining furnaces that Liao crafted by himself using the ancient techniques. At first, he would refine the components with the modern technology. Then, he would polish and furbish them delicately with the secret arts of 100 Smelting clan. This was the unique refining style of Liao. In such a way, Liao upgraded the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit from head to toe. As a MP crystal suit model for the Federal Army on a large scale, the performance of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was acceptable. However, as his personal crystal suit which he would wear for life and death combats and maybe to the occult orbs one day, it was far from satisfactory. As his own strength improved, especially after he reached the peak of the refinement stage, Liao had always felt that he couldn't enjoy him enough when he was wearing the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. It sort of felt like a tall, muscular man who was waving a bulrush as his weapon. Not only was he unable to exert his full strength, he was also afraid that the bulrush might break up at any moment. Therefore, over the past half-year, Liao had purchased a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and modified the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit crazily. After his modifications, other than the classical framework design which had been retained, all the parts of the crystal suit had undergone tremendous changes. The key components had been replaced by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which had been further strengthened by many secret arts including dragon scales tossing, 7 levels of heaven, invisible seals, etc. The crystal reactor had been changed to the most advanced model refined out of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, too. But the valve design was kept. When necessary, the spiritual energy inside the crystal reactor could be used to launch a critical attack easily. At first glance, the new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit seemed no different from ordinary ones. If anything, it seemed more shabby and straightforward, with an air that it could crush anything in its way with nothing but its speed and steadiness. But in fact, the combat ability of the new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had been improved by multiple times. Beside the new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit stood a red crystal suit that looked like burning fire. It was Crimson Phantom, a crystal suit specially designed for body practitioners. After Liao bought it, he had been modifying the crystal suit intensively according to Ding Lingdong's body shape and combat habits. Body practitioners had different demands for crystal suits compared to common cultivators. They usually did not like too many weapons or pieces of magical equipment as accessories on their crystal suits. Instead, they were more interested in the enhancement of crystal suits to improve their sensitivity to the outside world. Most importantly, since body practitioners often had powerful spiritual tattoos on their body, the crystal suits they wore could not hinder the flow of their spiritual tattoos. It would be best if the crystal suits could magnify the spiritual tattoos, so that the combat ability of the body practitioner would be significantly improved. This Crimson Phantom was one of the best crystal suits for body practitioners. It had won several important prizes in crystal suit design matches. Besides, a lot of fiery crystals were embedded into the crystal suit, which was perfect for a body practitioner whose spiritual root was of the fire attribute such as Ding Lingdang. With Liao's current knowledge, it was hardly possible for him to refine a crystal suit from scratch. However, Liao was already an experienced expert in upgrading an existing crystal suit with his insane imagination. The purchase of diminutive dust domain, Crimson Phantom battlesuit, and the huge amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the modification fees that he had spent on the two crystal suits with absolutely no consideration of budgets whatsoever, had cost him a great fortune. Although Liao had made quite a decent amount of money through Project Mystic Skeleton and the Demon Beast Detector, he had used up all the money and even borrowed a large sum of loans from the bank. He was a cash-strapped poor man again now. However, compared with ordinary people, money was not that important for cultivators, who always valued the improvement of their strength more than anything else. Besides, in the past half a year, the news was more and more troubling. An unprecedented storm seemed to be brewing. Over the past 6 months, beast tides had been breaking out much more frequently. Small-scale beast tides were taking place every day. The Federal Army had been busy as bees putting out fire here and there. More and more high-level demons were joining the beast tides, too. Every 3 to 5 days, strong demons at the level of Demon King would trespass into the Heaven's Origin sector through wormholes and sabotage the human towns and cities. Even the regular demon army had come several times. The regular demon army was similar to human beings in appearance with equally high intelligence. Their devil weapons were as powerful as the magical equipment of human beings. They would charge and retreat according to commands. As well-trained soldiers, they boasted a far stronger fighting will than ordinary demon beasts did. Even when they were besieged by the Federal Army and cultivators, they were still able to handle the situation. When they were retreating, they always left a series of tricky traps that often lead to major casualties. Some small-scale devil warships were teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector through wormholes and reinforced the demons on the ground with fire support. They'd surprised the Federal Army many times, who had been taught a hard lesson by them. The Grand Desolate Plateau had become a battlefield that was full of perils. Even the most inert inland citizens were aware that a bloodier war than any of the past 500 years was going to break out in no time. In response to the new situation, both the federal government and the cultivators were taking actions promptly. Top-secret projects were revealed to the public one after another, unveiling powerful magical equipment that had never been seen before, in order to show the muscles of the Heaven's Origin sector and pacify the people. News about Occult Orbs Fellowship was one of them. Before, the citizens had heard a thing or two about the fact that the federal government and the cultivators were exploring world fragments, but they didn't know the details or the progress. This time, not only did Occult Orbs Fellowship show a lot of secret treasures and arts from the world fragments to the public, it also revealed a lot of video clips of the bases of the Federation in the occult orbs and the large-scale exploitation on them. Several strong cultivators that had been cultivating in the occult orbs for their entire lives returned to the Heaven's Origin sector. After they challenged the rampant beast tides with their extraordinary performances, they immediately became center of public attention and were considered as new heroes of the Federation. In such a magnificent era when big shots emerged like rising storms, whatever influence Liao had half a year ago was soon drowned under the surging tides. Liao did not care about it very much. His life was simple: training, refining, and fighting with Ding Lingdang. He had also gone to the military and several sects which had purchased mystic skeleton battlesuits to provide technical support as a technician of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Today, the 2 fully upgraded crystal suits were finally completed. When is Ding Lingdang coming back? I cannot even reach out to her via spiritual crane messenger. Did she go to the depths of the dark desolate domain? Liao muttered to himself, as he carved the mark of Fiend Star carefully on the bottom of the feet of the Crimson Phantom battlesuit. Before, Ding Lingdang had always told him her destination when she was going to the dark desolate domain. But this time she was quite mysterious. She told him that she was going to bring him a present when she came back, but there had been no message of her whatsoever for more than half a month. He could not help but start wondering what she was doing. When she was back, she would be happy to see the Crimson Phantom battlesuit tailor-made for her. Wouldn't she? Liao was thinking to himself joyfully when his mini crystal processor started buzzing crazily. It was not a message from spiritual crane messenger, but the emergency ringtone of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Judging from the pitch and frequency, it was an alarm at the top level. Something important must have happened. Liao squinted. He waved his hand and released 2 mystic colors, which scanned the 2 crystal suits and absorbed them into his cosmos ring. Since Yuan Qi, known as Invisible Bug, cracked the 2 barriers on his cosmos ring for him, the space inside had been greatly expanded. Not only was there enough space to store the 2 crystal suits, more supplies and additional magical equipment were able to be kept inside. 2. It was indeed convenient. However, the cosmos ring was a money-burning machine, which required a lot of crystals to nurture and polish every day. The spiritual energy consumption when it was triggered every time had been a major headache for Liao, too. Thankfully, Liao had stable revenues every month through the Demon Beast detector. Otherwise, the Cosmos Ring would have been barely affordable for him. Cultivation requires investment. After I step into the building foundation stage, I'll need stronger magical equipment, which will not only be much more expensive, but also consumes astronomical spiritual energy when it is triggered or maintained. The Demon Beast detector alone will not be enough to cover my expense when I'm in the building foundation stage. I'll need to find more sources of income. While he was thinking, Liao left the diminutive dust domain in a hurry. The emergency ringtones were echoing non-stop in the outside world. Many high-level cultivators lived in the neighborhood that Ding Lingdang and he lived. All kinds of sword aura were rising up to the sky, as countless professors and experts rushed to the square in front of the main teaching building on their flying swords. Liao whistled and summoned Black Wing. Adjusting it to a subsonic speed, Liao stepped on it and followed the other flying swords. Many staff and student had already gathered in the square. Liao glanced around and found Yuan Manchio and some other people of the refining department. He immediately landed with a telepathic thought and joined them. Liao asked, "Professor, what's happening? Why has the highest alarm been issued?" Yuan Manchio's face was solemn, but there was a hint of frenzy deep inside her eyes. She said, "Beast Tide outbreak. Blood Demon Sector has invaded." Liao was dazed for a moment. Isn't a beast tide breaking out every day? What's strange about that? Yuan Manchio shook her head. This time it is different. 7 towns, mining centers, and military bases in the north had beast tide outbreaks at the same time and were mired into chaotic battles simultaneously. Besides, a demon king is commanding each of the beast tides. Even traces of demon emperors have been found in several battlegrounds. Liao gasped. Demon emperors? Strong demons such as demon emperors were equivalent to the nascent soul stage cultivators in the human world. They were the top warriors of the blood demon sector, just as the latter were the elites of the heaven's origin sector. Now that demon emperors had been sent out, these beast tides were definitely the biggest threat over the past 100 years. Yuan Manchio nodded her head, as she said seriously, "Just now, the 3 parliaments have passed a bill unanimously. The Star Glory Federation has entered the first-degree state of war. We are now at war. Liao blinked his eyes. His face was as solemn as Yuan Manchio's, but with much more eagerness. The day had finally come. Parliamentarism was the political system of the Star Glory Federation. There were 3 parliaments, namely Parliament of Cultivators, Parliament of Commons, and Parliament of Warriors, made up by representatives of cultivators, ordinary people, and the military respectively. The 3 parliaments supported the Federation like a tripod. First-degree state of war was the highest warring level in the Federation. Since the Eastern Demon Empire was annihilated, the Federation had never entered such a state. In the first-degree state of war, cultivators, ordinary people, and the military would unite as one and transform the Star Glory Federation into a killing machine, releasing the most brutal force of the human civilization. The enormous square was crowded with people. All the teachers and students had assembled here. Many of them had learnt that the Federation had entered the first-degree state of war. Heated discussions were everywhere on the battleground. A large giant beam unfolded, slowly enclosing the square, which started playing video clips from the front line. The flourishing and lively cities were now enveloped in smoke and explosions. Black fog consumed the settlements, rising up like ferocious demon beasts and tearing the sky apart. The 3D pictures made everyone feel as if they were at the scenes. The noisy square soon went quiet. The only sound was the undying explosions inside the light beam which were thundering above their heads. Everyone's teeth had pierced through their lips without them knowing. Then, the light beam switched to the scenes inside the Congress of the Star Glory Federation. Representatives of cultivators, ordinary people, and the military had passed a bill declaring that the Star Glory Federation would enter the first-degree state of war again after 500 years, with 722 votes in favor, 114 votes against, and 163 abstentions. Then, Su Haorao, the Speaker of Parliaments, stepped up and announced the declaration. As a cultivator, Liao had learnt more information on the nexus with his telepathic thought. The simultaneous beast-tide outbreaks in 7 towns in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau were not a coincidence, but a long-prepared scheme of the Blood Demon sector. The 7 cities, towns, and mining centers were located on the same mother lode which boasted abundant crystals. The mother lode was also one of the largest mother lodes with the highest reserves in the Star Glory Federation. Once they occupied the mother lode, not only would the resource collection of the Star Glory Federation be disrupted, they could also make best use of the tremendous crystals inside the mother lode to build up larger wormholes through which devil warships and super-large demon beasts would be able to invade the Heaven's Origin sector. The first-degree state of war differed with the peacetime in that battle credits mattered more than anything else. Or rather, in the first-degree state of war, battle credits were everything. By fighting bravely and accumulate more battle credits, one could redeem them through the federal government or the nexus for magical equipment, martial arts, medications, or even exploitation rights of mother lodes. The military purchase, post-war reconstruction, and even the loans of the banks would be determined with consideration of the applicant's battle credits. Since the Star Glory Federation had always valued valiancy and worshipped heroes, the sects and individuals who had extraordinary battle credits were popular everywhere. They could easily get the support and resources they needed. In comparison, if some sects or individuals hid in their bases without getting any battle credits while other cultivators were fighting bravely in the front line, they would find it hard to hang around in society anymore. All their partners and clients would terminate their cooperation with them. They would also be lambasted by the media. One day, their disciples might feel too embarrassed to stay any longer and leave them for somewhere else. This time, the 3 parliaments even came up with another incentive. The battle credits could be redeemed for the resources and land in the Dark Desolate Domain and the Blood Demon sector. After 500 years of profound construction, most of the land and resources of the Heaven's Origin sector had been claimed, except for the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau and the Dark Desolate Domain, which were still empty areas. The social strata had been becoming less flexible, too. Ordinary people may find such an environment peaceful, comfortable, and enjoyable. But for young, ambitious cultivators without well-respected background, the reality was often terribly unsatisfactory. Now was the time to change their fate. Once the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector melded into one stable world, It would mean that there would be double the land and resources available. At that time, the dark, desolate domain would no longer be torn by the two worlds, which meant that it would become an arable, habitable place. After the demon clan was beaten, the land and resources would be unowned. They could be built into resorts, bases, or even personal towns, and the property rights of them would have to be redeemed by battle credits. Naturally, the encouragement of such an incentive was enormous. Possessing a land of 1,000 square kilometers where mother lodes of crystals prevailed and building up one's own town there. Even Liao found the idea so tempting that his blood was boiling. With Oyezi's memories, he knew Oyezi's entire life. How could he not hope to establish his own sect to promote the ancient refining methodologies and be a star of the era with everyone's admiration? But to achieve that, astronomical resources were required. A crystal suit could be refined single-handedly, but it was impossible him to become a master refiner who could cruise in the sea of stars and refine magical equipment the size of a planet without the support of powerful sects behind him. As for the accounting of battle credits, Liao devoured a huge amount of information with his telepathic thoughts. He discovered that an instant interactive war mission system had been added to the Nexus. It was an advanced system supported by countless admin-type cultivators, which fixed once and for all the issues as to how cultivators should be engaged in large-scale wars. It had always been a tricky problem for cultivators who had tremendous combat ability as individuals to participate in a war. Most cultivators found the Federal Army, which was full of military rules and entirely devoid of freedom, unacceptable. Enlisting all cultivators into the army and training them in the military standard was an approach that had proved to be a dead end back in the time of the Red Dragon Legion. As a result, there were not many high-level cultivators in the military. Most cultivators still preferred to join a sect, or simply became an unaffiliated cultivator, because they would be bound by fewer restrictions and they could cultivate or fight the way they wanted. However, for such cultivators who were not neatly organized, they could solve problems with their formidable combat ability when the scale of the battle was small, say a battle of a few hundred people. When the war grew in size, the free cultivators would not be able to collaborate with each other effectively in battles when thousands of, or even millions of, people were involved. They often collapsed in quarrels before they were engaged with the enemy. Hence, the war mission system was established. It was based on the collective work of countless admin-type cultivators and the most advanced super-large crystal processors of the Star Glory Federation, which would analyze the purpose of a battle with its unparalleled computational ability and break down the battle from top to bottom into step-by-step strategical missions with clear targets. All the files of cultivators would be analyzed by the crystal processor, so that every cultivator would be recommended with one mission that was most suitable and had highest success rate for them through the Nexus. For example, a culture-type cultivator would be assigned to boost the morale of the soldiers in the front line, or to soothe the patients in a field hospital. A body practitioner who was adept at close combat would be assigned to battlegrounds of limited space where their specialties would be most useful. Every cultivator was allowed to update their files in the mission system to improve the matching ratio of missions. Every mission had a reward of some battle credits, which would be balanced to the mission taker after the mission was completed. Cultivators could trade the battle credits for other things, or simply deposit them in order to redeem the land and resources of the Blood Demon sector when the war was over. Through such an approach, the free cultivators would be able to be organized and fight like a regular army. There was only one rule. Cultivators could reject the missions recommended to them. They were also allowed to pick up missions that were not recommended to them. But they had to finish a mission to the best of their ability once they accepted one. Deserters would be sent to the court of cultivators and despised by all cultivators. In the light beam, Su Haoran's vehement war declaration had almost come to an end. He pressed the desk hard with his two hands. He was talking slowly with a low voice, which did not sound passionate at all, but touching and ineffaceable. If the Blood Demon sector wants a war, then we'll give them one. Until the skull of the last demon beast is stomped into the ground by the boots of our soldiers, the war will not be over. Speaker Su Haoran's only son joined the army last year and was sent to the northernmost defense line as an ordinary officer, Yuan Manchio said softly. Their station is beside Riverstone City. It was the first town to be swallowed by the beast's tides. Half a day later, a crystal airship painted with Fist of Fury, the emblem of the Grand Desolate War Institution, was on its way to the battleground in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau. This was the first batch of warriors that the Grand Desolate War Institution sent for the war. They were strong cultivators at the high level of the refinement stage or even higher. Most of them were teachers of the combat department and the medical department. Liao was one of the few students on the crystal airship. The crystal airship was rushing in the sky. Its power rune arrays had been fully activated, to the extent that the shell of the airship was shivering. After half a day's journey, Liao finally saw a burning city on the horizon. It was their destination, Red Lotus City. Right now, Red Lotus City had truly turned into a blossoming bloody lotus. The intense smoke, blending with the blood-dyed sunset, seemed to be becoming a giant beast whose feet were on the ground while its head was craning to the sky with its bloody mouth wide open, roaring to the crystal warship silently. It was indeed an awe-inspiring demonstration of horror. Although they were still dozens of kilometers away, Liao was already able to clearly sense the pricking of his skin and the pungent scent of sulfur. The ever-expanding smoke had covered all the 50 square kilometers nearby in vague dust gray. Countless pieces of ash were flying in the air, like billions of dancing black butterflies. The doomsday-like scenes rendered everyone speechless. On the ground, almost 100 black lines were crawling slowly to the south. They were the refugees of Red Lotus City. Most of them had been blackened by the smoke. Their clothes were ragged, their bodies covered in bruises. Dragging one another and holding their last belongings in their arms tight, they were retreating to the south in a trance under the protection of the Federal Army. Against the crowds who were marching south, one crystal airship after another, carrying countless cultivators, were on their way to the center of doom with colorful exhaust flames. The world seemed to have turned monochrome, which made the exhaust flames from the crystal airship all the more dazzling. Many citizens and soldiers who were walking with their heads down noticed the crystal warships coming from the south nonstop. They soon learnt that those who were charging at the fire against the current of crowds were cultivators. Cultivators would help them take back their homes and avenge their deceased family and friends. A silent horn seemed to be blown up in the hot air. Everyone stopped walking. Amidst the pieces of dancing ash, in the mud that was sometimes deep and sometimes shallow, people who had just lost their home gritted their teeth and held back their tears, while they lifted their fists up and waved at the crystal airships in the sky with their full strength. They were paying homage to the cultivators in their own way. The soldiers that were protecting the refugees were refreshed, too. They stood straight and saluted to the burning sky solemnly. Leaning against the window, Liao gazed at the scenes on the ground. An indescribable feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart. Since they were arriving at Red Lotus City and the spiritual shield and plate armor of the crystal airship were too weak for the demon clan's surface-to-ground attacks, the crystal airship was flying at a very low altitude in order to avoid the detection of the demons. The eyesight of the cultivators was far better than that of the ordinary people. Liao was able to clearly see old men, women, children, wounded soldiers, nurses, and teachers who were leading a bunch of kids like a hen which was protecting the chicken. Everyone's blackened faces, ragged clothes, and scaring injuries were as heartbreaking as his own in his eyes. There was a little girl in the crowds whose right arm was covered in thick bandages, while her left arm was holding a burnt teddy bear tightly. Mimicking the grown-ups around her, she bulged his eyes as wide as she could, her cheeks puffed up. The teddy bear was lifted up and waved high and hard. Liao's eyes narrowed. Thousands of thoughts were congregating and condensing inside his brain, turning into something entirely fresh and extremely firm. The little girl's figure gradually shrank. She melted into the long, black line and was indistinguishable anymore. But in every line, a redness that appeared once in a while still glittered in his eyes stubbornly. It was Rising Dragon of the Nine Stars, the national flag of Star Glory Federation, which was flying in the surging hot waves. Liao retreated his eyesight and looked at his hands. Two spiritual fires took shape in his palms and were clenched deep inside his fists, to the extent that they were almost frozen. He had never felt luckier that he was a cultivator, and that he hadn't wasted a single second in the past 3 years but dedicated all the time he had to fighting, training, and refining, for nothing else other than to break his own limits with all he could and arrive at his own peak. During countless exhausting, sometimes miserable nights, he had many a time questioned himself about the significance of cultivation and why he was torturing himself so crazily. Before he became a cultivator, the reason was simple. For fortune, for fame, for the fondness of thousands of people, for the fulfillment of his adopted father's last wish to become the strongest refiner in the world. However, after he did become a cultivator and somewhat a celebrity with more wealth than any ordinary person could earn for their entire life, he was lost again. Maybe, the ultimate significance of cultivators had to be sought out in the depths of the infinite sea of stars. But, at least at this moment, as a strong cultivator, his fists could punch the head of a demon beast into pieces easily. This was enough for now. Inside Li Yao's brain, his new perception turned into transparent crystals, which exploded into immeasurable black holes, unleashing intense desires to all his body parts. Peak of the refinement stage was still too weak. Stronger, stronger. He wanted nothing other than to be a stronger cultivator with even more dazzling brilliance. His body was hotter and hotter. The spiritual gas inside his body parts was absorbed by the black hole inside his brain and gradually compressed into an utterly different energy form. It was the sign of the building foundation stage. Building foundation. Building the foundation to embark on the journey to the middle of the sea of stars. Only after one stepped into the building foundation stage could one expect to open the mysterious gate to the starry sky. Li Yao had a vague feeling that he would arrive at the building foundation stage perfectly in the battle to come. "Come on," Li Yao mumbled to himself. "My hard training over the past half a year shall be tested by the flesh and blood of the demon beasts in the 7 fallen cities, before I march into the building foundation stage. After I entered the building foundation stage, I will have the opportunity to explore secret treasures and arts on the occult orbs and prepare myself for the sea of stars with a faster cultivation speed. Even if I'm to be sacrificed, I shall leave the name Vulture Li Yao in the sky of both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector." Right now, the crystal airship of the Grand Desolate War Institution was less than 15 kilometers from Red Lotus City. 3 other crystal airships were coming close, which belonged to 3 combat sects of the Grand Desolate Plateau. Dozens of crystal airships were following closely behind them, with even more coming from the horizon. In what seemed to be a response for the respect that the ordinary people and the soldiers paid for them, the 4 crystal airships in the lead, after a shiver, turned their spiritual shields to maximum. The emblems on the shell of the crystal warships gradually vanished. Fist of Fury, the emblem of the Grand Desolate War Institution, disappeared, and so did the green fire emblem of Emerald Sun Hall, the crystal heart emblem of Spirit Resonance Union, and the triple-headed dragon emblem of Mystic Dragon Sect. Half a second later, in the same place where the emblems vanished, a crimson color deep like blood spread out and formed a new pattern. The rising dragon of the 9 stars flag. In the sky, on the ground, countless rising dragon of the 9 stars flags fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Grand Desolate War Institution, Emerald Sun Hall, Spirit Resonance Union and Mystic Dragon Sect were no more. All of the people on board had but one identity right now. Cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector. "We will be entering the battleground in 5 minutes. In the cabin, Xiong Bailey, principal of the Grand Desolate War Institution, roared in a voice of metal, rock, and blood. Xiong Bailey had suffered serious injuries in the early years of his cultivation and changed from a battle-type cultivator to an admin-type cultivator. He was not obliged to come to the front lines in person, but he came anyway. Red Lotus City was within 10 kilometers. The full picture of the city was very clear now. The entire Red Lotus City was enveloped in a large cluster of dense black fog. One mushroom cloud after another was expanding crazily like a malformed monster which was growing at an inconceivable speed. The black fog was partly because of the explosions, and partly because the demon clan had released it on purpose. It could jam and even block the spiritual nexus of human beings, as well as the detection of 9x9 mystic rays, so that the long-range magical equipment would not be able to lock onto targets. In the middle of the black fog, Many ivory, bright pillars were shooting into the sky and piercing through the clouds. A splendid temple seemed to have been built between heaven and earth. Xiong Bailey bellowed. The bright pillars are the teleportation arrays that the demon clan constructed with the abundant spiritual energy in the mother lode under the ground. The space barrier between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector was already full of holes and on the verge of breakdown. It tends to be ripped open by the bright pillars when they focus on one point, and if so, more wormholes will come into being, through which more demons will crowd into the Heaven's Origin sector. The current situation is like a beach landing in ancient wars. The purpose of the demon clan to occupy the 7 cities and build them into beachheads, while they create more wormholes and let in more reinforcements of the demon clan. Our purpose is simple, then. Kill every demon within our sight. But more importantly, we need to destroy their teleportation arrays. Behind us, it's our family, compatriots, and home. Before us, it's the vast dark desolate domain and blood demon sector waiting to be conquered. Let's fight and show our enemies the true strength of the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector. Beep! Liao turned on his mini crystal processor, logged in the Nexus, and opened the war mission system. Some of his files were already saved in the system, including his performance in the Devil Flood Dragon Island, Verdant Tarn City, the Thunderbolt Cup competition, and the Flying Crystal Race in the Magical Equipment Exposition. As for the sham battle of the military bidding meeting, it had not been input into the system because it was classified as confidential. The war mission system summarized Liao as followed: Liao, junior year student of the Grand Desolate War Institution, nicknamed as Vulture, a hybrid-type cultivator who is talented both in battle and creation, one of the youngest cultivators at the high level of the refinement stage in the Star Glory Federation, and one of the youngest registered refiners in the Star Glory Federation. Adept at maintenance and modification of magical equipment, especially the refinement and usage of explosive magical equipment. Adept at wearing and modifying crystal suits. Adept at attacking and ambushing in complicated territories single-handedly. Personal combat ability exceptional. Collaboration and command skills inadequate. Infiltration, assassination, maintenance, and sabotage missions recommended. Liao hesitated before he gritted his teeth and typed something on his mini crystal processor. A moment later, a reminder popped up. Revised. Liao of the Grand Desolate War Institution has arrived at the peak of the refinement stage, and thus becomes one of the youngest cultivators at the peak of the refinement stage in the Star Glory Federation. The strength of the applicant would determine the missions that were recommended to them. Missions for the cultivators at the peak of the refinement stage were definitely much more dangerous than those for the cultivators at the high level of the refinement stage. But Liao didn't care. If anything, he desired more danger. His battle saber was moaning inside the sheath. It couldn't wait any longer to drink the enemy's blood. In a heavily guarded military camp 100 kilometers from Red Lotus City, more than 10 magnificent crystal warships were floating in the air. Defense rune arrays and large-scale flying sword zones were deployed everywhere around the military camp. Other than them, the most eye-catching buildings here were the enhanced spiritual beacons circling the military camp. Spiritual beacons were the core of the spiritual nexus. This was the command center for the Battle of Red Lotus City. Many advanced large crystal processors surrounded a spacious room, in the middle of which 521 admin-type cultivators were seated. Countless crystal wires extended from the crystal processors all the way to the specially designed crystal helmets on their heads. The computational ability of the 521 admin-type cultivators and the 37 supercrystal processors was fully activated. The enhanced spiritual beacons, like tentacles, transmitted spiritual waves into the black fog doggedly to ensure that every corner of Red Lotus City was covered in the network. The soldiers, cultivators, and beast puppets would then send the real-time battle images to the command center through the spiritual nexus with the help of the crystal cameras that they carried. Based on the images taken by thousands of crystal cameras, as well as the reports that countless soldiers and cultivators submitted via the communication channel, the command center would draw the details into a big picture and draft a strategic goal, before breaking the strategic goal down into tactical operations. Then, It would send the tactical operations to the most suitable soldiers or cultivators nearby for them to carry out. It was basically how the war mission system worked. Soon, Liao received 3 missions recommended by the system, which were the most suitable ones for him according to the 500 admin-type cultivators in the command center in light of the latest progress of the battle. In the western district of Red Lotus City, a Tai lightning railgun that had been deployed in the artillery positions was seriously damaged in the furious combat. Liao's mission was to break into the western district, repair the Tai lightning railgun, and destroy a teleportation array of the Demon Clan 1 block away, 3 kilometers to the battleground. The previously dull explosions were ear-splitting now. The continuous hot waves and blasts seemed to have put the crystal airship on a raging sea. All the cultivators started doing final checks on their magical equipment. Liao, as well as the professors who were expert exos, walked to the landing platform at the rear of the crystal airship. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of bright balls ejected from the tail of the crystal warship, before they let out even more dazzling brilliance and pierced into the black fog like shining swords. The black fog seemed to be made of billions of weird creatures the size of mosquitoes, which swarmed around Liao staggeringly. Liao felt that he was in the stomach of a giant demon beast and that he was going to suffocate at any moment. Beep! Beep! The mystic skeleton battlesuit sent out warnings. The demonic energy here was intense, which could corrupt the crystal suit as well the human body and incur serious damage. Liao sniffed. His spiritual gas surged out of his body and formed a thin protective layer on the surface of the plate armor, which pushed away the demonic fog. Then, with a spurt of spiritual energy, Liao rushed forward. While his crystal processor was still in the coverage of the spiritual nexus, he quickly downloaded the relative information about his mission. The holograms of the buildings in the western district of Red Lotus City, both on and under the ground, the 3D structure graphs of the buildings, structure graph of the Tai lightning railgun, and the flow chart of its spiritual energy. A huge amount of information was downloaded to his crystal processor before he absorbed and digested the new knowledge by telepathic thought transmission. Pooh! 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 In the dense fog, from the ground dozens of meters below him, 3 waves of thick, green liquids darted at Liao's chest. They were the surface-to-air attacks of the demons on the ground who had sensed the spiritual waves in the sky. Liao didn't speed up, nor did he strengthen his spiritual shield. Brilliant flames of light burst out from the mystic skeleton battlesuit, which intertwined and formed a net of splendor. In the meantime, he had revolved dozens of times in the sky and avoided the 3 waves of corrosive acids at a close distance. Liao blinked his eyes. The crystal cameras on his helmet had located the enemy by the trajectory of the 3 waves of acids. He extended his right arm and opened his palm, in which a hexagonal crystal suddenly glittered, before it was hurled at the enemy's position in a streak of brightness. The spiritual energy launching the attack did not come from the crystal reactor. It was a critical strike of spiritual gas by condensing the spiritual gas to the limit and spurting it out at a speed 3 times higher than that of sound with the enhancement and acceleration of the rune arrays inside crystal. Although the streak of brightness seemed as wide as a bowl, the spiritual gas in the middle was only the size of a needle. The halo around the spiritual gas was actually a result of the particles in the air being vibrated and excited by the kinetic energy. It was not hard to fathom the power of the turbulent spiritual gas when it was compressed to the size of a needle and spurted out at 3 times the speed of sound. That was the true strength of a cultivator at the peak of the refinement stage. Intensive explosions occurred in the fog, followed by a dying scream. Yet, Liao had no time to check the result of his attack, as if he had done nothing but swat a fly. He focused his attention and moved forward. The closer he got to the downtown, the fiercer the firepower he met became. Demon beasts were killing machines born for war. In the 30,000 years of conquests and conflicts of the demon beast empire, their bloodthirst instinct had evolved to the sharpest. The bodies of many demon beasts were powerful weapons. Some of them were even able to devour crystals directly and launch electric, flame, acid, corrosive liquid, blast, or even mental attacks. A heated pan seemed to have been put upside down on Red Lotus City. Every target in the air, be they demons or cultivators, would be destroyed indistinctively. Liao had to lower his altitude and leaped between the skyscrapers in the downtown to his destination. Hang in there! With two bloodshot eyes, Liao gritted his teeth and stomped. 3 floors of the building that he was on collapsed because of the counterforce. In the western district of Red Lotus City, what used to a populated business district was nothing but ruins now. Dilapidated walls, bumpy streets, and burning shuttles, together with the traces of dried blood, painted a picture of post-war desolation. In front of a collapsed skyscraper, a semi-underground street barricade with steady defense rune array and 2 fixed flying sword formations had been deployed. Red Lotus City was one of the northernmost cities of the Federation. The possibility of street combat had been taken into consideration when it was established, which was why it employed a paramilitary building pattern. Street barricades like this one were everywhere in the city. It had been hidden under the ground during peacetime. When a beast tide broke out and surged into the city, they would flip up and constitute defense lines. A crystal tank carrying a Tai lightning railgun was ambushed by the demon beasts when it was marching. In a fluster, it fled to this place and resisted their scourge together with the soldiers in the barricade based on the defense rune array. In front of them was an army of demon beasts which were coming at them like rising tides. The most terrible nightmare had become reality for the soldiers. Double-headed giant serpents as thick as a bucket were winking at them evilly with faces that seemed to be a mix of a human's and a snake's. Beetles that were even larger than the crystal tanks were waving their sickle-like forelegs, which were more than 3 meters long, rapidly in the air. Snails who had thorns all over their shells were charging. At the end of their necks, which were more than 2 meters long, were giant heads with 2 prolonged antennas where electric arcs were spluttering non-stop with cracking noises. Although flying swords had minced countless demon beasts into pieces, still more were crowding forward as if they were endless. The defense rune array was trembling under their strikes, like a dry leaf in the blowing autumn wind, which was ready to be ripped apart and obliterated at any moment. Pa! A loud noise echoed from a storm bolter, whose barrel had been seriously deformed because the rune arrays had been triggered for too many times in a row and the spiritual energy overloaded. The owner of the storm bolter spat. He groped in his backpack with bloodshot eyes, only to find nothing usable. Ammo is running out. Flying swords have all been launched. The steadiness of the defense rune array is dropping fast. It will be compromised in 3 minutes. Bad news continuously found its way into the ears of the soldiers. The flames in their eyes were burning more crazily than ever, as they put on a never-to-look-back expression. Prepare your chains word. The captain wiped the oily mud on his face and gnashed. However, the beast tied in front of them was split by an invisible force. An intimidating figure swam towards them, neither too fast nor too slowly. He was still dozens of meters away, yet the demonic energy from him had crushed over and squeezed the defense rune array like imperceptible giant hands. The defense rune array groaned. One rune after another was extinguished silently after briefly intensified brightness. All the soldiers were grasped by hopelessness. They felt that they were placed in an old, ragged submarine thousands of meters under the sea and could do nothing except to hear the sea devastating the shell of the submarine like a naughty kid squeezing an orange. "A demon general," someone mumbled desperately with a pale face. Faced with ordinary demon beasts or even low-level demon soldiers, perhaps they would still be able to defend the honor of the Federal Army for the last time with their chains word. However, when engaged with a demon general, all their efforts would be as meaningless as a mantis which was challenging a crystal tank. This demon general looked like a hybrid of a human and a snake. The upper half of his body was the shape of a human, with scattering scales here and there. The lower half of his body was 6 narrow, long limbs. In the blurred mist, he looked like a giant spider. Ka! A purple ball the size of a date pit was spat out from the mouth of the demon general. It flew to the defense rune array slowly, and when it reached the end, thousands of dancing electric arcs were triggered which tore the defense rune array into pieces. Right now, the only thing remaining between the barricade and the beast tide was 50 meters of distance. And, swoosh! A crystal suit fell into the middle of the barricade and the beast like a meteorite. Vague gold colors were flowing on the surface of the dark gray plate armor. Despite the seemingly shabby and crude appearance, scraps of scales could be found in the deepest layer of the plate armor with a careful look, which decorated the crystal suit with a constant halo. Chi! A huge amount of spiritual gas spouted out through the air paths of the crystal suit, forming a vivid, lifelike, bright gold eagle over his head which shrieked to the sky with an air of invincibility. A cultivator! Our cultivator is finally here. So intimidating. Is it the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit? I recall that Mystic Skeleton battlesuits are special crystal suits designed for low-level cultivators. Why does he look so powerful? Awed by the crystal suit, the beast tide ebbed uncontrollably, as if it had been crushed into pieces by a giant stone on the seashore. The demon general narrowed his dirty eyes. The scales on his body were rattling, and his 6 limbs were shivering uneasily. 6-armed Naga? Liao smiled in the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. In the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, the hunting team including Liao and Zhao Tianchong had been engaged with a seriously wounded 6-armed Naga. That time, everybody had tried their best. Eventually, it was with the explosion of 10 Hellfire Lightnings that they managed to kill the demon beast, which nearly cost them their own lives. The terror of a demon general had been carved in Liao's heart since then. Liao had met another 2 demon generals back when he was in the Thunderous Sound Mountain. Still, they were not as impressive to him as the previous time. After 2 years, he encountered a 6-armed Naga for a second time. But this time, everything was different. Demon General? So what? Die now! Magnificent flames spurted out from the back of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. More than 50 power rune arrays were activated at the same time. After minor adjustment of angles, the instantaneous speed of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was even higher than that of a super shuttle. His battle saber, which had been redesigned with 4 marrow crystals embedded inside, was unsheathed. The eagle made of spiritual gas flew to the edge of the saber and wreathed it after a shriek, extending the aura of the saber to more than 7 meters away. Boom! Crack! A thunderstorm seemed to be echoing in the tip of the saber. No more traps. No more tricks. His was the purest strength in the world. Before the 6-armed Naga was able to blink his eyes, Liao had slashed down at his throat with a saber enveloped by wind and thunder. Hiss! The 6-armed Naga was an adult demon who was at the peak of his life. He had been enlightened by the master demons with the secret arts of the blood demon sector. Now, he was almost a middle-level demon general with amazing combat ability. Faced with Liao's world-shaking slash, his eyeballs almost bulged out. The 2 limbs in the above crossed 2 sabers in front of his chest, hoping to resist Liao's attack. The 2 limbs in the middle formed a demonic shield where electric arcs were spluttering with the defensive demonic equipment, which was his second defense line. The 2 short and small limbs in the bottom, which were just appendages to help stabilize him while he was crawling, now picked up 2 coldly shining daggers and stabbed at Liao's abdomen silently. Bam! The sabers crashed. Both the humans and the demon beasts watching the fight heard an ear-splitting explosion, as if someone had hammered them hard in the back of their head. The 6-armed Naga's sabers broke into pieces without any resistance. However, it did manage to block Liao's unstoppable saber briefly. But the aura of wind and thunder on the edge of the saber was not stopped. It roared and charged forward at the neck of the 6-armed Naga, tearing a twisted trace in the air. The upper half of the 6-armed Naga's body quickly folded backward like a switchblade. In the meantime, the demonic shield was raised. The aura from Liao's saber rubbed against his demonic shield, which seemed to have been hit by lightning. Every scale on his body was standing up. He felt an overwhelming sense of pain all over his body. The 2 poison daggers, which had been soaked in 7 deadly poisons of the blood demon sector that would melt the flesh and blood of human beings when they encountered the skin, hit the target precisely. The 6-armed Naga was overjoyed, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was frozen to ice of horror before it was able to spread to his face. The feedback from his daggers was very weird. He felt as if he had pierced into a cluster of fluffy cotton or a swirl that was too deep to measure. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit in front of him blurred, twisted and popped up like smoke. A shadow! The six-armed Naga felt dizzy. His tail was rattling and patting the ground uncontrollably while all the scales on it were shivering. It was a sign that he was grasped by the utmost terror. His two eyes narrowed into two slim lines, which were then filled with by a giant black figure. The figure appeared in front of him abruptly, as if it had crawled out of thin air. When he noticed it, the two hands of the black figure had opened and reached his abdomen where the human body and the snake body were connected. Intensified spiritual blast. Spiritual energy burst out from Li Yao's body. The crazily expanding spiritual gas spurted out from the 64 spouts on the arms and the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and formed two giant wings that were more than 10 meters long behind him. After a moment, the dark gold wings of spiritual gas turned into thousands of streaks of brightness and tangled his two arms, where they revolved and transformed the two arms into giant, invincible drills. The drills pierced into the abdomen of the six-armed Naga as easily as two heated iron chopsticks stabbing a piece of tofu. Explode! Li Yao roared so loudly that the corners of his mouth were nearly torn. The spiritual gas, which was burning in the extreme state, revolved hundreds of times inside the body of the six-armed Naga and crushed every organ inside to a pulp, before it exploded in the back of the demon beast where it swept out in the shape of a sector. Looking from the front, there were only two holes the size of fingers in the abdomen of the six-armed Naga. But when looking from the back, its entire back had been blown into pieces, and all the organs inside the body were nothing but a mix of meat and blood now. It was an unparalleled spiritual gas manipulation skill named Intensified Spiritual Blast, one of the brutalist martial arts of the combat department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, which could only be wielded by cultivators who were no lower than the peak of the refinement stage. The six-armed Naga's eyes were still bulging wide. The toughness of its body sustained him from being killed immediately. But there was nothing else he could do other than watching Li Yao picking up the battle saber which was falling to the ground. Then he saw tornadoes rising up from the tip of the saber. That was the last thing he saw before he fell into the abyss of nothingness. 1 second later, the high and mighty six-armed Naga from a moment ago turned into burning fireflies, fleeing, struggling, dispersing, and disappearing in the tornadoes raised up by Li Yao's battle saber, as if it had never been born before. Through the ashes of the six-armed Naga, the mystic skeleton battlesuit walked forward slowly yet firmly. The ground was stomped into spider-net-like cracks with his every footstep. The beast tide was frozen like an ocean of -100 degrees. All the demon beasts were caught by a dead silence. Even the antennas on the head of electric starry snails were tightened to the extent that they were like two bones, unable to release any electricity at all. As walking killing machines, the sole purpose of the low-level demon soldiers and the cannon fodder demon beasts was to fight. However, as living creatures, their instinct for survival had perceived how formidable the enemy was easily. Purpose and instinct were pushing and pulling in their brains. Every demon beast had a confused expression on their face. Li Yao didn't keep them in a dilemma for too long. Above his head, for clusters of air suddenly twisted. From invisible swirls emerged four murderous steel demon beasts. Triple-headed, heavy six-barrel Vulcan machine guns. 4 of them. The shadowed tattoos on the barrels looked like the furs of a ferocious animal. The anti-gravity components and power rune arrays around them allowed them to float in the air and fire at the control of Li Yao's spiritual gas and telepathic thoughts with a full cover range of 360 degrees. The expansion of the storage space inside the Cosmos Ring enabled Li Yao to carry 4 pieces of such simple yet violent magical equipment with a huge amount of ammunition. By the delicate manipulation of spiritual gas at the peak of the refinement stage, he was able to control the 4 floating Vulcan machine guns as if they were his own limbs. Hence a slaughter began. Every triple-headed heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun spurted out 3 torrents of bullets in different colors, which crushed the beast tide into pieces without any trouble. Frost, flame, and acid. At first, through thermal expansion and contraction, the defense and structure hardiness of the target would be undermined to minimum by the first 2 kinds of bullets. Then, the acid bullets would corrode the target to a deeper level. Not to mention the blast and explosion of the bullets which were themselves destructive enough. It was the best long-range attack pattern that Li Yao had tested out on Tide Berserker. Even the thick and solid shell of a crystal warship was not enough to withstand the salvo, let alone the flesh and blood of the low-level demon beasts. Liao at present was no longer the rookie he had been in Verdant Tarn City 2 years ago. Although he was not an expert in gunfighting, the strength of the peak of the refinement stage still allowed him to maintain the ballistic trajectory of the floating Vulcan machine gun in a straight line despite the enormous recoil. Almost all the bullets hit into the same point when they reached their destination. Many demon beasts had been blown into pieces before they even had time to think. A storm of blood rained upon the long street. 3 minutes later, there was not a single living demon beast anymore. The soldiers of the Federal Army were all stunned. They'd seen stronger cultivators before, but this was the first time they saw such a cruel, brutal one. Where is the Tai lightning railgun? Liao retreated the Vulcan machine guns and walked back to the soldiers. This area had been under the interference of the demonic fog. The signal of the spiritual nexus was intermittent. According to the intelligence sent through the spiritual nexus half a minute ago, there was no large troops of demon beasts nearby. However, the teleportation array of the demon clan 1 block away had started functioning. It was estimated that a large batch of demon beasts would be transmitted over in no time. Therefore, it had to be destroyed before that. Same as fortresses of the human beings, teleportation arrays of the demon clan had solid defense outside of them, too. With Liao's current strength, it was hardly possible to destroy the teleportation array, even with the enhancement of the crystal suit. Only by a critical attack of the Tai lightning railguns, which equaled to the full-strength strike of a core formation stage cultivator, would he be blessed with a chance to blow it into pieces. The crystal tank carrying the Tai lightning railgun was hit in the face by a giant fireball which burnt a big hole on it. There are backup components, but the maintenance job is too challenging. I'm the only cultivator here, and I'm just at the beginning phase of the refinement stage. The rest of the soldiers here are all ordinary people. Repairing such complicated magical equipment is beyond our ability. The captain, whose face had been blackened by smoke, said hesitatingly, I'm afraid we need a refiner to fix it up. Liao smiled. As it happens, I'm a refiner. Amidst the shock and disbelief of all the soldiers, he strode inside the barricade and started studying the Tai lightning railgun. It was a Tai 3 model. This model was different from the one that he met on the crystal train. It was the latest model developed 5 years ago. The most groundbreaking point about this new model was that it lightened and minimized all its components, which improved the mobility of the weaponry and enabled it to be deployed on ordinary crystal tanks while keeping the same firepower as the older ones. Since the components in the magical equipment were smaller in size, they were much more delicate than those in Tai 2, which was often loaded on crystal trains and crystal warships. Looking through the broken shell, many components were as thin as hair. It seemed extremely tricky to repair them. Is he truly a refiner? He can't be. How on earth can there be such a brutal refiner who can kill a demon general in a second before blowing the demon beasts on the entire street into pieces? The soldiers were all whispering to each other. Pondering for a moment, Liao took off his helmet. Obviously, such a young face startled the soldiers once more. Liao's eyes paused on the backup components of the Tai lightning railgun briefly, before he glanced around and looked for everything that he could make use of. Then, he whistled and summoned Neltharion from the Cosmos Ring. One of his telepathic thoughts was attached to Neltharion. When it rose up to the sky and observed the battleground silently and stealthily in the demonic fog. 1,000 meters away from them, an ivory pillar pierced into the sky, which was fluctuating in a fixed rhythm as if it were breathing. It was the teleportation array that they needed to destroy. The teleportation array was surrounded by demon beasts that were apparently much stronger than those who were attacking the barricade. A few even more intimidating scents were hiding in the ruins nearby. They must have sensed the battle in the barricade here just now. But since their top priority was to defend the teleportation array, they didn't reinforce their compatriots. It seemed that the demon that was going to be sent over by the teleportation array would be a big shot in the demon clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble protecting it. What should he do now? Liao frowned. It was not difficult to repair the Tai lighting railgun. The real problem was how to draw it close to the teleportation array. If it were within 500 meters from the teleportation array, it would definitely be attacked by the demon clan. Of course, he could avoid the attacks easily, but the soldiers would not be so lucky and the TIE lightning railgun on the crystal train risked being wrecked. It seemed necessary to modify the TIE lightning railgun a little bit. Liao wasn't planning to pull the TIE lightning railgun closer to the teleportation array of the demon clan. He was planning to launch the TIE lightning railgun at a distance of 1,000 meters and annihilate the target like a sniper. He was faced with two problems. Firstly, there were quite a lot of ruins and skyscrapers in between the TIE lightning railgun and the teleportation array. As a piece of sensitive magical equipment, the TIE lightning railgun was very prone to the changes of environment. Even a mosquito could trigger the electromagnetic lightning balls that it shot out. Suppose the electromagnetic lightning balls were lucky enough to reach the target, their strength would be greatly undermined because of the overly long distance in between. The teleportation array might not be demolished at all. At present, the demons defending the teleportation array regarded the barricade as a common one. They were not aware that a TIE lightning railgun was lurking in this place. Once they noticed its existence, they would definitely not allow it to be fired for a second time. Deep in thought, Liao calculated the current situation crazily. The TIE lightning railgun hadn't been fired yet. 30 supercompressed crystal cells were carried, which allowed it to be fired for 90 times. The defense array and the flying sword formations, although all running of supply, still had a lot of magical equipment components that could be made use of. Shwa! Dozens of sharp thorns stuck out from the right hand of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. With a closer look, one would discover that they were actually dozens of extremely delicate maintenance tools. Half a minute later, Liao retrieved a lot of magical equipment components from the defense rune array and the flying sword formations. Then, he gathered everyone's storm bolter and dismantled them into a hill of components. There were several other magical equipment components inside his cosmos ring that he often used during modifications, including the components to assemble explosive magical equipment. He took them all out, together 5 Hellfire Lightnings, which were his all-time favorite both in training and in battles. All the soldiers were dumbfounded, wondering what he was going to do with all the scraps, especially those Hellfire Lightnings. How were them related to the maintenance of the TIE lightning railgun? Liao pondered with his eyes closed. Bright gold structure graphs popped up translucently one after another in his brain and formed more complicated patterns. Not just an enhanced TIE lightning railgun. There was also a neat explosive trap. Half a second later, he opened his eyes suddenly. 2 small explosions seemed to have taken place in his eyes, while his 2 hands turned into a cluster of gray mist. With the enhancement of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, the speed of his hands was higher than ever. His spiritual gas spurted out again from the 64 spouts of the crystal suit, condensing not 2 wings, but 64 tentacles helping his hands with the maintenance and modification of the magical equipment. The magical equipment components as thin as hairs were lifted up by the spiritual gas like feathers and reassembled at an amazingly rapid speed. Liao had seen Ding Yin, a master of refining, maintain magical equipment with spiritual gas before, which was a dazzling eye-opener for him. This time, he had reached the same level as Ding Yin did, had maybe his actions were not as natural and fluent as Ding Yin's yet, but they had an additional air of brutality and confidence. What the demon clan had wrecked was the aiming and targeting system of the TIE lightning railgun. But Liao had pulled the TIE lightning railguns into pieces and reassembled them crazily. 10 minutes later, a hideous, abnormal animal was born. With the huge number of components from the defense rune array and the crystal tank, Liao managed to build 8 brackets and transformed the mobile TIE lightning railgun into a fixed one, with major improvements on the rail and the barrel. Then, he changed the enclosed chamber which stored the crystal cells into an open one. After that, he conjoined 10 supercompressed crystal cells and refined them into an integral one with rune arrays. Such crystal cells had been specially designed for TIE lightning railguns. They were several times larger than the crystal cells for ordinary railguns and storm bolters. 1 crystal cell would be enough to trigger the TIE lightning railgun 3 times. But right now, Liao had connected 10 crystal cells together. What was going on in his mind? No worries. Liao wasn't done yet. He was still busy working in the ruins nearby. He even dug out a few deep pits in some of the ruins. Nobody knew what he was doing under the pits. Liao continued. According to my calculation, after my enhancement and stabilization, the Tai lightning railgun will be strong enough to withstand the simultaneous explosion of the 10 crystal cells. But naturally, the Tai lightning railgun would only be able to be triggered once. It will explode shortly after it is activated. In the meantime, since a lot of spiritual energy will disperse from the gaps, the power of the attack will be no higher than twice of the original. Therefore, I've changed the launch system into a remote control one. You'd better find a shelter behind the ruins and bring your spiritual shield to maximum before you hear the signal to launch the attack. Retreat immediately after you do. You'll be safe when you're back to the West Ring Road. We've established a base there with a high-level building foundation cultivator in charge. As for the ruins and buildings standing in the middle of the Tai lightning railgun's attack, don't bother them. I'll clear them away soon. 10 minutes later, Liao finished all the preparations. He whistled in exhaustion. The bright pillar that the teleportation array sent to the sky was turning from ivory to pink. Blood streaks were appearing on it. Slowly, the blood streaks intertwined and condensed into bloody shadows one by one. The bloody shadows wriggled. Then they waved their arms and dashed out of the pink pillar. Walla! Walla! One demon after another broke out of the pillar and leaped to the ground with intensive demonic energy. These demons were obviously different from the demon beasts which had invaded in the city previously. Their body size was very close to that of the human beings. Not many features of beasts could be found on them. Their countenance and eyes were filled with utmost cruelness that only belonged to the intelligent creatures. They were wearing splendid armors and combat uniforms made of demonic plants. Compared with the battle armors of human beings, their clothes had much sharper edges, with piercing spikes everywhere. A chilly air of terror could be sensed from each and every one of them. It was evident enough that they came from an equally highly developed civilization. Almost all the demons had opened up shields made of demonic energy to protect themselves. Many of them were carrying demonic guns that resembled storm bolters. Some of them were wearing demonic equipment in their ears which looked like communication magical equipment. Liao could see that they belonged to the regular army of the demon clan who were far stronger than the loosely organized beast tides. The newcomers didn't disperse immediately. Instead, they glanced at the surroundings on full alert. Many demons were whispering spells and summoning all kinds of probe equipment. Thankfully, the stealth ability of Neltharion was too advanced for them to discover its trace. Liao shivered and knew that a big shot of the demon clan would be teleported by the teleportation array. As he expected, blood streaks appeared in the bright pillar again a moment later, which tangled together and weaved into a crimson shadow. But this time, the speed of the consolidation of the shadow was much lower. Hundreds of blood streaks melted together. The color of the shadow was deeper and deeper. However, in the center of the shadow, silver brightness was beaming out, revealing the strong power of the blood of the shadow. Such a slow teleportation? He must be a real expert. Liao's head was dizzy, and his heart was beating fast. The scale of the teleportation array and the strength of the one being teleported determined the speed of teleportation. To put it simply, the larger a teleportation array was, the higher the energy consumption was. The weaker the one being teleported was, the faster the teleportation would be. It was sort of like a hole 1 meter in diameter which could allow hundreds of mice to pass through in a very short amount of time. But if a boar that weighed hundreds of kilograms wanted to cram in, it would be quite troublesome, and it was simply impossible for an elephant or a dinosaur to squeeze into the hole. This was the reason why the super experts of the blood demon sector, namely the demon emperors, had hardly ever invaded the blood demon sector. Since the holes between the two sectors were usually not large enough, they would need to pay a high price if they wanted to squeeze themselves in. The teleportation array in front of Liao had a diameter no larger than 2 meters. It was one of the smallest teleportation arrays that the demon clan could create and was not suitable to teleport experts who had intensive demonic energy. However, the giant teleportation arrays which were good enough to teleport them were often the priority targets of the cultivators of the blood demon sector. The experts of the Star Glory Federation had almost all gathered around the giant teleportation arrays and fought the experts of the demon clans there. The demon being teleported in front of him must have thought through the logic and decided that he would rather spend more time squeezing himself through the small teleportation array than face the fury of countless core formation cultivators or even nascent soul cultivators the moment he stepped into the Heaven's Origin sector. Come on, scumbag! Liao had figured out the reason and couldn't wait any longer. Every cell inside his body was extremely excited. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the teleportation array through Neltharion. The crimson shadow inside the bright pillar was denser and denser, as if it had become red ink. Finally, its 4 limbs protruded from the body like a fetus in the womb which was stretching. Shoot now! Inside Liao's brain, the angles, positions, and trajectories which had been calculated for hundreds of times were suddenly brighter than ever. 4 floating Vulcan machine guns appeared out of thin air again. 2 crystal cannons flipped up on his shoulder. 2. He crossed his fingers and rubbed his hands before opening them up, where a lotus seemed to have blossomed. A supercompressed, brilliant ball was revolving inside his palms crazily. Boom! 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 Vulcan machine guns, crystal cannons, and intensified spiritual blast were activated at the same time. The rays of light from them mingled into an unstoppable drill which pierced into the ruins and skyscrapers before they revolved and ripped apart everything in their way. A straight tunnel of 1,000 kilometers long was created between the Tai lightning railgun and the teleportation array. Almost simultaneously, 10 supercompressed crystal cells exploded. Their dazzling brilliance covered the Tai lightning railgun like an upside-down azure bowl. A small blue sun rushed out of the barrel with cracking noises and turned into a streak of blueness which embarked on the tunnel just created by Liao. The magnificent scene looked like a super high-speed crystal train made of blue crystals which was roaring and charging through tunnels between mountains. The Tai lightning railgun had fulfilled its duty. It exploded into pieces after a boom. Burningly hot scraps of steel were spluttering everywhere. Fortunately, all the soldiers had kept distance from it and were prepared to retreat. The quickly expanding electromagnetic lightning ball, on the other hand, hit the pink pillar heavily in the shocking exclamations of the demons on the ground. At this moment, the demon inside the pillar had just extended one of his gold, shaggy arms out of the teleportation array. The spiritual energy stored in the 10 supercompressed crystal cells had been condensed into one electromagnetic lightning ball, whose explosion dyed the bloody sunset into a summer midday like a supernova outburst. There was nothing but shades of whiteness in the world now. The blanching blast covered an area of around 100 square meters and savaged everything inside. Hit by an attack equaling to a full-strength strike of a core formation stage cultivator. The low-level demon soldiers and demon beasts were eradicated without even being able to let out a dying scream. Even the stronger demons fully equipped with the demonic plate armor, who had just came through the teleportation array, were also seriously damaged by the ear-splitting thunder. Many of them collapsed with blood flowing all over their faces. The demons at the periphery were lucky to survive the disaster. But they were greatly shocked. There were bruises on their bodies, too. As for the one who suffered the most wounds, naturally, it would be Prince, Your Highness, Prince G. The survivors didn't have time to check their body status. They all gazed at the center of the supernova outburst in confusion and bewilderment. The bright pillar there had warped and scattered into thousands of burning moths. A pure while mushroom cloud assumed its place, which was surrounded by mysterious blue and deep purple electric arcs and rose up to the sky, fluctuating in and out like a deadly, venomous jellyfish. Who? A grieving wail burst out in the middle of the smoke. The mushroom cloud shrank rapidly, until it was the size of a human and exploded. Knowing that their leader was not dead yet, the surviving demons were greatly relieved. The army of the Blood Demon sector had relentless rules and was organized hierarchically. Leader of a demon army was obliged to lead the charge. When the leader was killed, all his subordinates would have to continue on fighting until they died or the mission was completed. Otherwise, everyone would be sentenced to death as deserters. These soldiers of the regular army of the Blood Demon sector were as intelligent as human beings. There were even several silver blood demons in the crowd, whose computational ability was as good as that of many cultivators and far better than the idiocy of the ordinary demon beasts. Of course, they feared death much more than the ordinary demon beasts, too. They quickly reacted and looked at the direction where the attack of the Tai lightning railgun came from. 5 black figures out in the smoke and, covering the distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, reached in front of Liao aggressively. Mystic skeleton? 2 blurred words came from a creamy demon who had parotid glands growing on his neck. Mocking smiles appeared on the face of all the 5 demons. By the beast-tide outbreaks and the infiltration through various channels, the Blood Demon sector had learnt a lot about the news of the Heaven's Origin sector. Naturally, Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, which had been quite a hit recently, was within their eyesight. The demons were well aware that the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit was a MP crystal suit model designed for low-level cultivators whose performances were just mediocre. Those who were wearing Mystic Skeleton Battlesuits were mostly cultivators at the refinement stage. Liao turned around and ran away without any hesitation. His reaction further supported the judgments of the 5 demons, who turned into 5 black shadows and surrounded Liao. They were soon lured to the place where the Tai lightning railgun had just exploded. The Tai lightning railgun was no more. The only thing that remained was an oval pit where hot smoke was bubbling up as if the place had just been hit by a falling star. It was a common illusion that 2 cannonballs would not hit the same location, and that the place where an explosion just took place wouldn't explode a second time. The demons never expected that Liao would set up a trap in this place. That was why they were dumbfounded for a moment when the 5 Hellfire Lightnings detonated in brilliant sparks. The 5 Hellfire Lightnings were not enough to deal too much damage to them. The best the bombs could do was to buy Liao 1 second. 1 second was enough. The noise of growling wind roared beside the ears of all the 5 demons. All their hair and scales were erect in alarm. The lizard that they'd been chasing seemed to have turned into a barbarous dinosaur in a moment. The spiritual gas around Liao was condensed to the extreme. Its color turned from bright gold into dense, deep gold, while Liao's speed broke its limit. It was not entirely the power rune array's credit. Black Wing played its part, too. Black Wing had been sealed by mysterious barriers which disabled it from attacking. After prolonged consideration, Liao finally figured out how he should make best use of Black Wing's crazy speed. He had modified the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit and added a fixed alloy sheath on its back with air paths and stabilizer fins on both sides. Then he put Black Wing inside the sheath. With his telepathic thought, Black Wing would be fully activated and sped up, which would push the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit forward like a powerful booster, making the crystal suit much faster than any ordinary MP crystal suit, or rather any ordinary crystal suit. Swoosh! It was not until a gold laser passed by each and every of the 5 demons and hundreds of overlapped blurred shadows consolidated into the entity of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit that ear-splitting noises ripped apart the air and rippled to the around. The eyes of the 5 demons were dull, their tusks trembling. They attempted to activate their demonic equipment but failed no matter how hard they tried. Half a second later, 5 heads flew up to the sky. Blood was spurting out of their necks like fountains. 5 dead bodies fell into the large pit resulting from the explosion of the Hellfire Lightnings. Before Liao was able to take a breath to relive himself, his heart started palpitating. Pressure hundreds of times heavier than that in the bottom of the billowing star sea wreathed him. Invisible tongs bit his limbs and his neck. The only thing that he was free to move was Neltharion in the sky. By his telepathic thought in Neltharion, Liao discovered that the moment when he killed the 5 demons, a red brightness rushed out from the mushroom cloud created by the previous attack of the Tai lightning railgun and reached him in no time. He wanted to drive Black Wing and the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit to run away, but the invisible force in the air jammed his magical equipment and his spiritual gas, making him unable to wield them fluently as he could. He had been locked onto by the enemy. The expert demon still made his way here. What's this weird force? Liao was shocked and observed the new enemy through Neltharion. Most parts of his body were enveloped in a thick mist of blood. His left hand was even made of the blood mist. The head which was exposed to the air looked like a hybrid of a human head and a lion's. Yet there were several deep cracks on it. There was no nose on his face, but a black, enormous hole. The shining gold hair had all stood up like needles. His face was twisted to such an extent that there was no telling it was agony or fury. So this is the case. The teleportation was disrupted before his body was completely sent over. His left hand has not been teleported at all, which amounted to that I slashed it off. His internal organs can't have been all teleported successfully, either, which means that he is in the state of seriously injuries. His strength must be at the minimum. I still have a chance. The new findings immediately refreshed Liao. The expert demon was seething with anger. He pointed his bloody saber at Liao and roared, "Never has anyone injured me, Wang Ji. Like this, you will die. After I cut off the flesh on your body one piece after another." The name of the expert demon startled Liao. Wang Ji. Sounds very familiar. Liao didn't know many strong demons. After thinking for a moment, his eyes glittered. He realized who his enemy was. Back when he was in the Thunderous Sound Mountain more than 1 year ago, he had been engaged with an infiltration squad of the Demon Clan, which was mostly demolished by the explosion of the demon core of a mutant lion dragon that he set off. Not only did he make a great fortune thereafter, he also retrieved such an invaluable treasure, a cosmos ring. It had been his first bucket of gold. At that time, a dying demon general cursed him and told him that young Master Wang Ji would avenge him one day. All things considered, the two Wang Jis might be the same person. Liao smiled. Excellent. Let's conclude the unfinished hunting in the Thunderous Sound Mountain here. However, what's with his saber? It seems so ferocious. The blood saber in Wang Ji's hands seemed to be made of countless clean, transparent red crystals. Yet it had a vibe of a living creature which was likely to lunge out at any moment, unleashing evil scents non-stop. This blood saber is definitely a piece of top-tier demonic equipment. Liao licked his lips. There were many secret arts inside the heavenly refining tower on how to identify magical equipment. Through staying in the super perception cabin, Liao had extended his time spent in the heavenly refining tower to the extent that it would be many years in reality. The classics on the ground floor had all been turned over and over by him. Naturally, his observation was keen and sharp. This Wang Ji should have been a high-level demon general and very close to a demon king. However, part of his body was left in the blood demon sector. His strength had dropped significantly because of the serious injuries. The gap between them was not unacceptable. But with this weird blood saber, Wang Ji had suppressed him overwhelmingly and locked onto him so precisely that he wasn't even able to run away. I want this blood saber. Liao was roaring crazily in his mind. Ever since he'd become a cultivator, he had always been using sabers as his weapon. In the recent half a year, he had fully grasped the saber art that Long Wenhui, a core formation stage cultivator, taught him previously. He had also selected a few courses in saber arts in the Grand Desolate War Institution. His own thunderous tornado saber art perceived in the dust storms was more than proficient right now. The only thing that he lacked was a good saber. Although he had embedded all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures into his battle saber, he always felt that it was missing something. It was the shortage that kept his battle saber in the tier of ordinary magical equipment and stopped it from being first-rate magical equipment. If he could make a boiled blood wind slashing saber out of the blood saber and his battle saber, his understanding of saber arts would be able to be best performed. Come on! Liao's brain seemed to have been filled with magma which was burning furiously. Without bothering anything, he charged aggressively at Wang Ji from down to top. Ant in the refinement stage, you don't know what you are doing. Young Master Wang Ji was grinning hideously. The nose of the Lion Clan had been large in the first place. Now that it was gone, the only thing that remained in the middle of his face was a deep hole, making him uglier than anything Liao had ever seen. The blood saber was slashed down. A crimson brightness went at him rapidly. The blood all over Liao's body seemed to turn into thousands of small bugs which were nibbling on his veins, making him unable to move at all. The blood saber can actually manipulate blood? Two sabers turned into a red brightness and a blue one, which collided in the midair at a high speed, weirdly without any sound. Yet, The blood aura on Wang Ji's saber penetrated through the tornadoes and lightning caused by Liao's and continued slashing at him. The vague mist of blood was like a mirage which was utterly unpredictable, but its speed was higher than anyone could imagine. The moment Liao lifted up his spiritual shield, he had been hit. Pa! The blood saber, which seemed to be unreal, bashed him to the ground like a giant hand swatting a moth that was darting into the fire. Thousands of tiny holes appeared on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, where dirty bubbles were popping up as the crystal suit was being corroded by the blood mist. Every drop of blood seemed to grow thorns. Every capillary seemed to have turned into the sharpest knife. Liao was in such agony that he was tempted to tear his chest apart and squeeze all his blood out. Boom! He fell into the giant pit of the previous hellfire lightning explosion heavily. More than half of his body was buried in the ground. He gritted his teeth and vomited, only to come up with nothing but sharp pain because a large cluster of burning bushes seemed to have stuffed his throat. Invisible and indefensible, attacking the blood directly. What a weird blood saber! The outcome of a fight between an expert cultivator and an expert demon could be decided within 1 second. Streams of extremely exotic force surged from the blood saber and looked for the gaps on the crystal suit like vipers. Liao's heart shrank to the size of a date pit. For the first time, he felt that death was drawing near. The cracked land around him was as thick and dense as a moor, trying to swallow him into the abyss of hell. The threat of death made his brain clearer than ever. His computational ability was activated to a new, unprecedented height. With a telepathic thought, Vulcan machine guns appeared and floated to the middle of Wang Ji and himself, before they fired at Wang Ji brutally. 12 lines of bullets interweaved into a dense net of fire and went at Wang Ji's head. Disdain beamed out from Wang Ji's bright yellow eyes. You want to stop me by bullets? Hilarious! The blood mist that enveloped him suddenly expanded, which devoured the 12 bullet lines and corrupted them rapidly. Most of the bullets, strengthened by spiritual energy, exploded 3 to 4 meters away from him, their blaze entirely absorbed by the blood mist. Some bullets made their way to the front of Wang Ji, but they were blown into pieces by Wang Ji's dense demonic shield before their rune arrays were able to function. Taking the storm of bullets the hard way, Wang Ji stomped in the air, leaving a large area of cracks of the void. Then he lunged at Liao from above with the ferocious blood mist like a tiger attacking a sheep and a falcon snatching a rabbit. Almost at the same time, the last trap that Liao deployed in the ruins was fully triggered. The Tai lightning railgun carried 30 supercompressed crystal cells with it. He used 10 of them just now to blow up the teleportation array of the demon clan. Liao was too thrifty to simply throw away the remaining 20 crystal cells. The explosion of the 5 hellfire lightnings was just a cover for the 20 crystal cells. No one had anticipated that Liao would set up a second bomb trap below an existent one. This was actually his real deadly move. When he was preparing for the serial bomb trap, Liao didn't foresee that Wang Ji was coming. However, in this battleground which was full of perils, large batches of demon generals or demon kings could appear at any time. He couldn't be more careful. For the vulture who had grown up in a magical equipment graveyard, setting up a trap was as natural as breathing and drinking water were for him. The angle of the 20 interconnected supercompressed crystal cells had been carefully adjusted, so that 90% of the spiritual energy contained inside would burst out to the sky when triggered. This was also the reason why Liao charged at enemy in the sky aggressively. He was well aware that his strength was not enough to take the blow of Wang Ji, and he would likely be smashed to the ground. After that, it was possible that his enemy would attack him from a high stance. Everything was within his expectations, except for the toughness of the blood saber. 20 glaring brilliances darted up and slashed the sky like 20 sabers made of lightning, whose blue electric arcs mingled into a deadly net of blades. Although most of the spiritual energy escaped in the air, the attack assembled by the remaining spiritual energy was still as powerful as an attack of a core formation cultivator. Never had Wang Ji expected that such a sordid, dirty trap was buried under exactly the same place where an explosion just took place. He was fully focused on his attack and wasn't prepared for defense. Caught off guard, he had to condense the blood mist to protect himself. Chi! 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 For a moment, the electric arcs were dancing merrily in the air more brightly than ever, which immediately ripped the blood mist apart. Swoosh! At exactly the same time, Neltharion, which had been lurking for a long time, sneaked to Wang Ji's back and revealed itself while it crashed at the back of his head brutally. Wang Ji was from the kingdom of lion butchers in the blood demon sector. His bloodline could be traced back to the ancient lion demons. But, the same as human beings, the back of his head was a critical part for him. The acute pricking pain spread from the back of his head all the way to his spine. For the first time, Wang Ji felt that the situation was not under his control. Gritting his teeth and risking his body being torn apart, Wang Ji broke the limit of speed and dodged the attack at the back of head closely. For cultivators and demons who were all made of flesh and blood, sometimes their strength was enough to allow them to reach a higher speed, but it was often too much for their body which was not sturdy enough. Wang Ji suddenly activated and forced his body, which was sprinting downwards, to move to the left horizontally. As a result, a cluster of vaguely silver blood burst out from his body with cracking noises. Countless bones, veins and nerves had fractured in the super high-speed dodging movement. Wang Ji grunted. He gritted his teeth and, holding back his pain, groped in his back, trying to clutch the weapon that had just attacked him. But Neltharion simply released clusters of tiny electric arcs which stung his hand like needles before it ran away and vanished into thin air. Wang Ji's full attention was fixed on the fleeing assassin. He didn't bother with the storm of bullets which were fired at his face for a second time. Bullets were too slow and weak to deal much damage to an expert demon such as himself. He was wrong. Swoosh! In the middle of the storm of bullets, a silver bullet which was more than 5 times faster than the ordinary ones beside it pierced into his chest without him even recognizing what was going on. What's this? Wang Ji's pupils constricted violently. A strange flower of blood blossomed where his heart was. More than half of his heart was nearly blown to pieces by the blast. It was a special bullet refined entirely out of marrow crystals. It had been divided into 4 layers. The 3 layers in the back could boost the head of the bullet 3 times after they exploded one by one, so that the speed of the bullet would be maximized. Marrow crystals were the essence of crystals. After billions of years of tectonic movement under high temperature and pressure, thousands of crystals might be able to be condensed into one small marrow crystal. The spiritual energy stored inside of it was immeasurable. Liao had refined 9 bullets out of marrow crystals, before he carved 137 attack rune arrays on each bullet in the most delicate refining arts of the ancient times. After that, he cleansed the bullets by melding the blood from his fingertip, the tip of his tongue, and that of his heart with them through blood baptism. Finally, they were deeply connected to him like the aura balls in the ancient cultivation world and were at his disposal like his own arms. This was Li Yao's real killing move. He was too smart not to know ordinary bullets would be far from enough to break Wang Ji's defense. The reason why he was firing randomly was partly to reduce his enemy's vigilance, and partly to cover the existence of the marrow crystal bullet. To hide a tree, the best place would be a forest. To hide a bullet, the best place would be the storm of bullets incurred by 4 triple-headed heavy 6-barrel Vulcan machine guns. The 2 explosion traps made by hellfire lightnings and supercompressed crystal cells, the bullet storm from the Vulcan machine guns, the abrupt assault of Neltharion, all was meant to distract Wang Ji's attention for a moment, so that he wouldn't notice that the marrow crystal bullet was coming at him. His heart was not the only part that had been mostly blown up. Many of his other internal organs had been seriously wrecked, too. After a moment, Wang Ji's back boomed like a volcano eruption, where blood together with the flames resulting from the marrow crystal's explosion spurted out magnificently. Such serious injuries were too much for him, although he was an expert demon of the blood demon sector. Wang Ji's face was pale, where silver blood was flowing out from all holes. A dead enemy is always better than a wounded enemy. Liao roared. The ballistic trajectories of the 4 Vulcan machine guns were adjusted and focused on one point, before bullets raged out from them and slashed at Wang Ji's right hand like 4 heated lancets. Wang Ji dodged out of instinct. However, Liao was so fast that he reached Wang Ji's back after only 1 second. His battle saber drew an almost perfect arc from down to top savagely in the air. More than half of Wang Ji's right hand was chopped off. His blood saber flew to the sky. Wang Ji screamed miserably, as if his soul was going to be extinguished. He didn't sound so wretched even when his heart was blown to pieces just now. It looked like that the blood saber was an organ that was of paramount importance to him and was much more precious than his heart and his head. After a shriek, Wang Ji exploded into a blood mist where black gas was popping up. In the middle of the mist, a yellow brightness dashed to the far distance at an amazingly high speed, before it vanished into the derelict buildings in the ruins after a short moment. Liao was going to chase after him, when the blood mist blocked his way as if it were a living creature. In the middle of the blood mist, a blurred face slowly appeared, which belonged to, no less, Wang Ji, who was on the run. A hideous grin that even the ghosts at the deepest level of the hell couldn't possibly make appeared on the giant face, as it gnashed its teeth. "You dare to steal my red jade mist mirage saber? You are seeking your own death. Just wait for it. Very soon, I will find out who you are, before I skin you, mince you into pieces, and take back what's mine stepping on your corpse. At that time, your soul will be extracted and locked into the blood soul pearl by me, and I will savage you to the extent that you will think killing yourself right now is a better." Before he finished his speech, Liao had triggered the 4 floating Vulcan machine guns and fired at the middle of the face in the blood mist. Boom! 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 "Enough trash talk," Liao scoffed. Then he looked at the so-called red jade mist mirage saber. Although it had lost connection to its master, it was still flying naughtily in the air. Now and then, blood aura would be released, indicating that it was still a fatal weapon. Liao's hands quickly made a lot of gestures in the air with his unimaginably flexible fingers. Many brilliant, octagonal runes appeared in the air. For cultivators at the peak of the refinement stage, they were already able to create runes with nothing but their own bare hands. 64 runes made of spiritual gas rushed at the blood saber. Like the most cunning demon beast, Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber knew that something bad was happening. The edge of the saber shivered, and it was going to flee when it was crashed by a black laser darting from the back of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit heavily. It was Black Wing. Not only did the crash make Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber dizzy and disoriented, the spiritual threads on Black Wing also took the opportunity to tangle it. 64 spiritual runes crowded in and suppressed the blood aura on the saber. Liao waved his hand and triggered his Cosmos Ring. He had finally got this weird, exotic blood saber. Pooh! As he stored the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber into his Cosmos Ring, Liao finally couldn't help it any longer. A lot of black blood was vomited out as he collapsed on the ground on one of his knees and breathed heavily. The pain deep down in his flesh and bones was throbbing over the endings of his nerves. He felt that his strength was pouring out together with his cold sweat. From Wang Ji appearing on the top of his head to his enemy fleeing in a cluster of blood mist, it took less than 20 seconds. But it was the most dangerous combat that Liao had ever been engaged in since his spiritual root was awakened. Although Wang Ji had not reached the level of Demon King yet, he was definitely one of the best high-level demon generals, which equaled to a cultivator at the peak of the building foundation stage. Luckily, Liao had blown up the teleportation array in advance, which had seriously wounded him since part of his body was not sent over. But with the enhancement of the blood saber, his demonic energy was still too powerful for Liao to resist. The blood aura from the saber would have invaded his body and melted his organs if Liao's body was not far sturdier than that of common cultivators and the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had not been significantly strengthened. Liao had been gritting his teeth and suppressing his injuries. Now that he had successfully grasped the blood saber, he was less focused than before. The internal injuries finally burst out. The cold sweat on his skin turned from transparent to pink and ended up being bright red. This weird red jade mist mirage saber seemed to be able to attack the hemopoietic system and make his body reject his own blood. Eventually, his blood would be all pushed out by his own body, resulting in massive loss of blood. If it goes on like this, I will die of loss of blood shortly. Gold and black brightness were swinging before his eyes. The sky and the earth were both swirling fast, which was a sign that his brain was in lack of oxygen because of too much loss of blood. Gritting his teeth, Liao activated his spiritual energy and sealed his veins forcefully to prevent his blood from leaking out. In the meantime, he turned on the war mission system and tried to send distress calls to the command center and the cultivators nearby. However, before he was able to deliver his status and location, the light beam collapsed into pieces after weird vibrations. The spiritual nexus is jammed? The interference is intense, like a solar storm has burst out in this exact place. All the signals of the spiritual nexus have been cut off. What's happening? Liao was alerted. He felt vaguely that two immense powers were rising up from two sides of the horizon, whose overwhelming pressure was sweeping over inch by inch. At present, the bloodshed sunset had passed. A deep, dark, starless night had fallen. But two diagonal giant swirls that looked like two nebulas illuminated the sky, like two giants in the sea of stars who had opened their only eye. Two swirls revolved slowly, whose brilliant flames of light beamed out and dyed the half of the night sky into furious, twisted streaks of various colors like thousands of burning tentacles. Despite the dense demonic fog, Liao was still able to see every detail of the two swirls. Not because his eyes were sharp. It was because the two swirls were unleashing energy, intent, and pressure wantonly. Several of their telepathic thoughts even exploded directly inside his brain. Liao seemed to be capable of seeing two figures standing in the center of the two swirls respectively. The human figure in the south gave him a feeling of arrogance, stubbornness, and frenzy. The phantom in the north, on the other hand, was a bizarre-shaped black sketch, which left an impression of nothing but cruelness, bloodthirst, and destruction. What strong telepathic thoughts! There must be hundreds of kilometers of distance between us, and their telepathic thoughts and intent are so clear that I feel that they are next to me. How powerful their soul power must be. They must be a nascent soul stage cultivator and a demon emperor. Liao's every nerve was twitching violently, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Such powerful telepathic thoughts were too much even for core formation stage cultivators and demon kings. They must be the works of the best warriors of the two sectors, nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors. In the sky, the combat between the nascent soul stage cultivator and the demon emperor had begun. Hundreds of brilliant colors beamed out from the two giant swirls which tore the sky apart and swept at the other side. Silent and slow, they wriggled in the sky like thousands of colorful caterpillars. But Liao was well aware that the nascent soul stage cultivator and the demon emperor were at two sides of the sky and there was a distance of hundreds of kilometers between them. The seemingly wriggling caterpillars were actually the intensive waves when their attacks broke the sonic barrier and tore the air apart. Several seconds later, the thousands of caterpillars crashed and boomed into dazzling lightning balls in the background of the night sky. In the place where the lightning balls vanished, a giant hole was ripped apart on the night sky, revealing the shining stars behind it. It was not until thousands of holes congregated and connected the stars together that the sound of air being torn apart in the beginning reached Liao's ears, which was closely followed by the explosion of the lightning balls. The whole world started trembling. Bullet shells, scraps of flying swords, dead bodies of demon beasts, and bricks, sand, and rebars in the rundown building. Everything was bouncing and dancing high in the sky with the continuous booms. Liao opened his mouth, in case the sonic burst injured his internal organs. Yet he was gazing at the sky crazily. The fire in his eyes seemed to be burning a hole in the heaven. This is the power of a nascent soul stage cultivator? How marvelous it is! When can I enter the nascent soul stage and wield such strength? Liao was somewhat lost. He gritted his teeth, while there was a hint of confusion behind the fire in his eyes. The nascent soul stage cultivator and the demon emperor were colliding like two wild elephants, while he was nothing but a rat beside their feet. He was reluctant to accept the fact. A strong desire was triggered in his heart. Cheered up by the appearance of the nascent soul stage cultivator and the demon emperor, all the human beings and demons on the battleground went crazy. The explosions, roars, and screams were 10 times louder than before. Red Lotus City was completely enshrouded in fire and death. An endless beast tide appeared in Liao's eyesight. Those low demon beasts were all spurred by the demonic energy from the demon emperor and turned mad. Their eyes were bloodshot, their skins cracking and unveiling the quickly expanding flesh below. Dense, sharp thorns were growing up on the shells of many insect-type demon beasts. Had Liao not been injured, he wouldn't even bother to look at those demon beasts. But right now he was seriously wounded. Almost half of his blood had been lost. Faced with the overwhelming beast tide, Liao felt that the corner of his eyes were twitching. He was planning to drive Black Wing to fly away, when a silver mist suddenly appeared over his head and covered the sky and stars. A hand that was more than 10 meters long extended from the silver mist and slapped at him. Ghost-face silver mosquitoes. Liao was greatly alarmed. He had met such kind of demon beast on the crystal train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau. To deal with them, 7 cultivators even sacrificed their own lives. One ghost-face silver mosquito was the weakest demon beast of all. But when tens of thousands of ghost-face silver mosquitoes congregated, they would form a bigger creature with some sort of intelligence through telekinesis. Die now! Liao's eyes bulged. The moment the giant hand reached his face, a brightness of saber flashed and slashed it into 2 halves. Then, 2 crystal cannons flipped up on his shoulders and fired non-stop, blowing the ghost-faced silver mosquitoes which shaped the giant hand all into ashes. But their numbers were endless. After a short moment, another 8 murderous, hideous talons were formed and blocked Liao's every route of escape. The boundless beast tide was also arriving at him. Come on! Dozens of blue electric arcs spluttered from his batter saber to almost 10 meters away, before they tangled into a long saber of lightning which was surrounded by sparks and tornadoes. For a moment, Liao had the same feeling of satisfaction that Guan Xiong must have had when he charged at the rising beast tide by himself. It was indeed refreshing. Even though I'm not as strong as a nascent soul stage cultivator, I will still unleash the most dazzling brilliance that I can. You want to kill me? Let's see who dies first. Liao laughed. He clenched his battle saber so hard that it almost shattered. Every rune array on the mystic skeleton battlesuit was fully activated. Liao waved his saber and was ready to fight his last battle, when ear-splitting noises boomed behind him. The beast tide in front him seemed to be devoured by an invisible giant beast. Almost 10 holes appeared in the middle of it, making it seem much crappier than before. In the meantime, the talons made by ghost-faced silver mosquitoes started burning, before they break up in cracking noises. Liao blinked his eyes. The crystal camera on his back had shot what happened behind him without him turning around. The first thing to be seen was a rising dragon of the 9 stars flag, which was still flying in the raging wind like an undying torch despite the excessive corrosion from acids and venomous fog. Then, countless soldiers of the Federal Army, who were wearing black combat uniform and carrying chainswords and storm bolters, surged in like a black ocean under the cover of crystal tanks. The captain who had been in charge of the Tai lightning railgun that Liao repaired was grinning at Liao on one of the crystal tanks with 2 storm bolters in hand. His white teeth were glittering in the smoke. Mediocre demon beasts could constitute an overwhelming beast tide that even cultivators such as Liao may find challenging. On the other hand, ordinary people who did not know the first thing about cultivation could form an invincible ocean of iron and blood with devotion, courage, and strong magical equipment. A new, lightning-like understanding suddenly struck on Liao's mind. As a cultivator, he could manipulate powerful spiritual energy. Yet, it was with the assistance of thousands of ordinary people that he was able to deal with the overwhelming beast tide. Strong as the nascent soul stage cultivator in the sky may be, he wouldn't be able to twist the situation of the war single-handedly without thousands of common cultivators such as himself, would he? Ordinary people, common cultivators such as himself, nascent soul stage cultivators, everyone had pushed themselves to their limits, so that the human civilization could be shining more brightly than ever. My compatriots stronger than me and weaker than me are all fighting side by side with me. I am in need of them as much as they are in need of me. We are not alone. The new understanding refilled scorching strength in Liao's veins, which had almost run dry. Gold brightness scattered by blood flowed out of the gaps of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and consolidated into sharp wings and feathers, as Liao dashed into the beast tide and led the charge. Behind him, the roaring black ocean rushed close and crashed into the beast tide, which was already on the verge of collapse. The fierce battle didn't come to an end until midnight. The burning city cast redness to the entire sky. After the endeavors of the valiant cultivators and the Federal Army, the downtown area which the demon clan occupied had been taken back. Many teleportation arrays had been destroyed. However, the remaining demons were still resisting desperately in the business district where there were a lot of skyscrapers. The interconnected underground became a sea of demon beasts, too. Liao kept fighting into the late night. It was not until an earth-shaking boom echoed in the sky of the north, as if the space had been ripped open where melted lightning flowed out, that Liao retreated from the battleground after the protracted urges of the war mission system. Later, he learnt more facts about the two experts fighting in the sky. The nascent soul stage cultivator was Luo Wunyan, honorary chairman of Violet Glow sect, which was one of the top 5 sects in the Federation, who was known as the best sword master of the entire Federation. The demon emperor, on the other hand, was Ming Sini, who ranked 8th on the deadliest demons list. Both of them were first-rate experts in their respective worlds. For experts at such a high level, they were usually hesitant to confront each other face to face. Once they full activated their strength and fought in their ultimate forms, their strikes, such as the hundreds of attacks breaking the sonic barrier simultaneously not long ago, could be too draining both for their bodies and for their souls. They risked being seriously wounded by each other at the same time. In the meantime, enemies might set up traps nearby and assault the hostile expert with strong demonic equipment or magical equipment, when the expert in question was at the weakest moment, when their soul may have entirely burnt up. This was exactly the case of today's battle. The fight of the nascent soul stage cultivator versus the demon general had been a trap for Ming Sini in the first place. The Federal Army deployed 19 Heaven Splitters out of Red Lotus City, as well as more than 20 pieces of the best magical equipment from various sections. When the fight between Luo Wunyan and Ming Sini reached the most intense moment, all the magical equipment was activated at the same time. Although Ming Sini was not killed on the spot, it created a great opportunity for Luo Wunyan, who slashed off the gold blood demon horn on Ming Sini's head and forced him to flee back to the blood demon sector. The earth-shaking sound that Liao heard previously was the consequence of the salvo. Although the demon emperor was seriously wounded, Luo Wunyan's soul almost dried up because he stayed in the level of the nascent soul stage for too long and triggered excessive telepathic thoughts. He wouldn't be able to return to the nascent soul stage for a long time. The two parties engaged in the war both lost an elite warrior. But the brutality of the war was not the least undermined. On the contrary, it got crueler and crueler. In the coming 7 days, together with many other cultivators and the Federal Army, Liao fought street by street and alley by alley in Red Lotus City. He even charged into the underground with a batch of building foundation stage cultivators with the help of his excellent crystal suit. As days went by, Liao's battle credits soared. His name rose to fame after furious battles. Not only did the Federal Army and other cultivators learn of the existence of such a fearless cultivator who was at the peak of the refinement stage, many demons also knew that there was a different mystic skeleton battlesuit which could release spiritual gas in the shape of wings with a bright gold color and was far better than common MP crystal suits. After days and nights of walking between life and death and meditating after bloody combats, Liao felt that, like a seed which had been buried under the ground for a long time, his spiritual root was ascending and would break out of the soil at any moment. In the morning 10 days later, when he woke up from a ditch in the city ruins and saw the morning star eclipsing and the red sun rising up slowly over the shambles, an irresistible desire suddenly burst out in his heart. It was a moment of eureka. He knew that the time to enter the building foundation stage had come. Through the war mission system, Liao sent an application to the command center. Soon, he received a reply from the command center. After handing his position over to a cultivator from Star Nebula University, Liao left Red Lotus City and reached the military base 50 kilometers away on a carrier. The most important facility in the military base, other than the command center and the spiritual beacons, would be the training rooms specially for soldiers and cultivators. A war was always the best time to improve the strength for the warriors. A breakthrough that did not happen after 5 years of cultivation in peacetime may be achieved within several seconds after seeing one's close comrades being slain by hideously grinning demons right in front of oneself in a bloody fight. In a battleground full of demonic fog, spiritual gas, venomous liquids, acids, explosions, and blasts, countless people may die. But there were always a few lucky dogs whose bodies mutated and whose actualization quotient erupted, allowing them to smash the shackles they'd been born with and embark on the path of cultivation. The 100 independent training rooms were prepared for the people who were in the middle of a breakthrough or foresaw that they were going to have one. According to the strength and the battle credits of the applicant, training rooms of different specifications would be allocated to them. The battle credits that Liao earned over the past 10 days were enough for him to redeem an advanced training room with the most extravagant amenities. Then, he redeemed a perfect plan for building foundation with the battle credits he had left. When the cultivators in the ancient times were breaking into the building foundation stage, the only assistance they could get was the crude building foundation pills, which contained a lot of impurities. Then, they often sat and meditated in empty caves. Therefore, their success rate was very poor. No higher than 5% of them could enter the building foundation stage the first time they tried. Honestly speaking, those cultivators were just lucky. To make things worse, the body of the cultivator would acquire resistance if they failed the first time. It would be tricky for them to enter the building foundation stage ever again. In the modern cultivation world, the mechanism and process of building foundation had been thoroughly studied. Many effective plans for building foundation had been developed, which were safe, fast, and utterly devoid of side effects. Today you entered the building foundation stage, tomorrow you would be able to continue fighting. The success rate of one-time building foundation had been brought up by more than 5 times. Even if you were unlucky and failed at the first try, the plans could be trimmed and adjusted for your next try when you were ready after resting for some time. The perfect plan for building foundation that Liao picked could definitely help him break into the building foundation stage perfectly. Mr. Liao, we look forward to seeing you at the building foundation stage, and thus becoming one of the youngest building foundation stage cultivators in the Star Glory Federation, the security officer of the training rooms said to him earnestly. Liao smiled. He nodded at the officer softly as acknowledgement. Then he strode into the training room. He wanted to succeed in one try, too. If he were to fail this time, he would have to wait for at least 1 month before his next try. By then, the eureka and eagerness that he had right now might be gone. The training room had a round space of around 5 square kilometers. The ivory walls enclosing the room was full of holes. A control light beam was floating in the air. Liao typed softly and set the plan for building foundation. His heart and soul calmed down gradually, as he muttered to himself, "Now begins building foundation." Chi! A huge amount of greenish gas spurted out from the holes on the walls and spread in the air. Within a moment, the entire room was filled with the bright green mist, which had a vaguely sweet smell that seemed to come from a grassland which had just been nurtured by rain. This was the drug for building foundation. In the ancient cultivation world, this drug was always made into building foundation pills which would be absorbed by swallowing. The absorption rate of the human's gastrointestinal system was not very efficient. For all the useful ingredients in a building foundation pill, no higher than 30% could be absorbed by the human body. The rest of the precious nutrition was all wasted. Things were entirely different in the modern cultivation world. The building foundation drug was completely pulverized before it was penetrated into the cultivator's skin by high pressure. That way, it could stimulate the cultivator's flesh, bones, blood, veins, and nerves directly. The absorption efficiency was close to 100%. Liao immediately felt the changes inside his body where thousands of icy threads seemed to be extending, weaving, and spreading. Bam! 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 Soul-stirring drumming began. It was breaking the enemy's formation, a battle hymn composed by a culture-type cultivator in the core formation stage 500 years ago, which had the ability to motivate the fighting will of the listeners. Countless cultivators and soldiers of the Federal Army had been trampling beast tides and protecting their homeland with their battle sabers and flying swords held high under the encouragement of breaking the enemy's formation. Right now, breaking the enemy's formation was a military song for the Federal Army. Someone even suggested that it should be the national anthem for the Star Glory Federation. For cultivators, breaking the enemy's formation had another amazing ability. Since generations of human beings had been charging at the enemy line cheered up by breaking the enemy's formation, its calling had melted into their genes after hundreds of years, which endowed the song with an unbelievable ability that it could significantly improve the odds of success of building foundation. According to the calculation of experts, when building foundation under the encouragement of breaking the enemy's formation, the success rate could be improved by 5% to 8%. The very breaking the enemy's formation that Liao was listening to at present had been played by a large choir made of more than 300 culture-type cultivators from Magical Melody Temple, one of the best cultural sects in the Federation, who were adept at music. It was not a recording, but a replay of the concert including the emotion, sweat, and thoughts on the spot, which had been sealed by special barriers close to the choir. Now that they were released, Liao seemed to be back to the time when it was first played. The effects that it triggered were certainly much stronger than an ordinary recording would. The drumbeat sounded like the parade of an iron army. Noises of swords and sabers clashing against each other and the explosions of spiritual energy echoed non-stop. An invisible battleground rose up slowly around Liao, who was able to envision a bloodshed battle and even felt the weapons brushing past his skin. Breaking the enemy's formation had no lyrics, nor did it need any. The roars of men, women, the young, and the old were already the most powerful stanzas. Every drum, every roar, and every clash between swords and bones were bombarding Liao's heart like a Tai lightning railgun. Prompted by the building foundation drug and breaking the enemy's formation, Liao's spiritual root was stirring. Thousands of tentacles seemed to have extended out of his spiritual root and spread to the depths of his brain as well as all his other body parts, forming a third network besides veins and nerves. Shwa! 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 A circular light beam appeared in the training room, where 9 paintings were displayed. The paintings were in dissimilar styles. The scenes and figures in them were different, too. The one thing in common, though, was that all the paintings contained extremely immense spiritual waves. This set of paintings was named Meditations on Building Foundation, which had been created by 9 of the best culture-type cultivators in the Federation with building foundation as the theme, including their experience, understanding, and reflection about the topic. In one of the paintings was depicted a mountain piercing the sky which was surrounded by strong wind. It ripped open the sky like an unparalleled sharp saber, where a sea of stars flowed out and formed a giant eye. In another painting, a boundless desert was presented. A dust storm was sweeping across it, but a small figure was above the sand fighting the heaven and the earth until they breathed their last breath. Several other paintings also included bloody battlegrounds, misty mountains, and bottomless valleys. 2 of the paintings were full of brilliant colors and shadows, as if the painter had knocked off the ink bottle during the creation. There was no telling what was on the paintings at all. All the paintings stored immense soul power. After a quick look, Liao had been deep attracted to them, which were absorbing his soul like 9 swirls. For a moment, he was on a high mountain, climbing up to the infinite sea of stars against the raging wind. In the next moment, he was in the depths of a desert. Billions of tons of sand were savaging his head. He gritted his teeth and fought it desperately with his body tightened. Then, he appeared in a small bamboo boat on a limpid stream which was flowing between mountains. While his soul melted with the lovely nature contentedly and comfortably, all his lusts gone. He even found himself in the 2 paintings of brilliant colors, where he was observing the mystery of all mysteries in absolute tranquility without entity. However, the painting that he stared at for the longest was the 9th one. Completely different from the previous 8 paintings, it was a scene of an ordinary, commonly seen vegetable market with the most exquisite details. A vegetable market with noises, ditches, and crowds, where cabbages, onions, fish, ribs, and beef were sold. Liao's soul entered the painting. He smelt the freshness of cabbages, the sweetness of fruits, and the intense scent from fish. He heard bargaining and bickering, pounding when meat was being chopped off, and laughter from the chit-chatting neighbors. He saw beaming, satisfied faces everywhere. Liao had no idea why the understanding on building foundation of this painter was a random vegetable market. However, he did feel that the painting was resonating with something in his mind vaguely. The painting dimmed. The smiling faces of the people changed to ones that had been blackened by smoke and burned by fire, which belonged to the soldiers who had been fighting side by side with him over the past 10 days. Among them, there were veterans who had been on active service for more than 10 years. There were rookies who'd enlisted half a year ago and had just finished the basic training and didn't know the first thing about a war. There were core formation stage cultivators who could blow up a skyscraper casually. There were also cultivators at the beginning phase of the refinement stage whose spiritual root had awakened not long ago, addressing him respectfully as senior brother. All the faces, including those of the ordinary people, soldiers and cultivators, blended together as they squinted and curled their lips. Their pure white teeth glared, and they beamed with the brightest smile in the world. Lum-dum, lum-dum, lum-dum. Liao's heart was beating faster and faster. The circulation of his blood was 10 times repeater than before. Driven by something mysterious, his spiritual root started beating like his second heart. Absorption, absorption. All his spiritual gas was swallowed by his spiritual root, without anything being left. Ah! Liao's eyes bulged. 2 streams of blood dripped down from the corners of his eyes, as his spiritual root continued expanding until it occupied his entire brain. Invisible spiritual tentacles slowly tangled his nerves and his veins, integrating with his body and forming an inseparable network. Crack! When he couldn't bear it any longer and thought his skull was going to be pierced through by his spiritual root, lightning suddenly struck inside his brain, before his spiritual root started constricting violently. All the spiritual gas contained inside the spiritual root was condensed into liquid state and, through invisible spiritual tentacles, reached all his limbs and internal organs like an elixir. Thousands of rivers seemed to be raging inside his body and crushing all his nerves and cells to pieces. Yet, the infinite vitality buried deep inside the rivers reconstructed his broken cells and nerves and made them stronger and more vibrant than before. The 9 paintings of meditations on building foundation blinked one by one in front of his face. Breaking the enemy's formation was played and replayed, attacking his internal organs through his ears. More than 20 years of memories flushed into his brain and created a coruscating skyscraper 3-dimensionally. Every cluster of nerve endings had been stuffed by the rivers of spiritual liquid. Liao floated in the air and cramped, his arms and legs all stretching out. Cracking noises were echoing inside his bones, while surging tides were crushing the seashore of his veins. The rhythm of his heartbeat and the palpitation of his spiritual root finally resonated and produced a unique, powerful note. A long time passed. Liao woke up from the amazing, extraordinary scenes inside of his body and found himself lying on the ground exhausted. His limbs were as dry and thin as wood. Lackluster mud was everywhere on his skin, which was the waste of the metabolic process just now. He had been reborn and made a great leap forward in the path of cultivation. By his perception, more than 1 year had passed. But looking at the spiritual clock on the wall, it was only half an hour after he had first entered the training room. I made it! The spiritual gas inside my body has all been transformed to liquid state, which is circulating in the newly formed spiritual arteries slowly. My spiritual root has evolved, too. It can transform spiritual gas into spiritual liquid continuously now. Liao wanted to smile, but he didn't even have the strength to curl his lips. Z! From the holes on the walls of the training room, deep blue thick liquid flowed out, which was the super nutrition liquid specially prepared for cultivators who had just entered the building foundation stage. After a moment, Liao was drowned inside the deep blue nutrition liquids. He opened all his pores and started devouring spiritual energy crazily, as if he had been starved for years. Centered around him, a swirl was revolving slowly inside the training room. While he was refilling his spiritual energy, Liao's soul flew to the depths of his brain to the tree of memory of Oyezi. As he expected, after he entered the building foundation stage, Oyezi's tree of memory had been further unlocked. The crown of the tree of memory was glitteringly gold, illuminating his brain in a dazzling glamour. The huge number of memories after Oyezi entered the building foundation stage can be absorbed by me now. Liao was more than excited. Back in the 100 Smelting Clan 40,000 years ago, a lot of events had taken place during the dozens of years when Oyezi was at the building foundation stage. Firstly, Oyezi was qualified to enter the second level of the Heavenly Refining Tower where he would study more advanced secret arts on refining. Secondly, demonic cultivators invaded and caused bloody wars. Oyezi upgraded the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique to 189 moves, which worked out effectively on the battleground, allowing him to punch 24 demonic cultivators at the building foundation stage into pieces at the same time. Thirdly, Oyezi was recruited by Taoist Yuchong, an elder of the 100 Smelting Clan, as a student and became one of the core disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan. It was a piece of memory when Oyezi first got in touch with the vital secret arts of the 100 Smelting Clan. Now they were all Liao's and ready to be absorbed by Liao at his will. Excellent. As long as I can absorb the memory pieces from when Oyezi was at the building foundation stage, I will be able to grasp the real secret arts of the 100 Smelting Clan and refine the legendary weapons that have not been seen for millenniums. Moreover, I will be able to train myself with most brutal ways of fighting on the battleground of the demonic cultivators' invasion 40,000 years ago. After that, even I'm to be faced with a demon king, I will not be entirely on the losing side. Sparkling memory pieces aroused Liao's vehement greediness, who almost couldn't wait to start studying them without anything bothering him. But he knew that now was not the time yet. He withdrew from Oyezi's memory pieces hesitantly and returned to reality. The deep blue nutrition liquids, which had been thick a moment ago, were now transparent and tasteless. The spiritual energy contained inside had all been absorbed by Liao's body, which was filled up again and full of vigor, like a newborn baby. The effluent was soon extracted by the sinkhole on the ground of the training room. After a while of humming sounds, even the air was extremely dry. 10 round dynameters dropped down from the ceiling, which were spinning swiftly in midair, driven by power rune arrays. Liao smiled. This was a test that he had preset in order to find out how strong he was after he entered the building foundation stage. Not fast enough. Triple the speed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 10 dynameters were revolving fast, at 30 revolutions per second, while they were flying at random directions in the air. Every dynameter was the size of a watermelon, but the sensitive area on it was only the size of a fist. Only by hitting the sensitive area precisely would the punch be counted and the strength of the punch be recorded. Otherwise, the punch would be deemed as a failure. It was not easy to hit such a small sensitive area on a dynameter which was revolving this fast. Taking a deep breath, Liao squatted. A dense aura suddenly burst out from his body. At first glance, it was more modest and restrained, and fast less eye-catching compared with that when he was at the refinement stage. But in fact, it was more firm, steady, and inexhaustible. There were absolutely no weak points. Liao turned into a laser. The small training room was filled with hundreds of his blurred shadows. The light beams around displayed a series of readings. It was not until a moment later that the sound of the dynameters being punched echoed. Half a minute later, all the blurred shadows gathered in the center of the training room where they consolidated into Liao's real body. The 10 dynameters were quivering over his head, which seemed like they could fall to the ground at any moment. A drop of sweat appeared on Liao's forehead as he watched at the light beams around him in satisfaction. The reading on the first light beam was 111.11 kilograms. The reading on the second light beam was 222.22 kilograms, and so on, until the 10th light beam where the reading stopped at 1,111.11 kilograms. In half a second, he had punched each dynameter 100 times with exactly the same strength which rose up according to the number of the dynameters. There was no error whatsoever. This was the true power of a building foundation stage cultivator. The door of the training room slowly opened, from which Liao walked out. Watery brightness was curving around him, cladding him in a translucent battle armor which was glittering in the sunlight. Yuan Manqiu, Xiong Bailey, as well as many teachers and soldiers in the military base recognized what had happened when they saw his grand appearance. Building foundation stage. A cultivator has entered the building foundation stage. Who is it? Let me through. Who broke into the building foundation stage? Li Yao. Li Yao of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Vulture Li Yao has successfully entered the building foundation stage. Exclamations came from the crowd nonstop. More people ran to the spot upon hearing the news, as they gazed at Li Yao in admiration. Neither Xiong Bailey nor Yuan Manqiu were combat-type cultivators. Naturally, they would not be involved in the battles inside Red Lotus City directly but were fulfilling their duties in different positions inside the military base. As a knowledgeable admin-type cultivator, Xiong Bailey was in charge of analyzing the identity, features, and specialties of the expert demons and store their detailed files into databases for future references. As a refiner, Yuan Manqiu, leading the refiners from the Grand Desolate War Institution, was responsible for maintaining the damaged magical equipment in the fierce battles. The moment they heard that Liao was breaking into the building foundation stage, they hurried to his training room and happened to run into Liao, who was just walking out of the training room dazzlingly. Yuan Manqiu's thrill was apparent from her expression. Xiong Bailey was nodding his head approvingly. 2. Other teachers were also smiling with their mouths wide open. In this fierce battle unseen for over the past 100 years, breakthroughs were not unusual. During the past 10 days, the spiritual roots of many ordinary soldiers had undergone mutations, making them become cultivators. There were also several refinement stage cultivators who perceived the true destiny of cultivation and embarked on the building foundation stage. Liao was not the first of them, but he was definitely the youngest, stepping into the building foundation stage before 25 years old. He was even 1 year younger than Ding Lingdang when she entered the building foundation stage. It was a remarkable achievement, not just locally but nationwide. Xiong Bailey and Yuan Manqiu exchanged glances with mixed feelings. In recent years, the Grand Desolate War Institution had been quite fortunate. At first, Ding Lingdang distinguished herself as one of the youngest building foundation cultivators in the Federation. Then, the refining department rose to fame. Now, Liao had entered the building foundation stage as a student. Without anyone knowing, the Grand Desolate War Institution was no longer the tail-ender among the 9 elite universities in regard of the comprehensive capability. It was almost as good as the influential colleges such as Star Nebula University and First Military Academy of the Federation. Professor Principal, I've entered the building foundation stage. Liao withdrew the liquefied spiritual gas and enjoyed the amazing feeling when every vein and nerve of his was being nurtured by the elixir with complicated thoughts. He had finally caught up to where Ding Lingdang had been more than 1 year ago. Through arduousness and troubles that only he knew, there was still a long way to go ahead. But, with the support of so many people, he was confident to finish the journey one step after another. Beep! Liao turned on the mini crystal processor, opened the war mission system, and upgraded his files with his latest progress. Liao of the Grand Desolate War Institution has entered the building foundation stage, applying for missions that befit his current strength. Liao nodded at Xiong Bailey and Yuan Manqiu in apology. Sorry, Professor Principal. My cultivation is not stable at this moment, since I just stepped into the building foundation stage, and I need to be engaged in massive fierce battles to consolidate it. That's all right. Go now. Yuan Manqiu smiled. She and Xiong Bailey were too experienced not to know the criticalness of the period when one just entered the building foundation stage. Naturally, they wouldn't hamstring him. Xiong Bailey patted his shoulder and said solemnly, Liao, remember, the Grand Desolate War Institution will always be proud of you. Liao was stunned for a moment. He had never expected the serious, meticulous principal to be so emotional. After a while, Liao's lips curled, as he put on a sunny smile on his face. Principal, Professor, I'm always proud of the Grand Desolate War Institution, too. Schwa. The mystic skeleton battlesuit enclosed him again. Different from when he was at the refinement stage, Liao did not feel the least hindering from the equipment. The suit had melted into his flesh and blood, while the crystal processor and his brain had integrated into one. Liao turned into a gold laser and darted towards Red Lotus City. The 50 kilometers of distance were covered in no time. He appeared in the sky of the battleground, which had been enshrouded in cannon fire and smoke. Swoosh! 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 4 arrows of acids, 3 streams of venomous liquid, and an invisible blast interweaved into a deadly net and thrusted at him. It feels good. Liao sensed his brand new body of the building foundation stage, while his soul rippled away and located 8 bizarre-shaped figures in a dark corner by tracing back the furious attacks. Shwa! The 8 attacks hit him, or rather, his blurred shadow, simultaneously. Liao himself was not at the place anymore. He turned into raging wind as he lunged at a collapsed building. Now commences my first battle in the building foundation stage. Starting from that day, the intensity of the battles that Liao was engaged in within Red Lotus City had reached a whole new height. As a building foundation stage cultivator, with the enhancement of his crystal suit, Liao was already one of the super elites on the battleground now. His appearance often meant the victory of his side in a battle. He had also marched into the underground together with many other building foundation cultivators and demolished dozens of the demon beasts' dens. He even slayed a seriously wounded high-level demon general in person. Day by day, his strength had been on the rise in the bloody battles. He finally stabilized himself in the building foundation stage. In the meantime, the War of 7 Cities had almost come to end. The brutal war lasted only some 20 days, which was even shorter than large-scale beast-tide outbreaks. However, the toughness of the regular army of the Demon Clan was fully demonstrated nonetheless. Until the last moment, the regular demon army was still well-disciplined. It retreated silently overnight, leaving mediocre demon beasts behind as cannon fodder. They also left a lot of deadly traps in the underground. Red Lotus City was fine, but in Sunlit Cloud City, more than half of the underground ghost market was blown up by the Demon Clan at the same time. Caught off guard, 1 core formation stage cultivator was killed, and another seriously wounded, not counting the many more missing refinement stage cultivators and building foundation stage cultivators who were buried hundreds of meters under the ground. The tragedy cast haze to the joy of victory. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight reached the battle-scarred city. Liao and Yuan Manchio were walking on an uneven street. During the war, you've earned enough battle credits to meet the criterion of graduation. Besides, it seems inappropriate for you to keep being a student now that you're in the building foundation stage. Yuan Manchio smiled. You should prepare to graduate when we're back. What's your future plan? Before Liao was able to answer, she continued. The demon invasion this time was quite abrupt. Thankfully, 2 legions of the Federal Army have been equipped with the Mystic Skeleton battlesuits, making them the first 2 Crystal Suit legions in the world. The performance of the 2 legions was quite remarkable. Stationed in Eastern Stone City and Eternal Mountain City, they managed to resist the surging beast tide without much help from high-level cultivators and killed a huge portion of the regular army of the Demon Clan, like 2 millstones of blood and flesh. They were also one of the reasons why the Demon Clan suddenly retreated. The military is very satisfied with the performance of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. They have expressed their interest in increasing the amount of purchase to build up at least 20 Crystal Suit Legions within the next 3 years. Therefore, we'll be quite busy for a long time to come. How about staying in school after graduation as a researcher? This is a formal invitation from me on behalf of Principal Xiong. As for your benefits, you will be offered a package according to the highest standard. It will be even higher than Ding Lingdong's when she first started her career. You will still be able to enjoy the subsequent profits of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. 2. If you want to better your martial arts, you can always communicate with the teachers of the school. Nobody will hold anything back from you. Liao narrowed his eyes and stared at the rising sun. Pondering for a long time, he shook his head. Professor, I've made plans for what I will do in the next couple of years. Project Mystic Skeleton has succeeded. Many people in the military and in the cultivation world who are skilled exos wear the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit professionally now. I'm just a test pilot who would not be of much significance even if I stayed. I believe that the professors and experts are excellent enough for the revision and improvement work. There's something that I haven't told you yet. I have an invitation card from Occult Orbs Fellowship. Speaking of my future plans, I will dedicate myself to training before I join Occult Orbs Fellowship and explore the relics and secret treasures that were buried during the 40,000 years of blood wars. Over the past half a year, the federal government had unveiled to the public a lot of secret projects and plans. Occult Orbs Fellowship gradually revealed itself to the public too. Besides, for an extraordinary figure such as Xianxia, she had heard of the existence of Occult Orbs Fellowship back when she was in Deep Sea University. She had also been invited to several magical equipment seminars to study the secret treasures recovered from the occult orbs. Therefore, she was not surprised when she heard the name of Occult Orbs Fellowship. Raising her eyebrow, she commented, "Exploring the occult orbs can be dangerous." Liao nodded his head. "It is indeed. The casualty rate of the explorers is stunningly high. That's why I can't accept the offer of the school right now. However, exploring and training in the occult orbs will boost my speed of cultivation. 2. Professor, we both know that the War of Seven Cities was just a beginning. There will be even more fierce battles where more expert demons will show up. I don't want to be a spectator on the ground craning my head dumbly watching the engagement of the elites. I crave for the strength which can enable me to fight with them. I also hope that I can dig out unfathomably ferocious magical equipment from the occult orbs which is powerful enough to blow a demon emperor into pieces with one shot. Therefore, I have to go to the occult orbs." Xianxia was amused. "Don't be childish. Even if there are prehistoric treasures inside the occult orbs, they will be protected by all kinds of barriers, which will be too much for a beginner building foundation stage cultivator such as yourself to excavate or manipulate. But you're right about one thing. A great war is coming. We all have to try our best to cultivate. You have the full support from both me and Principal Xiong. The Grand Desolate War Institution will always welcome you. Please come back any time." "Of course I will." Liao smiled. "I'm definitely coming back. Don't forget that I'm going to knock the refining department of Deep Sea University to the ground, and the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution will take their place." The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Then they stared at the heated scenes of infrastructure rebuilding which was soaking in morning glow. In the depths of the underground, battles were still breaking out now and then. But on the ground, the reconstruction work had already begun. Thousands of soldiers of the Federal Army were driving large-scale bulldozers and excavators. Some of them were even clearing away the ruins with spades that had been carved with rune arrays. Red Lotus City was on a mother lode of a huge reserve. There was no way that the federal government was giving up such a precious place. The old Red Lotus City had been devastated by the warfare. But with the help of the advanced magical equipment of the modern cultivation civilization, a new, larger Red Lotus City would rise up from the ashes in no time, this time with higher city walls, stronger defense, denser street barricades, more flying sword formations, more automatic security systems, and keener underground monitoring systems. More valiant soldiers and cultivators who had been educated by the war would stay and guard the place. Besides a dilapidated building, Liao suddenly stopped. His eyes were attracted by a fresh greenness. A blade of grass popped up from the blackened messes and danced in the morning breeze. It didn't know what had happened to the city. It only stretched in the warm sunlight and sprayed hope and vigor. In the meantime, the red tide moss was also growing crazily in the blood-like moonlight. There were 3 moons in the blood demon sector. The furthest one was very dreary and looked like a dim, fuzzy spot of light. But the other 2 moons were very close and large, resembling 2 devil eyes that were never shut, out of which crimson light beamed out and dyed the entire world red. Hence the name of the blood demon sector. The red tide moss was a very weird life form that seemed to be a mix of an animal, a plant, and a fungus. Under the shining blood moon, It could surge out like a red tide and cover an entire mountain overnight with a thickness of several meters. Countless demonic plants pierced their roots into the red tide moss and sucked the demonic energy of the blood moons contained in it. Innumerable mediocre demon beasts would feast upon the demonic plants, which then ended up being food for higher-level demons. It was with the amazing ecosystem made by the blood moons and the red tide moss that the energy provided by the stars was utilized to the greatest extent, which was also the reason why the blood demon sector could produce so many expert demons and beast tides despite the unfavorable environment. Right now, on a rugged rocky mountain road, a long team whose head and tail couldn't be seen at the same time was marching on. It was the regular army which had retreated from the Heaven's Origin sector carrying a lot of dead bodies of the demons. In the bottom of the valley, deep holes more than 10 meters in diameter which were deep and enshrouded in black fog were everywhere. Grunts could be heard from the bottom of the holes now and then, indicating that some gargantuan demon beasts were taking the place as their home. Almost 100 warlocks were standing beside the burrows wearing 7-colored feather clothes with devilish rings and staffs. Ear-splitting shrieks were uttered from their mouths and echoed in the valley, before they congregated into the most soul-stirring music of the demons. Walla! Walla! The demon bodies were thrown into the black burrows. From deep down the burrows, chewing noises immediately came out, which were indeed blood-freezing. But the demons of the regular army carrying the bodies were all overjoyed and danced in great happiness. Many of them were watching the scene in admiration. The warlocks bellowed, "Souls of the warriors of the Saint clan now return to the pantheon of demons and will live forever as demon spirits." In the team carrying the dead bodies, there were some demons who were too seriously wounded to be cured. When they passed by the burrows, flames suddenly burst out in their eyes as they screamed out, "Long live the demon spirits! Pantheon of demons! Embrace me!" While they were screaming, they leaped forward and jumped into the burrows. Feeble screams seemed to be coming from in the chewing sounds, but they were mostly blocked by the black fog. The valley was now a sea of cheers. Not far away from the valley, there was an enormous mountain which pierced through the sky like a tusk. It had almost been emptied and was riddled with tunnels and caves. Thousands of giant, red crystals were embedded on 2 sides of the pathways. Each crystal was breeding a bizarre-shaped demon, many of whom were grimacing in pain as their flesh and blood were being torn apart and granulation tissue was growing crazily. The countless tunnels zigzagged and gathered in the depths of the tusk-like mountain, leading to a vast mansion. On a corner of the mansion, there was a blood pool about 3 meters in diameter. Intense stenches were being emitted from the thick, red liquids which were bubbling with hot steam. It seemed like both blood and magma. Wang Ji was soaked in the blood pool. His head was the only part that was exposed to the air. But the raging spoondrift hit his face now and then, and after every hit, a large cluster of skin and flesh would be ripped off, revealing the pale bones below. But after the next hit, his flesh and skin were reconstructed. Wang Ji had been soaking in the rebirth pool for 9 days and 9 nights. It was both a treatment and a cruel punishment. For 9 days and 9 nights, his flesh was corroded, filled up, re-corroded, and refilled up, and so on. He felt that thousands of ants were nibbling on his heart and couldn't be more miserable. But Wang Ji dared not show the slightest pain or discontent. Even his moans had to be suffocated within his own throat, because he did not wish to disturb the one who had been contemplating inside the mansion. It was Elder Bloodrobe, his teacher and master, as well as a formidable demon emperor. The form of society of the Blood Demon sector was different from that of the Star Glory Federation. It could be divided into countless demon tribes. When several tribes collaborated, they would call themselves a kingdom. Dozens of demon kingdoms, large and small, had always been at war with each other. The kingdom of lion butchers, in which Wang Ji was born, was one of the stronger ones. Above the demon kingdoms, there were demon emperors, who claimed to be the spokespersons for the pantheon of demons in the blood demon sector, with their immense powers allowing them to communicate with billions of demon spirits in the infinite sea of stars. It was under the leadership of the demon emperors that dozens of demon kingdoms in conflict could unite and attack the Heaven's Origin sector together. Wang Ji was the 21st son of the Lord of Lion Butchers. In an attempt to assume the title Prince, to be the rightful heir, He gathered a few subordinates and sneaked into the thunderous Sound Mountain, trying to tame the mutated lion dragon. However, when he was one step close to victory, somebody interrupted. Not only did the guy murder the mutated lion dragon, he also set up a trap with the demon core of the mutated lion dragon, which blew all his loyal subjects to pieces. But Wang Ji was not fated to doom yet. After the big explosion, the two demon kings that his father sent to support and supervise him were also seriously wounded. On the other hand, he was almost entirely free from any injury with a piece of demonic equipment that his mother gave him. Wang Ji made up his mind quickly. He ambushed the two demon kings and slayed them, before digging out their demon cores. Then, he escaped to the blood demon sector and found a peaceful place to digest the demon cores in order to improve his strength. When he was out on a hunting trip, he met Elder Bloodrobe. After absorbing 2 demon cores, Wang Ji had been completely transformed and his blood had been cleansed. Elder Bloodrobe thought highly of him and recruited him as a disciple. After that, Wang Ji returned to the kingdom of lion butchers with the support of Elder Bloodrobe and cleaned up his dozens of brothers as fast as a lightning. Not only did he ascend on the seat of prince, he was even able to stand equal to his father now, if not planning to oust his father at some point. However, this was as far as his luck went. This invasion to the Heaven's Origin sector was only meant to be a test battle for the larger-scale conquest later. But Wang Ji took it for an opportunity to make remarkable achievements. Not only did he make thorough plans for the battle, he even begged Elder Bloodrobe over and over for the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber. He had thought that he would be able to slay dozens of building foundation stage cultivators with the help of the saber. With any luck, he could even ambush several lone and wounded core formation stage cultivators. The one rule that applied for the Blood Demon sector was survival of the fittest. The winner took it all. The loser had to fall. Capability and credits mattered more than anything else. If he could really kill a core formation stage cultivator, thousands of warriors in the kingdom of lion butchers would gather behind his blood saber and listen to his command after he was back. His old father would definitely lose popularity. It was a pity that he failed. Not only was his physical body completely ruined, he even lost the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber that he had borrowed from Elder Bloodrobe when he was going to the Heaven's Origin sector. I hate it. The moment he thought of the cultivator who sabotaged his endeavor, Wang Ji's head was dizzy because of fury. The teeth that just grew out were grinded into pieces again. That cultivator was not even in the building foundation stage yet, and he was wearing nothing but an MP crystal suit. But Wang Ji suffered a crushing defeat because of all his dirty tricks. Sordid cultivator, I will find you and kill you, your family, your friends, your lover, and your teachers, leaving no one behind. I will mince you all. Wang Ji finally grumbled in the excruciating pain. A moment later, his grumble suddenly stopped, as if a sharp blade had cut open his neck. Deep inside the mansion, a crimson figure drifted over slowly. It was a handsome, almost flawless man. There was not the slightest hint of demon beast on his body. His skin was smooth and fair, like that of a newborn baby. His face looked like that of a naive child of 7 to 8 years old. But his eyes were full of age, gloom, and darkness, which seemed to belong to a 300-year-old senior. A red robe was on his body, flowing slowly like blood. He was Elder Bloodrobe, a demon emperor. After Elder Bloodrobe appeared, the intensity of the blood pool was 10 times higher. Thousands of sprouts of blood emerged from the liquids and pulled Wang Ji's face desperately like thousands of tiny hands. Wang Ji was in such agony that tears were coming down. But he did not dare to complain. With a smile, Elder Bloodrobe enjoyed Wang Ji's suffering for a moment. Before he opened his mouth in a low voice, Wang Ji, do you acknowledge your fault? Wang Ji almost passed out because of horror. He kept himself up while he stammered, Master, I do acknowledge my fault. I know that the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber is refined out of the rarely seen marrow blood crystals thousands of meters underground which are extremely precious. But I have lost it. I will not weasel out from my responsibility. I swear to all the demon spirits in the pantheon of demons that I will take back the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber within the next year. Otherwise, I'm willing to be punished by death sentence and leave my body in the wilderness instead of sending it to the pantheon of demons. Elder Bloodrobe glanced at him. A round, balloon-like, bright yellow demon beast suddenly appeared in his hand, which was tossed into the blood pool softly by him. You mentioned that it was a very tough mystic skeleton battlesuit that stole the red jade mist mirage saber. This information bug has deciphered almost 100 crystal processors of human beings and retrieved a lot of information regarding the mystic skeleton battlesuit in question. Analyze it by yourself and find out the answer. The appearance of the information bug made Wang Ji's face change color. He had not been as terrified when he was told that he would be soaked in the blood pool for 9 days and 9 nights. However, under Elder Bloodrobe's glaring eyes, he had to grit his teeth and pick up the information bug before pinning it to his forehead. Chi! More than 10 meat sprouts darted out from the information bug and pierced into his head like sharp arrows. The meat sprouts expanded, constricted, twisted, and wriggled. Ah! The whites of Wang Ji's eyes were out while he screamed desperately. He struggled and stirred thousands of splashes in the blood pool. Pictures, roars, and data crushed into his brain like a volcano eruption. Grand Desolate War Institution, Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Military Bidding Meeting, Flying Crystal Racing, a Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit versus a Crystal Warship. Liao, student of the Grand Desolate War Institution, test pilot for the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, one of the best exos of Mystic Skeleton Battlesuits in the Heaven's Origin sector, and also a refiner who was adept at modifying crystal suits and establishing explosive traps. Wait a moment. Liao had been taking courses for crystal suits in the Thunder Training Camp a year and a half ago, during which time he went missing in the Thunderous Sound Mountain for 10 days. Thunderous Sound Mountain? Thunderous Sound Mountain. The boiling blood pool suddenly froze. Although a sharp pain was still savaging his head, Wang Ji stopped struggling and turned into a cold statue all of a sudden. The huge amount of information in the crystal processors of human beings was connected together, making him understand everything that had happened. Liao was the one that killed all his subordinates and sabotaged his attempt in the Thunderous Sound Mountain. He was also the one who disrupted his teleportation in Red Lotus City, seriously wounded him, and stole his red jade mist mirage saber. Vulture Liao. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Ji's face as he muttered through his broken teeth, one word after another. It was you! Well, well, well. You are quite something. Building foundation in your junior year. It's even 1 year earlier than me. You truly deserve to be my boyfriend. In the shadowed hologram, Ding Lingdang was standing in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by countless eccentric rocks. Her fire-like combat suit was somewhat ragged, but she was in high spirits. Her hands rested on her hips as she burst into laughter. However, if you want to defeat me, you might as well continue training for another 100 years. I'm going to tell you a piece of good news. No, for you, it is probably a terribly bad one. Your sister, Mi, has successfully ascended to the middle level of the building foundation stage. Ha 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 ha. Over the past few months, I've been training in a special place where I couldn't reach the outside world in order to break into the middle level. As it turns out, my efforts were not wasted. I made a breakthrough without much trouble. Right now, I need to stabilize myself in here for some time. I will probably be back by the end of next month. I've even got a gift for you. Don't be sloppy in training while I'm away. I'm very looking forward to fighting you in the building foundation stage for 300 rounds. Right? Now that you're in the building foundation stage, don't forget to eat your foundation building egg. However, don't eat it by yourself either. Wait until I'm back. You ate part of my foundation building egg when I reached the building foundation stage. You owe me that one. Ding Lingdang was talking and dancing joyfully, leaving no chance for Liao to interrupt. It was not a real-time conversation, but a pre-recorded video clip. Knowing that Ding Lingdang was safe and sound, Liao was greatly relieved. He was very well aware of the personality of his human-shaped tyrannosaur girlfriend, who was a lunatic in martial arts and considered fighting as the greatest fun in her life. There could only be one reason why Ding Lingdang didn't participate in the War of Seven Cities, which was that the training sessions she'd been engaged in were not as comfortable as they appeared to be. They could be hundreds of times more perilous than the War of Seven Cities. Ding Lingdang must have deliberately kept the place of her training a secret to prevent him from worrying. Maybe she was fighting in an unseen front line in the depths of the dark, desolate domain. After just 1 year, she has ascended from the beginning level of the building foundation stage to the middle level. It is quite amazing of her. I thought that I had already surpassed her, but she is always one step ahead of me. However, I am not a body practitioner. The gap between our capability can be made up by magical equipment. Anyway, I'm qualified to fight side by side with Ding Lingdang without dragging her down now. Liao smiled and turned off the video clip that he had watched countless times each day over the past few days. He focused his attention on the refining furnace and sensed the temperature change inside of it. He was at his personal refining workshop in the diminutive dust domain. It had already been 1 month since the War of Seven Cities. During the 1 month of time, with the help of Super Perception Cabin, he dwelled in the depths of his brain and absorbed Oyezi's memory pieces crazily. He had absorbed Oyezi's 2-year-long memory pieces in the month and read a lot of the classics on refining on the 2nd floor of the Heavenly Refining Tower. He even got in touch with a lot of core secret arts of the 100 Smelting Clan. 7 days ago, he was finally fully prepared and was ready to refine the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber. The Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber was a piece of demonic equipment designed to be wielded by demons. The energy flow as well as the working pattern was not very suitable for cultivators to grasp. What Liao wanted was not the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber per se, but the heavenly materials and earthly treasures contained inside. He had separated the precious marrow blood crystals from the Red Jade Mist Mirage Saber with the secret arts of the 100 Smelting Clan after 7 days of hard work. Then he divided the marrow blood crystals into 2 portions, one larger and the other smaller. He melded the larger portion, what was left of the marrow crystals, inside his cosmos ring, and a huge amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he spent a vast fortune on into his battler saber. Today was the day of the melding's completion. Swoosh! Sensing the abrupt temperature changes inside the refining furnace, Liao felt that an irritated, deadly animal was going to break out of its cage. He hurried to extend his telepathic thoughts into the refining furnace, while he quickly typed on the light beam to adjust the temperature, pressure, and direction of flames in the refining furnace. 10 minutes later, the hole above the furnace opened, from which a red and blue laser dashed out with electric arcs. Wind and thunder seemed to be echoing in the peaceful diminutive dust domain. Freeze! Liao was fully focused. His spiritual energy surged out to the sky, as his hands was drawing hundreds of spiritual runes which snatched the laser and pulled it back to the long-prepared cooling liquids. Chi! Raging, colorful steams were popping up from the cooling pool. After the temperature cooled a bit, Liao put the blade on an iron mat which had been crafted out of a meteorite. Immense spiritual energy burst out of Liao's body. A giant, who was more than 3 meters tall, appeared in his back. Mimicking his gesture, the giant bashed the iron mat together with him. 2 noises of forging echoed closely one after another. After forging for a moment, the blade was thrown back to the refining furnace again, before they were polished and furbished by more than 10 different cooling liquids. The process was repeated for 19 times until dawn arrived, and the upgrading of his battle saber was finally completed. Excellent! Sweat was all over Liao's back, but he was in high spirits. Spiritual energy was burning around him like flowing flames. He touched the newborn battle saber gently and affectionately. The battle saber that he was holding right now was 2.15 meters long and weighed 137.4 kilograms. The body of the saber was gracefully curved. The back of the saber was full of vein-like crimson streaks, which were tangled by countless violet lightning patterns, making the saber more than splendid. Liao picked up the saber and waved it. Humming sounds echoed inside his brain as he began to feel the new abilities of the saber. The new battle saber, which had been embedded with multiple kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, could not only trigger lightning and tornadoes but was also endowed with a new ability, the activation of blood aura. Once Liao's spiritual energy was fully functioning, a blood aura as long as 10 meters could be summoned. When the enemy was hit by the blood aura, there would be no external injuries. But the hematopoietic system of the enemy's body would be wrecked, to the point that the body would mistake the enemy's own blood for foreign matter and resist it, eventually leading to a continuous loss of blood. If the enemy was insignificant, second-rate demon beasts or low-level demon soldiers, they would bleed to death when they were swept by the blood aura. Even if the enemy was an expert demon, they would still have to spare part of their demonic energy to suppress the injuries or simply flee for better treatment when they were hit. In life-and-death combat, if the opponent continued bleeding, the situation would of course be in Liao's favor. What a marvelous, rarely seen weapon. It is perfect even by the standards of the 100-smelting clan 40,000 years ago. With your brand new abilities, it's inappropriate that you don't have a proper name yet. I'll call you Boiled Blood Wind Slashing Saber. Then, taking the Boiled Blood Wind Slashing Saber, Liao felt that thousands of clouds and lightning were roiling in his chest, making him more confident than ever. As for the smaller portion of the marrow blood crystals, Liao was planning to refine them into the remaining 8 marrow crystal bullets. Marrow crystal bullets were Liao's life-saving contingencies. In the battle against Wang Ji in Red Lotus City, it was with a marrow crystal bullet that Liao reversed the situation and secured the final victory. Marrow crystal bullets were themselves powerful enough. How much further could they go if the marrow blood crystals were added in? With the new marrow crystal bullets, as well as his boiled blood wind slashing saber, even a demon king would have to pay a good price if they wanted to take him down. Now that I have a decent saber and new powerful bullets, with the protection of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, it should be enough for me to explore the occult orbs, shouldn't it? Liao played with his battle saber in ecstasy for a while. Then he took a deep breath and calmed himself down, as he picked out the occult orbs card. Over the past month, other than devouring Oyezi's memory pieces inside his brain, Liao dedicated the rest of his time into cracking the boundless labyrinth inside the occult orbs card. He had a feeling that he was close to success. Touching the surface of the card softly, Liao saw those same 4 words again. When stars are shining. Liao shut his eyes and started meditating. All the body cell activities were suppressed to minimum, but his telepathic thoughts kept expanding. A huge amount of liquefied spiritual energy flowed out of his spiritual root into the labyrinth inside the occult orbs card like thousands of rivers. Even the most complicated maze couldn't stop promptly changing water. Liao's telepathic thoughts gradually entered deeper and deeper inside the labyrinth, flowing together with the spiritual liquid. He seemed to have heard the calling of stars. Boom! Lightning struck inside his brain. He suddenly saw scenes of bizarre yet magnificent wars. In prosperous and populated metropolises, below deep and rugged valleys, on ever-surging oceans, billions of soldiers of the human army and the demon army were colliding. Even the most ordinary soldier in the human army was wearing glamorous crystal suit and wielding weapons whose auras could be dozens of meters long. In the meantime, the vanguard of the demon army was exclusively made of demon kings. In the sky, crystal warships of the human beings and devil warships of the demon clan had blocked the sun, making the broad daylight almost look like midnight. Out of the atmosphere, in the background of the starry sky, a Babel battle star, which was known as stellar magical equipment, that was even larger than some satellite planets, was enshrouded in thousands of mystic colors, fighting against an endless beast tide in space. Suddenly, an uncanny wind blew over. Everything that Liao saw, both the formidable troops of human beings and those of the demon clan, turned into lackluster rocks and stood still on the desolate battlegrounds like billions of statues. Then, the entire world collapsed, turning into countless pieces which flew in the dark void before sinking into nothingness in the end. Who? Liao let out a long breath. He blinked and found himself exhausted and covered in sweat, although he was still in the diminutive dust domain. The starry sky and the words on the occult orbs card were all gone. What replaced them was a picture of a vast orbital system whose one end pierced into the sky and vanished into the cosmos. It looked like a launch base for some sort of warships. However, the anti-gravity technology of the Star Glory Federation was quite advanced, with which crystal warships could fly out of the atmosphere directly. What use was there in such an orbital system? Liao was quite confused. But there was one thing that he was certain about. He had passed the first test. Occult Orb's fellowship was now open to him. Very soon, colorful ripples appeared on the surface of the Occult Orb's card, which seemed to have been washed by invisible rain. The pattern on the card blurred until it turned into 2 lines of runes in the end. The first line was an address on the Nexus, while the second line was a key written in spiritual tattoo. Liao turned on his crystal processor. He thought of something and didn't enter the address of Occult Orb's fellowship immediately. Instead, he logged in the Cultivators network of the Heaven's Origin sector. Wars are always the fastest way of communication between civilizations. In the War of 7 Cities, a lot of members of the regular army of the Demon Clan were captured alive by the Star Glory Federation, including many Silverblood demons who knew confidential information about the Blood Demon sector. Cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector naturally had countless methods to make the Silverblood demons open their mouths, or even retrieve information from their heads directly. Right now, the Federation had a much deeper understanding of its enemy. The files regarding the social form of the Blood Demon sector, its technology, demonic skills, names of the elite demons, and so on were hundreds of times more abundant than previously. Most of the files, after being classified and labeled, were uploaded to the Cultivators network. At present, Liao was one of the building foundation stage cultivators who were the nuclei of the cultivation world. His authorization on the Cultivators network was significantly upgraded, allowing him to read the files freely. Triggering the searching ability, Liao first pictured Wang Ji, the expert demon, in his mind, before he typed in his opponent's name on his mini crystal processor. A search was conducted based on the 2 conditions. The system soon located a lot of information for him. Wang Ji, Prince of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, disciple of Elder Bloodrobe, who is one of the strongest demons in the Blood Demon sector. A cruel smile appeared on Liao's face, while coldness resembling the brightness of his saber flashed in his eyes. He had been keeping his enemy's last curse in his mind and dared not to forget it for even a single second. He hadn't expected for Wang Ji to have such an impressive background. Liao was aware that in the War of 7 Cities, a lot of cultivators went missing, many of whom must have been seized by the Demon Clan. Besides, according to the post-war analysis, the priority target after the demons took down each of the 7 cities was always the Super Crystal Processor Center. Dozens of mainframe crystal processors, which had remarkable computational ability, had been stolen by the Demon Clan. It was not hard to guess that they were also trying to learn more about the Heaven's Origin sector by gathering the data stored in the crystal processors. Liao didn't like to keep a low profile and hardly hid his identity and capability on purpose. His own Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was conspicuously different from other Mystic Skeleton battlesuits, too. Moreover, his deeds in the Thunderous Sound Mountain and in the Magical Equipment Exposition, especially his performance in the Flying Crystal Race, had been detailed in quite a few magazines, newspapers, and forums. After collecting and sorting out the information, it would not be difficult to find out who he was. Since Wang Ji was a prince of a demon kingdom as well as a disciple of a demon emperor, the resources at his disposal must be enormous. It was quite possible that the guy had already found out who Liao was and wouldn't let him go easily. But so what? You want to kill me, but you don't know that I'm also planning to kill you. Let's see whose neck is harder. As the saying goes, nothing should be repeated more than 3 times. In the previous 2 times fought, no one died. Next time I run into you, I will definitely slay you. Liao activated the tracing ability of the Cultivators network. Any updates about Wang Ji would be sent to the mailbox of his spiritual crane messenger automatically and remind him to read. Finishing everything, Liao finally left the Cultivators network and entered the address of Occult Orb's fellowship. A quickly spinning nebula unfolded in front of his eyes as if it were a dream. Liao immediately reacted. His 2 hands turned into a cluster of gold as he typed in the key in the gap of the nebula. After a hum, the spinning nebula slowed down. Soon, the brightness of the stars consolidated into a gold, translucent figure whose face was as vivid as that of a real person. Liao felt that the man was somewhat familiar. Mr. Liao, greetings. I didn't expect you to pass the test of the Occult Orb's card so quickly. You have the opportunity to become an official member of Occult Orbs Fellowship now. I am Gao Tiei, a secondary deacon of Occult Orbs Fellowship. I will answer all your questions about Occult Orbs Fellowship and lead you to us. His name immediately reminded Li Yao of something. Gao Tiei was a cultivator at the peak of the building foundation stage, but he was not 50 yet, which made him the youngest elder of Purple Cloud Temple. He was best at administration and analysis. Last year, he made it to the top 100 celebrities of the cultivation world, a list proposed by a weekly magazine named Young Cultivators annually. A secondary deacon who was in charge of such a trivial affair like guiding newcomers was such an influential figure. Occult Orbs Fellowship was indeed powerful. Gao Tiei read his face well. He smiled. Occult Orbs Fellowship is an organization beyond all the sects and forces in the Federation. You may compare it to loose organizations such as the Refiners Association or Demon Hunters Association. Joining Occult Orbs Fellowship does not mean you have to quit the sect that you are in at present. In fact, most cultivation sects encourage their disciples to join Occult Orbs Fellowship and explore the endless mysteries of the Sea of Stars. Of course, the occult orbs are perilous places. Even those which have been explored many times can still entail fatal dangers. The casualty rate of the explorers is very high. Besides, many of their injuries were caused by the ancient magical equipment and secret arts. The cultivation technology we have right now may not be enough to treat them at all. Therefore, whether or not you join Occult Orbs Fellowship, and if you do, whether or not you explore the occult orbs in person, will all be decided by you. No one will force you to do anything. However, Mr. Li Yao, you are one of the youngest building foundation cultivators of the Federation, as well as a rarely seen hybrid-type cultivator. Personally, I look forward to your participation very much. At least, you can visit the headquarters of Occult Orbs Fellowship before you make your final decision. How about it? Sounds good. Li Yao nodded his head unhesitatingly. 3 days later, a blue, clear crystal airship which seemed to be carved out of a giant intact crystal was rushing under the blue sky, leaving circular exhaust flames while raising the exclamations of passengers on other crystal airships nearby. The spacious cabin was designed into a luxury suite. 7 quiet, low-key cultivators were seated at the corners of the cabin, while they eyed each other in respect, if not with a slight hint of competitiveness. Sending someone into the occult orbs would consume a lot of resources, not to mention that the occult orbs themselves were full of dangers. Those qualified to enter the occult orbs were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses and elites of elites. The 7 of them were all given an opportunity to join Occult Orbs Fellowship, which apparently made them competitors. However, if they all passed the tests, it was quite possible that they would become companions and explore the occult orbs together. Zhao Mo from 10 Ultimacies Union, a cultivator in the middle level of the building foundation stage who slayed more than 30 demon generals in the War of 7 Cities. His spiritual root was a strangely mutated one. The more seriously he is injured, the higher his combat ability becomes. He is a lunatic that gets madder and stronger as the battle proceeds. Chao Tongtian from Leopard Valley, a rarely seen hybrid-type cultivator in the middle level of the building foundation stage. Other than combat, he is also talented in researching and is best at taming and reining crystal beasts. Xianxia from Heavenly Essence Village, known as the fastest swordsman of the younger generation. In a sword match hosted by the 5 major sword training sects, he defeated 12 disciples from the 5 sword training sects in a row as a disciple from a non-sword training sect. Well. They're all the best cultivators of the younger generation who have enormous potential. Sitting in a corner, Li Yao was quite amazed. It was not a lie that Occult Orbs was the top organization for the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector. The guys who'd been invited were all well-known celebrities, none of whom were easy to deal with. But of course, the other young experts were also eyeing him with astonishment and appreciation. As one of the youngest building foundation cultivators of the Federation and an important contributor to Project Mystic Skeleton, Li Yao had spread his name to every corner of the cultivation world. Without searching on the Nexus, the young experts had all recognized who he was and considered him to be one of the most dangerous competitors. Is that Vulture Li Yao? I'm told that he is one of the best refiners of the younger generation. The crystal reactor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was designed by him. His combat ability is amazing, too. In the Battle of Red Lotus City, not only did he disrupt the teleportation of a demon prince by brute force, he even managed to seriously wound the enemy later. Occult Orbs Fellowship is indeed a place of geniuses. Even such a remarkable person has been tempted. The other 6 young experts were talking to each other with their expressions. A bright, gray ball which was full of holes flew to the middle of the cabin and emitted lights. A gold figure was consolidated by the brilliance. Gao Tie, the secondary deacon of Occult Orbs Fellowship, appeared. He smiled and said, "Please be prepared, everyone. We're almost here." Liao looked through the window. It was a desolate desert outside. They were still on the Grand Desolate Plateau. "Deacon Gao, I have a question." Chao Tongtian from Leopard Valley suddenly asked, "Why is Occult Orbs Fellowship headquartered on the Grand Desolate Plateau? Wouldn't it be under the harassment and scourge of the Demon Clan?" "Good question." Gao Tie nodded his head approvingly. "It has to do with the key technology that enables us to explore the occult orbs. If possible, we would have preferred to establish the headquarters and launch bases further inland. But the space barrier of the inland is too stable, which blocks the sky like an invisible yet extremely thick wall and makes it very difficult to break the entanglement of our world. In comparison, the space barrier above the Grand Desolate Plateau is very weak, riddled with holes large and small. As the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector draw closer to each other, the attractive force between the two worlds is getting stronger and stronger. We can transform it into impetus, which can boost us to break the limit of our world like wind pushing a ship and set us off into the infinite sea of stars. Therefore, although it is dangerous, we had to set up the headquarters and launch bases of Occult Orbs Fellowship on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Of course, the Demon Clan discovered the place a long time ago. But so what? You must have realized that most of the elite cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector have been gathered here. If the Demon Clan was capable enough of breaching this place, there would be no safe place in the entire Heaven's Origin sector at all, not even the capital city. What's the point of hiding Occult Orbs Fellowship then? Everyone was amused by his witty words. Chao Tongtian scratched his head and grinned in pride. There was no doubt that the strongest experts of the cultivation world of the Heaven's Origin sector had congregated in this place. If this place was compromised, it meant that the Heaven's Origin sector had totally lost. How was that possible? Soon, the crystal warship lowered its altitude. In the front was a black, giant, half-circular stone, which had been embedded with billions of crystals. They were glittering in the warm sunlight like blinking stars. The stone was like a lonely gate on the desert. Its diameter was more than 500 meters, dwarfing the crystal airship as if it were an ant. On the top part of the gate, 9 gallant words were carved. "This place forever bans you from a long life." The words silenced the 7 cultivators, who were deep in thought, pondering what they meant. Gao Tie said, "Passing through the Gate of Stars, we'll reach the headquarters and launch bases of Occult Orbs Fellowship." The 9 words on the gate were left by Chongkong Wuji, the legendary cultivator 300 years ago, as well as the first chairman of Occult Orbs Fellowship. Everyone has a different understanding as to what they mean. Please figure it out on your own. The crystal airship flew below. "This place forever bans you from a long life," into the gate slowly. A brand new world seemed to be unfolding before them. Grass was scattered on the ground in between several zigzagging rivers. Even the air was moister than before. Looking up front, there were 7 mountains on the horizon in the shape of cones without the slightest error. They were not steep, but they were of various colors and seemed to be made of rainbows. Everyone gasped when they were closer. Even Liao's eyes were wide open. The 7 mountains were actually made up by 7 spiraling crystal rails. As they got closer, they looked like 7 gargantuan mosquito coils. They were all hollow. Inside them were 7 translucent rune towers on which thousands of rune arrays were carved. The rune arrays were shining glamorously from inside to outside, while the runes enshrouded in octagonal brightness emitted infinite magical power like a surging tide. Have they really piled up 7 mountains of rails hundreds of meters high with pure crystals? The highest one is almost 1,000 meters. How wealthy they are! Liao felt his head was dizzy. As a refiner, his eyes were much keener than the other 6 cultivators in regard of identification of crystals. Without much trouble, he had recognized that the crystal making up the mountains of rails included heavenly net stone, moon reflection crystal, silk spot sand, Empyrean morning steel. They were all best of the best materials. The price of a small portion of them was already astronomical. Even the top 3 cultivation sects of the Federation combined together might not be enough to afford the 7 mountains. Only by gathering the resources and manpower of the entire Federation could such a miraculous splendor be established. For a moment, Liao was feeling proud that he belonged to the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector more than ever. At the top of each mountain, the rails were all piercing at the sky vertically like javelins. At the foot of the mountains, the rails were much smoother, where a few transparent, weirdly shaped vehicles that looked like a combination of crystal trains and crystal warships were parked. They're star shuttles, vehicles that transport us between the Heaven's Origin sector and the occult orbs through the Sea of Stars, Gao Tie explained. Right then, one of the mountains suddenly shined brilliantly. Various colors surged out like flames. Runes glittered one by one, releasing immense energy. Although it was thousands of meters away, the crystal airship that Liao was on was also shivering in the spiritual tide. In the bottom, the rail, pure white brightness spurted out from the back of one star shuttle and propelled it forward and upward on the mountain of rails. After each circle, the altitude of the star shuttle was a bit higher and so was its speed. It was closer and closer to the end of the rail which pierced at the sky. Shrieks from the high-speed movement turned into roaring of the stars in Liao's ears. Dark clouds with thunders and lightning suddenly enveloped the end of the rail, in the middle of which the broken void was revealed. A giant, deep eye seemed to be opened in the sky, with innumerable stars in its center. Swoosh! The speed of the star shuttle was boosted to maximum when it reached the end of the rail. Then it charged into the center of the eye of stars precisely. The clouds, thunder, and lightning were all gone. Blue sky was back again, but the star shuttle had vanished. The 7 young building foundation cultivators were truly dumbfounded. Gao Tie seemed to be used to the astonishment of newcomers. He said with a smile, "This is a launch base of Occult Orbs Fellowship. What you saw just now is how we usually break the barrier between worlds and send star shuttles into the occult orbs that are in the depths of the universe. You may consider the 7 mountains of rails as 7 super teleportation arrays. As the best cultivators of the younger generation, you must have used teleportation arrays in your everyday training, with which you can reach a world fragment momentarily. However, the world fragments that you are familiar with are all very close to the Heaven's Origin sector and within its gravity sphere. They can be compared to the satellites near a planet which can be reached with an effortless jump. Therefore, ordinary teleportation arrays are enough for them. But the occult orbs are different. Even the closest occult orbs are hundreds of light years away from us, with horrendous star turbulences and cosmic swirls in between. Ordinary teleportation arrays are useless in such cases. If the ordinary teleportation arrays were to be employed, it's 99% likely that the object being teleported would be torn apart and burnt to a crisp during the process. By the same logic, since the energy entailed in the ordinary teleportation arrays is insignificant, you can just stand on them and be transported in no time. However, the energy of the super teleportation arrays is too immense, and the spiritual tide that they trigger is too violent. Human bodies risk being ripped apart by the formidable force if standing on them without protection. Even core formation stage cultivators and nascent Sult stage cultivators find it challenging and prefer to take a star shuttle for the journey. Liao nodded his head. It was quite easy to understand. The higher the speed is, the stronger the obstruction will be. For example, although he was a building foundation stage cultivator, he did not dare enter the state of 10 times the speed of sound easily. It was not because his strength was not enough, but because there was a high chance that his body would be torn apart during the process. chances were that he might be disassembled in the air and turned into a cluster of meat and blood. His body was relatively sturdier because of the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique that he had been training with. Common cultivators at the building foundation hardly ever rushed at above 5 times the speed of sound for the same concern. The super teleportation arrays could send people to hundreds of light years away instantly. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the resistance would be. Gao Tie sighed. Although the star shuttles were refined out of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and worth no less than crystal warships, they become total losses after being used for 3 to 5 times. What I'm telling you is that the cost of exploring the occult orbs is astonishingly high. Every launch equals to burning half a crystal warship down. Therefore, it is not that we want to keep the occult orbs a secret and disallow all the cultivators to explore the places. It's just that, because of the high cost, we have to select the elites of elites to cross the sea of stars on star shuttles to seek a brighter and more prosperous future for the Heaven's origin sector. The 7 building foundation cultivators nodded their heads simultaneously. Eagerness beamed out of everyone's eyes. Liao was no exception. While they were talking, the crystal airship landed slowly on a square near the launch base. At this moment, Liao noticed through the window that a mountain on his left had started shining. Clouds and electric arcs appeared in the sky again. But there was no star shuttle in the bottom of this particular mountain. Instead, translucent threads popped up in the rails weaved into what seemed to be a giant spider's web. Swoosh! The air exploded. A deep, dark eye opened in the blue sky abruptly, from the middle of which rushed out a star shuttle. It landed on the rail precisely and started charging downward rapidly. Pooh! The first spiritual net was ripped apart, which brought down the speed of the star shuttle a bit. Pooh! Pooh! The second, the third, the spiritual nets were torn open one by one, but at a constantly decreasing rate. They were stretching was further and further, too. Eventually, after destroying dozens of spiritual nets, the star shuttle was dragged by the third to last spiritual net when it almost kissed the ground. Although the spiritual net was pulled for more than 50 meters, it gradually retreated and stabilized the star shuttle on the track. Countless cultivators ran to the star shuttle as exclamations echoed around the area. This star shuttle was utterly different from the previous one. It seemed to have just been picked up from magma. Scorching steam was rising up non-stop. Cracks and holes covered its shell. It seemed to be rained upon by meteorites before being devoured by a giant animal. If someone blew at it, it might explode into pieces in no time. The cabin was too twisted to be opened. Several officers cut it open with flying swords and rescued the crew. Cultivators inside the star shuttle were all in crystal suits, if they could be called as such. They were ragged, lackluster, and stained with suspicious blood. The suits could barely cover the Exo's bodies. They were staggering in a post-apocalyptic way. Liao was shocked. The cultivator in the lead was wearing the Thunder Soul battlesuit, which was best known for its defense ability. With a selling price higher than 3 billion, it was definitely one of the best crystal suits in the world. But right now, the crystal suit in front of Liao seemed to have been made of paper. It was shattered and corrupted by blood. Battlegrounds in the occult orbs are indeed terrifying. Even the Thunder Soul battlesuit has been wrecked to this point. The cultivator in the Thunder Soul battlesuit took off his ragged helmet. He was a young, handsome man with long hair. There was a deep scar through his left eye which almost reached his bones. As a result, his left eye was bulging wide open, unleashing an air of brutality. His companions took off their helmets and facial covers. They were very young, but their faces were filled with the indifference to life which clearly resulted from being engaged in too many bloody battles. Feeling that they were being observed, the cultivators who just returned from the occult orbs glanced at the crystal airship in scornful smiles. They exchanged a few words with each other and looked at the Liao and the arrivals with obvious contempt. What strong soul power! When the eyes of the scarred young man in the lead passed by him, Liao felt like 2 needles pierced into his own eyes. His tears flowed out, and he was forced to take a step back uncontrollably. He was truly stunned. The man's soul power was strong enough to intimidate him at such a long distance. Liao noticed that his companions also clenched their fists. They must have sensed their contempt and mockery, too. Zhao Mo from 10 Ultimacy's Union had slain more than 30 demon generals on the battleground. He was the center of attention wherever he went. Even Liao had talked with him warmly when they first met. Apparently, they both thought highly of each other. But now, they were equally despised by those people. Their expressions and smiles indicated that those people considered them to be idiotic rookies. He couldn't hold it back any longer and scoffed. Who are these people? They look very unfamiliar. Why are they so haughty? Gao Tie said, "Have you ever heard of Children of Occult Orbs before? This is an initiative that the military and a few major cultivation sects launched 50 years ago. According to the plan, the infants whose parents were cultivators and who were talented with extraordinary genes were sent to be educated and cultivate in special occult orbs. When they grew up, they would travel and fight in the occult orbs. Since their main battlegrounds are the occult orbs, they are not well known in the Heaven's Origin sector. But it doesn't mean you should underestimate their toughness. Most of them have arrived at the middle level or even high level before they are 30. Zhao Mo frowned. But they don't need to be so arrogant. Gao Tie sighed. The occult orbs are full of dangers. Many things inside are unimaginable for the people who never see them with their own eyes. When one lives on the occult orbs for too long, it is unavoidable that their personalities are prone to the influence of the foreign environment. Besides, children of occult orbs have been living in the occult orbs and don't have much experience in communicating with other people. It's natural that they are a bit odd and eccentric. They are actually not hostile to you. It's just that they don't believe in your capability, and they fear that you might drag them down or even get them killed. Drag them down. The words truly dumbfounded the 7 young experts. Zhao Mo was so pissed off that he almost laughed out loud. His eyebrows were furrowed, and he shrieked in a twisted voice, "The 7 of us may not be the top experts of the cultivation world. However, we are definitely among the best of our generation. Every one of us has experienced dozens of life-and-death battles. How can these so-called children of occult orbs despise us so much? Scared of us dragging them down? Interesting. How interesting," Gao Tie said. The fighting style of the children of occult orbs is entirely different from that of common cultivators. The two parties have found it challenging to collaborate since the very beginning. A few years ago, something terrible happened. A team of children of occult orbs and a team of outside world cultivators cooperated to explore an occult orb. However, one of the outsiders didn't follow the command and acted recklessly. The barriers deep inside the occult orb were triggered. Of the 17 people who went there, only 3 came back. Did you see the angry-looking guy who has a deep scar through his left eye? He is Yen Jun, a cultivator in the high level of the building foundation stage, as well as one of the leading experts of the children of occult orbs. He witnessed the tragedy a few years ago in person. Although he escaped luckily, an ineffaceable scar was left on his face, which is the result of a kind of weird acid that corrodes his flesh whenever and wherever. He has to resist it all the time without any rest. Otherwise, his brain will be corrupted by the acid to a point beyond any treatment. Zhao Mo was rendered speechless. The fury on his face gradually disappeared. Liao was somewhat shocked, too. An incurable scar where acid was corroding the flesh all the time? Such agony was indeed terrifying just thinking of it. No wonder the guy was so disdainful and cold. Gao Tie continued. Besides, Yen Jun's only blood sister also participated in the battle. She died in the occult orb, unfortunately. Ever since then, children of occult orbs have always been hostile and scornful to the outsiders. Instead of contributors to victory, the outsiders are deemed to be saboteurs of their endeavors who are in no way worthy of cooperating with them. Besides, the opportunities to enter the occult orbs are limited. Competition is everywhere inside occult orbs fellowship. Sometimes, a team of children of occult orbs and a team of outsiders plan to enter the same occult orb. But if the number of participants is limited, a match will be held to determine which side is more qualified for the mission. When there are more and more such matches, they only add more tension between the two parties. Xianxia, a sword expert from Heavenly Essence Village who had been silent the whole time, opened his mouth and said slowly, "Mr. Gao, you mentioned that Yan Jun is merely in the high level of the building foundation stage. Then why is he one of the leading experts of the children of occult orbs? What about the stronger cultivators at the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage? Are they not engaged in the exploration of the occult orbs?" The gold phantom, which was Gao Tie, nodded its head approvingly. "Excellent. You are truly elites of the elites. Your observation is sharp. It's true that building foundation stage cultivators are the main force to explore the occult orbs. Experts at the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage seldom set foot on the occult orbs unless it is absolutely necessary." Everyone was dazed by what he just said. Humming whispers immediately filled the cabin. Gao Tie explained, "There are two main reasons why core formation stage and nascent soul stage cultivators do not participate in the exploration of the occult orbs. Firstly, the souls of core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators are too enormous. The cost is unimaginably high to transport them hundreds of light years away. The same logic applies for the demons of the blood demon sector. The mediocre demon beasts can trespass into the heaven's origin sector easily through wormholes, but to transport expert demons, it requires large-scale teleportation arrays with a great consumption of energy. If you find it hard to understand, you may think about it as follows. For a stone the size of a fist which weighs 3 kilograms, you can throw it thousands of meters away without any trouble. But if it is a stone 10 meters in diameter which weighs 3 tons, you will only be able to throw it dozens of meters away even if you try your very best. At present, our purpose is to throw the stone as far away as possible with as little strength as possible. Of course, we will select the stones that are smaller in size and lighter in weight, which are the building foundation cultivators such as yourselves. If we were to choose the refinement stage cultivators, we could teleport even more people in one trip. But cultivators at such a stage are too weak to handle all kinds of crises inside the occult orbs. We would actually be killing them by teleporting them there. Therefore, the building foundation cultivators are the main force on the battleground of the occult orbs. It was quite a simple metaphor. The building foundation cultivators were pebbles, whereas core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators were stones weighing thousands of tons. Of course, the former would be easier to be tossed away. Everyone in the cabin was smart enough to get what Gao Tie meant. They all nodded their heads. Gao Tie continued, "The concern of cost is just a secondary reason. If it is really necessary, teleporting a batch of nascent soul stage cultivators to the occult orbs without bothering the budget is not completely undoable. The problem is, though, that all kinds of strong magical equipment left during the bloody battles over the past 40,000 years can be found on most of the occult orbs. Although their masters have mostly perished, many of them have been set into the automatic detect and attack mode. Once they're triggered, they will start hunting and slaughtering until the spiritual energy contained inside is used up. When core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators enter an occult orb, it's very likely that they will trigger such magical equipment and be chased by it. How can they explore the occult orb if so?" Pondering for a moment, Xianxia shook his head lightly. "Mr. Gao, if core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators will be haunted, wouldn't it be even more dangerous for us building foundation cultivators? Once the barriers are activated, I'm afraid we'll be blown into pieces instantly." He asked the question that the others all wanted to ask. Although they were not scared of death, they did not intend to die for no good reason. Gao Tie smiled and said, "Let's say you have a pair of heaven splitters which can automatically aim and attack. It has limited cannonballs and spiritual energy. If an insignificant demon beast appeared in your fire range, would you want to fire or not?" Xianxia was dazed for a moment. Deep in thought, he shook his head. Listening by his side, Liao knew what Gao Tie was trying to say immediately. The attack of heaven splitters equaled to the full strength strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator. But the spiritual energy consumption for each attack was astronomical. The cost for every shot amounted to that of a few crystal tanks being burnt to the ground. Besides, the barrels, body, and rune arrays of heaven splitters will suffer erosion during each attack. If it were to fire at any random demon beast, 30 or 50 low-level demon beasts would be more than enough to let it overload and be completed wrecked. Therefore, most of automatic magical equipment had been set with a threshold. Only when it sensed that the power of the enemy was above the threshold would it perform an attack. Gao Tie said casually, "I believe you better understand now why the Federation launched the Children of Occult Orbs initiative, and why it picked so many elites such as yourselves from millions of cultivators, don't you? Frankly speaking, although you are merely at the building foundation stage and your comprehensive ability is far from that of core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators, in my opinion, the future of the Federation lies in your hands. It is universally known that the distance between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector is getting smaller and smaller. The two worlds are very likely to merge within the next 50 years. War between the two sectors has already commenced. However, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are almost on par with each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been engaged in conflict for 500 years without a winner. If we were to fight each other the hard way, in a head-to-head battle, neither side could be sure that it would win. Even if the opponent were defeated, the winning side would have to pay a terrible price. Half a year ago, Deep Sea University, Star Nebula University, First Military Academy of the Federation, as well as the admin-type cultivators and research-type cultivators in the general staff, gathered together and ran an enormous simulation taking all kinds of variables into account. Their conclusion was that, if the two sectors really merge and a regular war between the two worlds is started, even if the Federation defeats the Blood Demon sector, 2/3 of the cities will be demolished, half of the population will be wiped out, and 3/4 of cultivators will perish. It is the same for the Blood Demon sector. The Federation will definitely fight until the last of its warriors die. Even if the Heaven's Origin sector is occupied in the end, the Demon Kings and Demon Emperors are likely to be mostly killed. So, unless there is no other choice, neither of the two parties wish to perish together with the enemy through regular warfare. In fact, both parties have high hopes for the occult orbs. Countless secret arts, skills, magical equipment, and weapons that are far more advanced than the Heaven's Origin sectors and the Blood Demon sectors are buried in the occult orbs. Let's say one of you is lucky enough to dig out an arsenal, a starship of the Star Ocean Imperium, or even a piece of destructive stellar magical equipment. Then we'll be able to suppress the Blood Demon sector with 0 casualties, won't we? On the other hand, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are very close to each other in the 4-dimensional level. We are almost twins. The occult orbs we discovered can be discovered by the Blood Demon sector, too. In some of the occult orbs, there are no arsenals or fleets that are of use to us. But there are demonization dens, which, if controlled by the Blood Demon sector, will be able to procreate existences that may even be stronger than demon emperors. If such a nightmare comes true, the Heaven's Origin sector will be doomed to extinction. His words ignited everyone's passion. Everybody had felt, more or less, that more powerful people were supporting the world. Core formation and nascent soul were the decisive forces of the war between the two sectors. Building foundation cultivators like them were far from significant in the big picture. All they had to do was to fight to the best of their ability without worries. Hearing what Gao Tie just said, they suddenly recognized that they actually would have the opportunity to change the destiny of the Heaven's Origin sector. Stellar magical equipment, Liao muttered. His blood started burning. Hadn't a piece of stellar magical equipment the size of a satellite or even a planet whose rays radiates beyond an entire galaxy always been an ultimate dream for refiners such as himself? If he was given a chance to touch a piece of stellar magical equipment with his own hands, study its structure, and even perhaps steer it in person to conquer the Blood Demon sector, it would be worthwhile even if he had to die the next day. But Xianxia was an extremely calm person. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Mr. Gao, I'll save the loyalty-pledging talks. Everyone setting off on the path of cultivation has been prepared to be sacrificed when we must be. I only want to know this: what concrete benefits are there for us to risk entering the battleground of the occult orbs as individuals? Are they really able to enable us to break our limits and be reborn?" Hearing his words, the other 6 cultivators started breathing faster. There was desire in their eyes too. As cultivators, they might not crave for longevity, but they definitely hungered to be stronger beyond their limits and illuminate the entire world. Improving, evolving, and advancing. Those were the natural instincts of a cultivator. Gautier's bright gold phantom nodded its head solemnly and declared unhesitatingly, "Of course, the Star Glory Federation never treats any hero unfairly who has made contributions to mankind. Exploration in the occult orbs can place the participants in deadly dangers which may even lead to irreversible injuries or even death. If you are courageous enough to be heroes of the Federation, you will be able to be blessed with incomparable benefits. Firstly, in some occult orbs, a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures exist, including many that are hardly seen in the heaven's origin sector and can only be found in the ancient books. As long as you are capable of excavating them, you will be entitled to absorb or refine them first. Some other occult orbs are natural paradises in which 1 day of your training equals to 10 days or even a fortnight in the heaven's origin sector. However, most of the occult orbs cannot bring you benefits directly. Let's say during one of your discoveries you find an arsenal of the Star Ocean Imperium or a fleet of starships. The powerful weapons and vehicles, of course, will not be your property. Another example. If you are asked to lay waste to the caves of an ancient legendary demon in an occult orb which can be traced back to the era of the Demon Beast Empire, you can hardly gain anything even though you will have to risk your lives in the mission too. No worries. The founding fathers of Occult Orbs Fellowship have thought of the problem. To better motivate everyone to accept the missions of exploring the occult orbs, there is a critical concept in Occult Orbs Fellowship called contribution points. Your every operation will be converted into contribution points according to the difficulty of the task, outcome of the task, casualty rate, and other criteria. Contribution points are extremely useful in Occult Orbs Fellowship. To say the very least, Occult Orbs Fellowship has dug out a lot of magical equipment and weapons which are too advanced and sophisticated for us, the cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector, to comprehend. We don't know how to replicate or manufacture them at all. Which means that almost every artifact in the occult orbs is unique. Such artifacts hardly appear in the outside world except for necessary purposes such as researching. They can only be redeemed by your contribution points here. Besides, the precious, rarely seen heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Heaven's Origin sector can be redeemed by your contribution points. 2. Above deacons, there are 9 counselors in Occult Orbs Fellowship who are all peak experts at the nascent soul stage. They stop by the headquarters and supervise everything in turn. For this month, Senior Yenba, the Iron God, is staying with us. You can even redeem your contribution points for some time to talk with the nascent soul state cultivator face-to-face and be enlightened by them. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Liao's heart was boiling. The 9 counselors were all at the nascent soul stage. The best cultivators of the Star Glory Federation were almost entirely gathered here. As for Iron God Yen Ban, he was a legend in the world of cultivators himself. He had been an elder of the Marvelous Fist sect generations ago. But he withdrew from the affairs of his sect and focused his attention on cultivation 100 years ago. Marvelous Fist sect was a sect for body practitioners. Senior Yuan was a weird one among his fellows, because he was a rarely seen body fundamentalist. Most body practitioners, although claiming that their body was their weapon, did not reject ancillary magical equipment in a combat such as power knuckles and crystal suits designed for body practitioners. After all, times had changed. Magical equipment nowadays was getting more and more advanced and easier to carry, which could significantly boost their potential. But according to the conservative body practitioners, such a behavior was an out-and-out betrayal of the ideals of the body practitioners. Among the conservative body practitioners, the most rigid ones never relied on any magical equipment. They fought by triggering the ultimate power hiding in the deepest depths of the human body. Such people were the monks of the body practitioners. They were known as body fundamentalists. Yen Ba was the best body fundamentalist in the world. Using his bare hands, without any help of any magical equipment, he was enough to wield the strength of the nascent soul stage. It was not hard to imagine how powerful his body was. Contribution points can be traded for some quality time together with a nascent soul stage cultivator. They're so much more useful than the credits of the Grand Desolate War institution. Liao was deep in thought. With the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique that he'd been training in, his body sturdiness was better than most people. Thanks to the tedious refining work every day, his physical strength was enormous, too. He was almost half a body practitioner. If he could be given a chance to talk with Iron God Yenba and accept his enlightenment, wouldn't that be awesome? When he returned to the Grand Desolate War institution, he could share Yenba's words with Ding Lingdang. His girlfriend might be able to advance yet another level. Seeing that the 7 of them were all seething with desire, Gao Tie decided to add more oil to the fire. He waved his hand. Almost 100 light beams flowed out of the bright gold figure. They were the picture and introduction of all kinds of weapons, magical equipment, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Enshrouded in dazzling glamour, they were spinning in the small cabin slowly. They're all treasures from the occult orbs. Just take a look. With enough contribution points, it's possible that you can get any of them. Wow! Awe! Hiss! Liao's 6 companions were all exclaiming in astonishment. Liao's own pupils were widened, too, while he felt like drooling. This ultimate void obliterator can blow up the space directly and constitute a space gap without a sound. The enemy's body will be torn apart in silence. This hounding soul tracer has tracking abilities. As long as the features of the enemy, such as their scent, soul wave, voice frequency, etc., are input into it, it will be automatically triggered when the enemy is 50 kilometers nearby and fly to the enemy before it is detonated. And this is Shadow Fiend Ring. Put on the forehead, it can be activated with a telepathic thought. Not only does it boast stealth ability, it can also launch powerful metal attacks which can interfere with the brain of the enemy by blocking the information transmission between the retina and the optic nerves, so that the enemy will not know that they see something when they see something. More importantly, it can function on enemies who are way stronger than the wearer. Magical equipment from the era of the Star Ocean Imperium is indeed powerful, mysterious, and immeasurable. It is indeed the culmination of the Cultivation civilization. Even artifacts from 40,000 years ago can't be any better than that. I can't wait any longer to dismantle the magical equipment into pieces right now and study them carefully. Ha! What's this? Shredded fire lotus, silver cup flower, burning phoenix crystal, gold cicada fruit. So many extinct heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Liao finally couldn't contain himself any longer. He started exclaiming in disbelief together with the other 6 cultivators. The inventory of the treasures listed many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had never been seen in the Heaven's Origin sector. Even the 100 Smelting Clan 40,000 years ago had classified them as extremely rare. Liao had lost hope and thought that there was no way that he could find such materials. He never expected that he would ever see them in reality. For a moment, Liao's mind was greatly stirred. I'm going to get those materials. Many marvelous weapons recorded in Oyezi's memory pieces cannot be refined without them. With such materials, I will be able to further strengthen the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the Vulcan machine guns, and the Boiled Blood Wind slashing saber. They will be more powerful, majestic, and dominating. Brightness that was so dense that it seemed to be a real existence beamed out of their eyes. It seems that you've all made up your mind. Gao Tie smiled. The 7 of them looked at each other and nodded their heads solemnly together like 7 slashing sabers. Then just sign the contract now. Gao Tie waved his hand. 7 brilliantly shining virtual contracts flowed out of his bright gold image. Activating the spiritual energy, Liao pulled one of the contracts to him and read it carefully with his telepathic thoughts. There was not anything special about the clauses. They merely stated that the signees had decided to join Occult Orb's fellowship of their own will, that they fully acknowledged the perils and crises which exploring the Occult Orbs entailed, and that they were prepared for any accident, including their own death. However, according to the subsequent terms, Occult Orb's fellowship had brought a huge amount of catastrophic insurance for all its members. The 3 insurance companies were all affiliates of top 10 sects of the Federation, whose credibility was quite reliable. The policies were detailed and covered almost everything. If Liao was seriously wounded in the occult orbs, he could live the rest of his life comfortably with the insurance indemnity. If he was killed, not only would a large sum of compensation be paid to the beneficiary, one or two of his kids designated by him would also be sent to the sects that the insurance companies belonged to and taught by the top experts there. They might even have the opportunity to join the sects and become core disciples. Many experts did not care much about money. They merely hoped that their descendants would flourish. The insurance had solved their problem perfectly. There were also detailed formulas to distribute the benefits gained in the occult star orbs fairly in the contract. Firstly, the cost to launch the Star Shuttle would be deducted. A small proportion of the benefits would go to a particular fund for the future development of Occult Orbs Fellowship. Then, a large proportion of the benefits would be used for charity work, including infrastructure construction, public education, subsidies for the disabled, etc. What was left of the benefits would be converted to contribution points and go to the explorers, which they could trade for secret treasures or meetings with the nascent soul stage cultivator at their will. It was a very reasonable contract that protected the interest of the explorers, boosted their enthusiasm, and ensured the sustainable development of Occult Orbs Fellowship so that larger and more star shuttles and launch bases could be built in the future. In the meantime, the ordinary people of the Star Glory Federation would benefit from their endeavor, too. Liao was very satisfied. He stamped his spiritual seal on the contract without any hesitation. As for the beneficiary of the policies, Liao wrote two names after consideration. Half of the compensation would be used to establish a fund and help the poor children of Floating Spear City, his hometown, to cultivate. The other half of the compensation would be left to Ding Lingdang. She was going to need a lot of money if she wanted to reach a higher level. Gao Tie glanced at the contract when Liao sent it back. There was a hint of bewilderment in his eyes when he looked at Liao again in a strange way. Being stared at in such a way, Liao felt weird. He frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No." Gao Tie cleared his throat and regained his calmness. Collecting the virtual contracts of the other 6 cultivators, he said solemnly, "All right, now that you've all signed the contract, congratulations on becoming official members of Occult Orbs Fellowship. In Occult Orbs Fellowship, we call you the Orb Patrollers. However, becoming an Orb Patroller does not mean you can explore the occult orbs right now. Every adventure to the occult orbs costs a huge amount of hard work and resources, not to mention that these places are full of dangers themselves. We do not want to send some rookies to hundreds of light years away and get them killed with a cost of more than half of a crystal warship. Therefore, the competition inside Occult Orbs Fellowship is very fierce. Unfortunately, some people are eliminated every month. Some have persisted for more than 1 year yet still failed to get an opportunity to enter an occult orb. Are you ready to face the challenges?" The 7 of them glanced at each other, while confident smiles appeared on their faces at the same time. As cultivators who were qualified to come to this place and sign the contracts to become orb patrollers, they were never scared of any challenge. On the contrary, they considered challenges to be the greatest pleasure in their lives. "Then come with me." The phantom of Gao Tie flowed out of the crystal airship. Liao and the rest of them followed him in a line. In front of them was a boundless desert, which was completely empty except for the several scarce oases. Not far away, a giant pillar rose up to the sky. It was translucent with various colors. Dozens of meters high and 5 meters in diameter, it was quite an eye-catcher in the desert. On the surface of the giant pillar, many lines of words in great size were carved deep inside. The words were just as colorful as the pillar that they were engraved on. Normally speaking, it would be hard to tell what they were. However, Liao read them clearly, although he was still dozens of meters away, as if something mysterious had transmitted the information contained in the words directly into his brain. Besides, the words deeply carved inside the pillar were flowing and changing, as if they were virtual runes in a light beam. Liao's curiosity was greatly aroused. He gazed at it, only to find 3 splendid words enshrouded in surging spiritual energy on the top part of the pillar. Rank of stars. Below the 3 words were lines of names followed by a series of numbers. Team Thunder Soul. Team Phantom Sea. Team Heavenly Feather. 100 team names filled the giant pillar. Senior Gao, what does this rank of stars mean? Is this a rank for the top experts in Occult Orbs Fellowship? But why are there only team names but no names of individuals? Liao asked. Rank of stars is indeed a rank of capability inside Occult Orbs Fellowship. It does not list individuals because occult orb explorations are never carried out single-handedly. They are always team operations. Gao Tie further explained, after hundreds of years of trials, we have come to the conclusion that an expedition team is best made up by 4 to 6 people. If the team members are too few, unexpected crises may not be handled easily. If the team members are too many, more barriers might be triggered, which may lead to chaos where the weak members will be the burden of the team. A cultivator at the building foundation stage is hardly able to survive the occult orbs by themselves anyway. Therefore, the orb patrollers setting off to the occult orbs are usually organized into star teams, each made up by 4 to 6 members. If the situation is special and more or less members are required, the mission will be much more dangerous. The rank of stars are the rank of the star teams based on their capability. Only when the team is among the top 100 will it be possible to enter the occult orbs. Note that it is just a possibility. If 2 teams want to explore the same occult orb and the conditions don't allow, usually, a match will be held to determine which of the 2 teams are more qualified for the mission. By capability, I mean a number which is calculated by taking the team's previous achievements, the combat ability of team members, and the odds of winning against other teams, among other factors, into account. The occult orbs are full of dangers. The casualty rate of the teams is very high. Some orb patrollers choose to quit because of the overwhelming pressure. Due to various reasons as above, the teams often have a lot of vacancies which need to be filled by newcomers. So, it's a two-way selection between you and the teams. Once you are picked by a team, you'll be able to explore the occult orbs. Liao nodded his head and pondered for a moment. Then he asked, only after I join a team will I be allowed to enter the occult orbs. But what if none of the top 100 teams are to my liking? Does that mean I will have no chance? Gao Tie smiled and said, many confident young men have asked exactly the same question before. If you think you are strong enough, you can form a team of your own. In the last 3 days of each month, the last 10 teams in the rank of stars will be challenged by teams that are not in the list. If you can defeat one of them, you will be able to take their place and have the privilege of exploring the occult orbs. A kind warning, though. Don't waste your time. The teams that have been training in the occult orbs are all too strong for you to deal with. I suggest you just wait patiently to be recruited. Liao thought of something and asked, the scarred young man, Yanjun, and the other children of occult orbs with him, which team do they belong to? Gao Tie answered, the team system only applies for cultivators at the building foundation stage. It is not suitable for core formation and nascent soul. Therefore, teams in the rank of stars are all made of building foundation stage cultivators. Although Yanjun is just in the high level of the building foundation stage, he is decisive, determined, and daring. His survival ability in foreign environments is amazing. Team Thunder Soul, led by him, is the first in the rank of stars. First in the rank of stars. Team Thunder Soul. Liao's eyes seemed to have been pricked. He squinted and craned his neck to look at the highest place of the rank of stars solemnly. Let's head to the downtown now. Passing by the rank of stars, Liao found a vast teleportation array on the empty ground in front of him. It was sophisticated and flamboyant. It seemed much more advanced than the general teleportation arrays in the Heaven's Origin sector. The 7 of them stood on the teleportation array. They felt a gentle breeze brushing their face, and, before they knew it, lively noise found its way into their ears. They ended up in an enormous square in the middle of a prosperous, splendid metropolis. Looking at the skyscrapers nearby, everyone felt dazzled. But Liao was deep in thought. He raised his head and noticed that the blue sky and the white clouds were too vivid to be natural. They were more likely to be presented by a light beam with a super high resolution. It should be a man-made dome. They should be underneath the launch bases. The place is an underground ghost city. but the facilities here were hundreds of times more advanced than those in the ordinary underground ghost cities. To say the very least, Liao could smell the fresh air with the scent of the earth, sense the moist wind brushing his skin, and feel gentle breeze combing his hair. We are 1,000 meters under the ground of the Grand Desolate Plateau at present. This is Imperial Star City, built up by technology from the occult orbs, which makes it the leading-edge city in the entire Federation. Gao Tie declared proudly, "In this place, you can taste the best seafood in the world that has been delivered here through multiple teleportation arrays after it was caught just now. You can enjoy the delicious wine that has been preserved for decades, which even the Speaker of the Parliaments may not have the chance to drink. All kinds of extravagant needs can be satisfied here. For cultivators, we have training rooms built up by the magical equipment in the occult orbs, some of which have been dismantled and transported to this place from crystal warships in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium directly. Anyways, you can get anything you want here. Whether you want to enjoy yourself or train crazily, you will be fully fulfilled. Expeditions in the occult orbs is life-risking. The pressure on the shoulders of the orb patrollers is enormous, often making them crazy or bewildered by the demons. To help them blow off the stress and recover faster, Occult Orbs Fellowship spent hundreds of years establishing Imperial Star City. On the other hand, this is also an experiment base. The civil magical equipment and technology retrieved from the occult orbs are tested in this place first before they are promoted to other towns on a large scale when the conditions are favorable. Much of the technology that you've witnessed in your respective homes can be traced back to Imperial Star City. Liao observed the citizens on the street with his full attention for a moment. In surprise, he said, "The scent of the residents of this place is so intimidating." Cultivators were almost as numerous as ordinary people in Imperial Star City, which was unimaginable in other cities. Gao Tie smiled. Residents of Imperial Star City are partly the family members of the staff of Occult Orbs Fellowship, partly the descendants of the orb patrollers from over the past hundreds of years, and partly, well, mostly the orb patrollers themselves. You will be living in this place for the time being. While he was talking, Gao Tie pointed at the giant ball of lights in the center of the square where countless light beams were blinking. In the center of the square, you can find the mainframe crystal processor of Imperial Star City, which boasts amazing computational ability. You can ask it for help should you come across any problems in the future. There are countless training rooms and arenas in Imperial Star City. Your current task is to find a place to crash at. Then, you can train yourself or participate in matches at your will, before inputting the most satisfactory videos into the mainframe crystal processor. Teams short of hands will look for new members through the mainframe crystal processor. If they are interested in you, they will send an invitation to you. In such cases, you will be able to check the basic information and mission videos of the teams which have invited you. If you think their style is not fit for you, you can turn them down. One thing I need to remind you is that the key facilities in Imperial Star City, such as training rooms and arenas, do not accept the legal tender of the Federation. They only accept contribution points. Since you are all newcomers, the mainframe crystal processor will allocate some complimentary contribution points to you according to your past accomplishments and your current strength, which should be enough for your daily training in Imperial Star City for the next month. Train yourselves well in the coming month and prove your capability to the top 100 teams. Of course, you can also choose to form a team among the 7 of you and challenge the last 10 teams in the rank of stars at the end of this month. If you run out of contribution points and none of the top 100 teams are willing to accept you, you will be eliminated immediately. Anyways, good luck to you all. The bright gold phantom of Gao Tie gradually dispersed, leaving the round ball at the center spinning and humming, which eventually flew into the sky and vanished behind the skyscrapers. The 7 new orb patrollers looked at each other in astonishment. They had thought that bloody tests were waiting for them inside. They didn't expect the environment here to be so lax that they were free to do whatever they wanted. Liao thought of the advantages of such a design. Exploring the occult orbs was a dangerous undertaking after all. As cultivators who valued freedom more than anything else and hated restraints most, if they were forced, even though just slightly, to enter the occult orbs, they would definitely find the system repulsive. That was why Occult Orbs Fellowship tried the best to create such a liberating atmosphere in which they were their own masters. But the liberating atmosphere was not as comfortable as it sounded. They had to try everything they could to let the top 100 teams realize their worth. Now that we've met each other by the arrangement of fate, how about we 7 forming a team to challenge one of the top 100 teams to win a ticket to the Occult Orbs? Suggested Xiao Tongting, a disciple from Leopard Valley. Xianxia, disciple from Heavenly Essen Village, shook his head and said coldly, I stand by what Senior Gao just said. The 7 of us didn't know each other before, nor have we ever cooperated. We would just be like a mob if we were to team up. For a star team who has been fighting bloody battles through life and death in the Occult Orbs together, it will not be something that we can deal with even if it ranks among the last 10 in the list. Correct. Zhao Mo, disciple of 10 Ultimacies Union, said calmly. Besides, none of us have ever been into an occult orb before. Even if we won the qualification miraculously, we'd still be committing suicide to explore the occult orbs on our own. I'd prefer to team with the experienced orb patrollers. That way, my likelihood of survival will be relatively higher. Liao did not think it was a good idea either. He shook his head. Chao Tongtian was not a bad-tempered man. He said with a smile, All right, if you are not willing to, I think it's time we bid farewell and go our separate ways. However, before that, I suggest we go to the mainframe crystal processor together first to find out guidelines for newcomers, as well as more information about our contribution points, so that we won't be lost like headless flies. It was a rather practical suggestion. They all walked to the center of the square. In the center of the square, thousands of gold electric arcs mingled and weaved into an oval about 6 meters in length, which was full of bumps and hollows. At first look, it seemed to be a translucent electromagnetic brain. On the surface of the brain, countless light beams were flickering. Several cultivators were standing near the electromagnetic brain, busily looking up information and communicating with the mainframe crystal processor. Seeing 7 obvious rookies coming close, there was curiosity in some of their eyes, while a few others were staring at them with contempt and hostility. Liao walked to the electromagnetic brain. An electric arc immediately darted out and stopped 1 meter away from him where a translucent light beam was opened up. Pondering for a moment, Liao typed in the first question with his telepathic thought. I am Liao from the Grand Desolate War Institution. Please display my current contribution points and the prices for the key facilities in Imperial Star City, such as training rooms of all levels. Beep! Lines of information were quickly manifested on the light beam. Orb Patroller Liao has 1,244 contribution points at this moment. There are 1,643 training rooms in Imperial Star City. The specific information and their respective price are as follows. Liao skimmed through them quickly. Compared with the price of middle-level training rooms, he had quite a decent amount of contribution points, which should be enough for him to train in Empyrean Star City for about 2 months. But of course, considering that the nutrition liquids, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, medical equipment, etc. would also need to be redeemed by contribution points, he wouldn't be able to make 2 months with his current contributions. Second question. Please download an inventory of all the secret treasures that can be redeemed by contribution points to my mini crystal processor. Sorry. For confidentiality, all the files can only be read in this place and are unavailable for personal crystal processors. We apologize for the inconvenience. Liao was dazed for a moment. Then he realized that it did make sense. Suppose someone downloaded confidential files to their crystal processor. It would be a terrible disaster if the crystal processor was lost or stolen by the demons. No wonder so many cultivators would rather gather in the square for the mainframe crystal processor than use their own mini crystal processor. Liao was patient enough to browse over the inventory of the secret treasures on the light beam of the mainframe crystal processor, only to find that all the secret treasures were remarkably expensive. His contribution points were far from enough for the cheapest secret treasure. It seemed that his contribution points were indeed complimentary, only enough for him to survive in Imperial Star City. That was the best they could do. But his fellows seemed to be even poorer than him. Liao, accidentally noticed that Zhao Mo and Xianxia had no higher than 800 complementary contribution points. Chao Tongtian, on the other hand, had almost 1,100 complementary contribution points. Thinking for a moment, Liao figured out the reason. It appeared that hybrid-type cultivators were more popular for the missions in the occult orbs. They had received additional contribution points because of their multiple talents. It was quite reasonable. For a team of less than 6 members, of course, jack of 2 or even more trades would be better appreciated. Third question. Do you have any suggestions for newcomers such as myself? For the cultivators who are new to Imperial Star City, the one thing that is of paramount importance is to train and to participate in matches, so that the star teams will be able to discover you after you upload the videos of your performance to the mainframe crystal processor. Of course, you can also choose to gamble in the casino to win more contribution points in order to stay longer in Imperial Star City. The mainframe crystal processor answered quickly. However, you are a hybrid-type cultivator who has talents in both combat and creation, which are 2 most popular talents in Occult Orbs Fellowship. With talents in combat, you won't drag the team down too much. With talents in creation, and also as a registered refiner, you will be very useful in the exploration of many occult orbs. According to my records, you've met the conditions of 7-star teams which are open to new members. I can help you contact them and ask for an interview. You may also find a refining workshop and record several videos of your refining and modification work in order to attract attention from more teams. Pondering for a moment, Liao shook his head. Not so fast. I want to see the basic information of all the teams and their most distinctive mission videos. Now that the mainframe crystal processor had described hybrid-type cultivators to be honeypots, he was not in a hurry to send out resumes now. There was still plenty of time. He could select a team that fit his appetite most after cogitation. Right then, a feminine voice called out to him from behind. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Liao from the Grand Desolate War Institution?" Liao raised his eyebrows. He took a step to the left front before turning around. 2 men and a woman in silver combat suits were in his back, who were all good-looking without the least flaw. They were looking at him with a smile. But Liao somehow felt that some sort of coldness was hiding behind the warm smiles. Back when he was in the magical equipment graveyard, he had seen too many guys who were talking and laughing while they stabbed a knife into the chest of their friend. The 3 of them gave Liao the same feeling that those friendly-look villains in the magical equipment graveyard did. Liao was surprised. He was pretty sure that he did not know the 3 cultivators. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Guoyu, and I'm a member of Team Lingering Wind, which ranks the 83rd in the rank of stars this month. This is Long Chengda, our deputy captain. This is Wan Feihe, the best warrior in our team." The feminine young man smiled and continued after a brief pause. "Mr. Liao, I'm told that you are a hybrid-type cultivator talented both in combat and creation, which is what Team Lingering Wind desperately needs. If you're interested, how about we going for a test in an arena? As long as your combat ability is reasonably acceptable, you will be a member of Team Lingering Wind. Our team has ordered a trip to the occult orbs next week. If you are willing to join us, this trip will be focused on you in order to help you improve your strength. How does it sound? Although the rank of our team is not very high, we are offering you our invitation sincerely. We hope you can think about it." Liao blinked his eyes and glanced at the light beam which were displaying the names of the 7 teams that were hiring combat-type refiners. As he expected, Team Lingering Wind was not on it. It was all the more confusing for him what these people wanted. He was about to turn down their offer, when a fat figure crammed in between Guoyu and him and shrieked in an extremely unpleasant voice. "I'm sorry, Guoyu. Mr. Liao is my close friend, Bai Ran. He promised to join Team Chosen Ones long ago. Stop wasting your time here." While he was talking, the fat man turned around and winked at Liao. His face was also a stranger's to Liao. Besides, Team Chosen Ones was not among the 7 teams hiring refiners either. Things were getting more and more interesting. Liao didn't see much hostility in Bai Ran's eyes, so he simply smiled and continued watching the show. "You, Bai Ran's appearance interrupted Guo Yu's neat plan. The two parties probably had been holding a grudge for a long time. Right now, all the four faces suddenly turned gloomy in a vibe of intention. Guo Yu almost lost control over his pretended courtesy. His fists were clenched and loosened. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke to Liao. Mr. Liao, Team Lingering Wind is really interested in you. If you feel the same way, please contact us later. We look forward to hearing from you anytime. Then, he glared at Bai Ran, before all the three members of Team Lingering Wind turned around and left. Watching them walk out of the square, Bai Ran exhaled a long sigh of relief. He then turned around and smiled at Liao. Mr. Liao, had I not intervened, you would have been beaten up terribly, to the extent that you might have to spend a few days in bed because of bone fractures and internal organ injuries. You would be humiliated by them. You would be a loser from inside to outside. I risked my life doing you such a great favor. Now it is only fair that I ask you to return a favor that is far less difficult. Isn't it? Liao smiled, his sharp teeth glaring. He glanced over Bai Ran casually as he said, So, Team Chosen Ones is not interested in me? Bai Ran shook his hands and answered casually, Indeed it is not. Although I think highly of your personal ability myself, Team Chosen Ones is full. We have 6 members at this moment. A new member would be a burden for the team. Many classic tactical operations will be not able to be carried out. It's not like that we can kick out any team member. So sorry we can't take you in. However, I first heard of your name a long time ago. Vulture Liao, a rising star on the Grand Desolate Plateau. I even bought one of your demon beast detectors before. Haha. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Besides a member of Team Chosen Ones, I'm also a mediocre disciple of the 100 Saber Alliance, which has a lot of connections with the Grand Desolate War Institution. So, there is no need for you to be so hostile, is there? Bai Ran was the kind of person who could emit endless warmth when he was smiling. He seemed straightforward and not much of a threat to anyone. His identity was a greater relief for Liao. The 100 Saber Alliance was one of the biggest sponsors of the Grand Desolate War Institution. The refining department had received a lot of patronage from the 100 Saber Alliance, too. Even his Occult Orbs card had been offered by Long Wenhui, vice president of the 100 Saber Alliance, as well as a core formation stage cultivator, who was in effect his introducer to Occult Orbs Fellowship. A disciple of the 100 Saber Alliance who had no conflict of interest with him shouldn't have any reason to trick him. Thinking for a moment, Liao asked, What kind of favor are you asking for? Bai Ran's eyes beamed. He unsheathed a battle saber which was about 2.25 meters long with a sawtooth tip and handed it over. He said, Mr. Liao, I went through a lot of trouble to get this saber. It is supposed to be a good one, but I've always felt that something is wrong when I exert my strength. I sent it for maintenance to several refiners, who all failed to see any fault in it. Can you help me take a look at it? Good saber. Hearing that the man wanted to have his saber repaired, Liao was greatly interested. Without bothering with anything else, he took out a silk, smooth handkerchief from his pocket and cleaned his 2 hands thoroughly with it, before he took the saber over solemnly in the end. He played with it carefully in his hands for a moment. Then he tested its barycenter. After that, he patted the back of the saber with his finger and listened to the sound that was triggered by his movements. Pondering for a moment, Liao said slowly, This battle saber is an ultimate phantom battle saber, developed by Blood Phantom Valley 7 years ago. However, it is not a random one made through the assembly line. It should be one of the limited editions crafted by one or even more experts no lower than elders of Blood Phantom Valley. Then, in a fierce battle, the tip of the sword broke off. So, the saber was repaired in the Southern refiner's style. The edge of the saber was added with sawteeth to increase its power of cutting. The repairer of the saber is an expert. His work does not have the slightest flaw. The excellence of the battle saber was not affected at all. Instead, more brutality and cruelness were added. You seem to be a muscled man. Your strength will be perfectly good for this battle saber. Therefore, there is not a problem with the battle saber per se. Of course, those refiners failed to find anything wrong. It is you who has a problem. Bai Ran was dazed. He pointed at himself with his short and thick finger. What problem do I have? You are too stout. Liao explained. This ultimate phantom battle saber is 2.25 meters long. Its barycenter leans forward to the front in the first place. With its sawtooth edge, its barycenter is further to the head. It is most suitable for people whose height is between 1.79 meters and 1.82 meters. You are, on the other hand, 1.71 meters high at most. Besides, your upper body is disproportionately long. All these factors together lead to the imbalance of your body when you're waving the sword. That's why you find it difficult to exert your strength. The problem is very easy to address. You can either redesign the shape of the saber and reforge it, or, if you want a simpler way, dig a hole on the back of the saber to reduce its weight and adjust its barycenter. But as to how the hole should be dug in order to move the barycenter to the perfect location without affecting the hardiness of the saber, and how the hole can leave more possibilities for your future advancements, they are all very complicated issues. I've already done you a favor by pointing the problem out to you. If you want me to refine it for you, you will have to tell me why Team Lingering Wind asked for my trouble without a good reason. Even if they were merely bullying newcomers for fun, I have 6 companions who joined Occult Orbs Fellowship with me. Why did they come to me directly? Do people hate to see me? Byran was deep in thought hearing Liao's words, but Liao's last sentence made him laugh out aloud. He said, Mr. Liao, this is what one might call undue disaster. You are not to blame. You were merely being tricked because of someone else's wrongdoings. Liao raised his eyebrow. How so? You will know. Byran smiled. Everyone in the 100 Saber Alliance knows that I like to make friends best. Now that I've encountered such a superstar as Vulture Liao, of course I need to foster a good relationship with you, don't I? Although Team Chosen Ones is full at present, I have a lot of friends in quite a few other teams who can refer you to their captains. However, we need to get out of this place right now, or we'll be in trouble. It was when he gestured that Liao noticed that many cultivators nearby were eyeing them with a hint of hostility. Byran led Liao into an alley and slowed down. Liao couldn't be more curious. What's with those people? Why do they look so unfriendly? Byran sighed and said somewhat helplessly, Mr. Liao, I believe you've already heard of the conflicts between the children of occult orbs and the outsiders, haven't you? Those people you saw just now are children of occult orbs who have been raised up in the occult orbs. Of course, they are not particularly fond of us outsiders. Although the two parties are cold to each other, we always keep away from them, and so do they. But you've come at a bad time. Recently, the relationship between two parties has been quite intense. Quite a few matches have been held in the arenas. Liao asked, Why? Byran replied, Because a super awesome big shot emerged among the outsiders. You may not know this, but the children of occult orbs have been dominating the top 100 teams all the time. Not only are the top 5 teams all made of children of occult orbs, they even make up 60% of all the team members. The orb patrollers from the outside, such as you and me, have always been suppressed by the children of occult orbs. They are arrogant, but they do have every reason to be. It all started 3 months ago, when a super awesome big shot appeared among the newly recruited orb patrollers. It is said that the parents of this big shot died young. So, the big shot grew up as an orphan. With the natural gift and all kinds of lucky coincidences, the big shot became one of the youngest cultivators to enter the building foundation stage. At that time, the big shot was not even 30 yet. After the big shot joined Occult Orbs Fellowship, it was the usual 1 month of training and presentation time. Unfortunately, a big-headed child of Occult Orbs thought that the big shot was young and decided to make some fun. Naturally, a conflict burst out. In the end, the big shot beat the child of occult orbs to such an extent that even his own parents wouldn't be able to recognize him. As a result, the big brother of the said child of occult orbs was pissed off. His big brother is Guiyu, whom you've met just now. The conflict continued, and then, one thing led to another. Guiyu and the big shot organized a deal to duel in an arena to settle everything once and for all. Guiyu and the big shot were both in the beginning level of the building foundation stage. But Guiyu had been training in the occult orbs for years and grasped several ultimate arts from the occult orbs. He thought himself to be a sure winner. But he didn't know that the big shot joined a star team and went to explore an occult orb. With unbelievable luck, the big shot discovered an ancient inheritance which had been overlooked by the previous explorers all the time. Not only did the big shot break into the middle level of the building foundation stage, an incomparably brutal martial art of the fire class was discovered, too. So, the big shot had a match with Guoyu as per the deal after returning from the occult orb. Naturally, Guoyu, who thought that there was no way he could lose, was terribly beaten from the beginning to the end with absolutely no way to fight back. Perhaps out of fury, Guoyu broke the unspoken rule of the arena and launched fatal attacks insidiously. This pushed the big shot to fully perform the secret martial art of the fire class retrieved from the occult orb. Eventually, the audience witnessed Guoyu's bones be entirely broken to pieces and his flesh burnt like a dead, stray dog. He barely recovered after lying for more than half a month in the most advanced med bay. Since Guoyu was not available, Team Lingering Wind lost two good opportunities to enter the occult orbs. The teams that took their place returned with enormous trophies and contribution points without much trouble. Since then, Team Lingering Wind has hated the big shot's guts, which leads to the tension between the children of occult orbs and the outside world orb patrollers. Liao frowned. He scratched his hair and said, "This story sounds very familiar, but does it have anything to do with me? Why do I have to take the blame?" Byran sighed. "As I said, they were merely trying to vent their anger out on you. The only reason is that both this big shot and you come from the Grand Desolate War Institution." After beating Guoyu to the ground, the big shot went to train in the occult orbs again. It's been half a month. Tomorrow is going to be the day of the big shot's return. Since Guoyu recovered, he has looked for several experts, planning to challenge the big shot for another few rounds. When he learnt that a newcomer from the Grand Desolate War Institution had just joined Occult Orbs Fellowship, he was too narrow-minded to let go of you. Team Lingering Wind's invitation was clearly up to no good. They were probably planning to fool you into the area under the pretext of recruitment testing so that they could teach you a lesson and embarrass the Grand Desolate War Institution. Punishing you is a warning to others. It's very unfortunate of you to be from the same school and of similar age to the big shot. Therefore, do you agree that I saved your life by interfering just now? Liao was dumbfounded. He blinked his eyes for a long time, only to recall no one of the Grand Desolate War Institution who was of similar age to him and fitted the description of this super big shot. Such a brutal personality did not seem to belong to someone meek and low-key. How come he did not have any clue of whom it might be? Wait a moment. Liao scratched his head hard. He swallowed uncontrollably before he stammered, "If I may ask, the name of this super big shot doesn't happen to be Ding Lingdang, does it?" "It is exactly this insanely tough woman." Byran slapped his thigh as he exclaimed, "But she is a celebrity of Occult Orbs Fellowship right now. The orb patrollers from the outside world address her as Queen of Fire, while the children of orbs call her Inferno, which..." Liao didn't know what to say, nor did he know what kind of expression he should put on to embrace such a surprise. He should have realized it long ago. Where else could Ding Lingdang rush into the middle of the building foundation stage in just a few months other than the occult orbs? Byran rubbed his hands and asked curiously, "Mr. Liao, you and the Queen of Fire are both influential figures from the Grand Desolate War Institution. You must have fought her on your campus, right? Are her martial arts really as brutal as they are said to be? What does it feel like to fight her in a match?" "I only saw several video clips of her fighting, which were indeed incredibly insane and overwhelming." Scratching his nose, Liao mumbled, "We did more than that, right? Which team is Ding Lingdang in?" Byran said, "Team Blue Bronze." "It is indeed a lucky team. It was on the verge of being kicked out of the top 100 teams, yet out of the depths of misfortune comes bliss. With a strong new member, the Queen of Fire, it has been completely reborn now. Recently, they've been training in the occult orbs together. I'm told that they are building a new set of tactics with the Queen of Fire as the attack damage carry. But they're coming back tomorrow. Mr. Liao, I suggest you find a place to stay in first. If members of Team Lingering Wind run into you again, you might still be in trouble." When Team Blue Bronze, their real opponent, returns from the occult orbs tomorrow, Team Lingering Wind will definitely trouble them and leave you alone. Liao raised his eyebrow. Wait, is street fighting allowed in Imperial Star City? Byran shook his head hard. Of course it is not. However, if somebody asks you for a duel, generally speaking, no one will say no because it concerns the honor and pride of an orb patroller. If you turn down the duel invitations from other people too many times, you risk being considered a coward. Who's willing to go to the occult orbs with you then? It is especially the case for newcomers such as you. This is the time when you should demonstrate your best performance. Declining the duels is not going to help you find a suitable team. Pondering for a moment, Liao smiled and said, I understand. Thanks for your kind suggestions. This is the number of my spiritual crane messenger. After I settle in and get more familiar with Imperial Star City, I'll definitely help you revise your battle saber. As for which team to choose, I don't want to rush into anything right now. I'll come to you if needed. That's all right. I hope you can help with the modification work of Team Chosen Ones as an expert refiner in the future. The fees are not going to be a problem. We can make the transaction by contribution points. Byran said unhesitatingly while he exchanged his number with Liao. After they parted, Liao didn't hurry to find a residence. Instead, he roamed back to the central square nice and easily with his hands in his pockets. He contacted the mainframe crystal processor again and searched for information regarding Team Blue Bronze carefully. Streams of information poured down from the top of the light beam. Out of Liao's expectation, Team Blue Bronze was actually not just a random team. On the contrary, it was the only team entirely made of outside world or patrollers that once ranked among the top 5. The former captain of the team was In Qingfeng, who was a cultivator in the high level of the building foundation stage as well as the soul of his team. More importantly, he was an extremely rare triple-talented hybrid-type cultivator who had talents in combat, administration, and research at the same time. With barely any help and nothing but his own bare hands, he built Team Blue Bronze from an unknown third-rate team into one of the best, most influential teams in Occult Orbs Fellowship. However, 3 months ago, Team Blue Bronze accidentally triggered a powerful barrier when they were exploring an occult orb. To protect his teammates, In Qingfeng covered the rear and tried to resist the crazy attack of the barrier. After the battle, In Qingfeng and Gao Peng, another expert in the team, perished. Team Blue Bronze turned from a full team of 6 members into one that had only 4 members. Its position in the rank of stars plunged from 3rd to 91st and risked dropping out of the top 100 at any time. Right then, the vacant Team Blue Bronze recruited a newcomer named Ding Lingdang. Liao already knew the rest of the story. After Ding Lingdang joined Team Blue Bronze, she discovered an ancient inheritance which belonged to an expert in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium during her first adventure. Her cultivation surged, and so did the comprehensive capability of Team Blue Bronze. Right now, this team of 5 members was 79th in the rank of stars. Team Blue Bronze didn't post any recruitment advertisements. The old team members and Ding Lingdang were still bettering their cooperation. It seemed that the team was trying to build her into the next soul of the team. While he was reading, Liao smiled quietly. When he first saw Ding Lingdang, he had felt that the girl was like a sun which emitted dazzling radiance wherever she went. Even in Occult Orbs Fellowship that was never lacking elites and stars, Ding Lingdang was still so brilliant and distinguished herself so easily. Seeing that Ding Lingdang was rushing and soaring in her path of cultivation, Liao felt very happy, as if he had been put in a honeypot. Pondering for a moment, he asked the mainframe crystal processor to play the video of Ding Lingdang and Guiyu's match. He had learnt from the guidelines for newcomers from the mainframe crystal processor that the competition inside Occult Orbs Fellowship was indeed fierce. There were countless matches every day, and normally speaking, no one would ever reject the request of a duel. After all, the attraction of the Occult Orbs was too enormous. Every journey to the Occult Orbs was a treasure-hunting trip. Who could bear to let go of such rare opportunities? The cost of entering the Occult Orbs was stunningly high, and the opportunities were limited. Who were allowed to go and who were not? The conflict of interest was too intense for any scheme that was absolutely fair to be implemented. So, eventually, it boiled down to the simplest way, the criterion of strength. Quarrels should be settled by matches. Those qualified to go to the occult orbs were those whose fists were tougher. The leadership of occult orbs fellowship, namely the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators, were very well aware of the situation. However, since the purpose of occult orbs fellowship was to bring out the elites of the best elites, they simply acquiesced to such a system. If anything, losers in the matches in Imperial Star City would only suffer a terrible beating. But if incapable candidates entered the occult orbs by chance, they were doomed to be blown to smithereens at any moment. There was only one rule: no street fighting. All the conflicts and arguments should be resolved in an arena. A nascent soul stage cultivator was supervising Imperial Star City all the time. Once a street fight was detected, the guilty persons would be forbidden to set foot in the occult orbs ever again. For the orb patrollers, it was a penalty that was even crueler than death. By such a system, Occult Orbs Fellowship managed to maintain the order of Imperial Star City while ensuring the competitiveness of the orb patrollers. There were hundreds of arenas of various scales inside Imperial Star City. From rings for personal duels, stadiums for matches between two teams, to vast battlegrounds where a match between dozens of star teams could be held. Everybody could find what they needed. Every day, countless star teams and orb patrollers fought against each other fiercely in the arenas, with contribution points or tickets to the occult orbs as wagers. Liao played the video of the match between Ding Lingdang and Guiyu and watched with his full attention. The match was conducted in a rocky area where superhot steam was ejecting from the cracks on the ground all the time. It was completely a one-sided slaughter. After only 3 minutes, Guiyu was already beaten out of shape. He lay on the ground twitching uncontrollably with all his limbs stretched out. Ding Lingdang sniffed and walked to the exit of the arena. However, Guiyu was partly faking his afflictions. Gritting his teeth with a hideous face, he picked himself up silently, while streaks of black aura tangled his right arm. Then he charged into Ding Lingdang like a black laser and attacked the back of her head. Liao's eyes suddenly narrowed to the extent that they looked like two vipers. He clenched his fists so hard that the bones inside were cracking. Half a second later, with a desperate scream, Guiyu was blown backwards by hundreds of meters before he crashed into a hill, resulting in a hollow greater than 3 meters in diameter. Pebbles were spluttering, and dust was surging. 3 giant serpents enshrouded in burning flames tied him up, which almost squeezed all his bones into pieces. His blackened skin was split, and his burnt flesh broke forth. It was not until this moment that Ding Lingdang turned around and smacked her lips. Liao was familiar with her enough to know that it was her sign of boredom when she felt that her opponent was too weak. "You filthy bitch, just wait for it. I won't let you get away." Being burnt by the furious flames, Guiyu was shrieking in excruciating pain. Ding Lingdang yawned slightly. Then she glanced around and found a stalagmite almost 2 meters in diameter. She opened her arms and blared her eyes as she exerted her strength and uprooted the stalagmite. Then, she spun the stalagmite for several rounds before she smashed it at the direction of Guiyu. Boom! Buried by a stalagmite that weighed dozens of tons, Guiyu's profanities immediately stopped. At first, all his bones were fractured. Then, his entire body was roasted. In the end, a stalagmite weighing dozens of tons fell from the sky right into his face. No wonder Guiyu had to stay in the ICU for more than half a month, even though he was at the building foundation stage. Liao couldn't help but grin. He smiled without a sound, his white teeth gleaming. It was indeed as expected of Ding Lingdang. He was looking forward to meeting Ding Lingdang tomorrow more than ever. However, before that, Liao's grinning gradually turned malicious. He dug out all the information about Team Lingering Wind, especially the combat videos where Guiyu appeared, and studied carefully. He was going to understand Guiyu in every way possible, including his strength, his specialties, his combat habits, in order to find a deadly flaw. "You want to humiliate me to show off in front of Ding Lingdang? You are asking for your own death. That's really not my fault." 2 hours later, in the training room of the Children of Occult Orbs in the southern district of Imperial Star City, The newbie from the Grand Desolate War Institution was this close to being lured to the arena by me. He would have been tortured by me in the name of testing, so that I could warm myself up from being confined in the med bay for such a long time, and the inferno which would know the consequences of provoking Team Lingering Wind. If only the old fart from Team Chosen Ones hadn't interrupted at the critical moment. I'm so pissed. While he gnashed his teeth, Guoyu was working out on a strength training machine whose load was 10 tons. The courtesy in him was completely gone. Right now, he was surrounded by evilness and hatred. As a child of occult orbs, he had never been disgraced so much as to be terribly beaten by a young girl from the outside world and end up in hospital for more than half a month. He was a joke among the children of occult orbs now. He hated it. He hated it so much. Not only did he hate Ding Lingdang, he had started hating everyone from the Grand Desolate War Institution. Don't be so hasty. Long Chengda, deputy captain of Team Lingering Wind, scoffed. Eminent as the so-called vulture Liao may be in the outside world, he is no one in occult orbs fellowship. For us, he is just an appetizer. It is of little significance whether to eat it or not. The inferno which Ding Lingdang has been on fire lately and has attracted the attention of many experts. She is our main dish. Anyways, before he was able to finish his talk, Wan Feihe, their female teammate, came close with a weird expression and said, "Deputy Captain, that new guy Liao has sent a message to us saying that he is very interested in Team Lingering Wind and he wants to know how to take the recruitment tests."